Hey, welcome. Election night in Liberia, Nima County to be exact. Today is April 22nd, 2025. And tonight we're discussing all Nima County, the by-election in Nima County as a result of the death of Nima's Senator Prince White Johnson, who died in November of last year. And so today in Nima, 7 candidates went to the polls to vie for his seat, and the poll in Liberia closed about 3 hours ago. The poll in Liberia closed about 3 hours ago. Yes, about let's see, 3 hours ago the poll closed in Liberia, and results have already started to come in, and we don't know who is in the lead right now, but we'll get to know later. But welcome to the closing argument. It's good to be back. We're on earlier today, and today we are back again to give more information on the happening in Nimba. Uh, um, Myean, you on live, right? Myean, you on? Myean, our guys in Nimba. Myean is in Nimba with Samson. They've been on covering the election all day since this morning. They've been on the feet, and from polling station to polling stations, and now we are back. So we hope to go deeper and find out what's going on in Nimba.
I'm here.
So Myean,
I'm here.
yeah. So I want you to give us an update about what's happening in Nimba. What's going on now? I know all the polls have closed and results have started to trickle in. Tell us where we are. Give us
Yes.
some updates on the results that come in.
Yeah. So for the results, we have a lot of results, and we have visited a lot of polling precinct where we have so many results in our possession right now. So I can give you some results. You getting me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I will give you results from Lower Nima, to be specific, in Tapetan. So the area in Tapetan, we have a precinct code at 33063. So for that place, the polling place number one, we have Fangaworo, who is an independent candidate
Yeah, Myean's on the road. So
TMC. He have
wait,
33 votes from
wait,
Tapetan.
Myean,
Then we
wait,
have
wait,
Manaida
Myean, Myean,
Gongloe,
Myean,
independent. She has
Myean,
17 votes.
Myean,
Then we have,
Myean.
yeah,
What I want you to do, just call
yeah,
the top three winners in every that you can call everybody the top three winners, okay?
yeah, you get me?
Yeah.
You got me program now hearing you.
Yeah, just call the top three, the top three, the top three.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah,
call
yeah.
the top three winners. Don't call the whole
Yeah,
group.
yeah, you getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Eh?
I'm getting you loud and clear.
You say what?
Just call the top three
Yeah, so
winners.
I can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so let me call the top three winners from that place. So for that place, the first top three, we have B Mark Bruin, who came first from CMC, and we have MDR candidate, Koga Samuel Koga, who have 70 votes, and we have Mana Ide Gongo with 17 votes. So these are the top three from Tapetan. The polling place is polling place number one, and the voting place is Tapetan City Hall. So for this, the polling place number six, from that same place, we have the top three, where we have B Mark Bruin, 18 votes, and we have Mana Ide Gongo, where she has 12 votes, and we have B Mark, that's Samuel Gombu Koga, 42 votes. So for the top three, these are the top three from Tapetan there. So I'm going to give you results from the next place in Ganta, from the public school, the SD public school, the top three. Are you getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Okay, so the top three from the SD public school in Ganta, we have Madam Ide Gongloe where 166 independent candidate, and we have Samuel Gongman Koga, that's MDR, 46 vote, and we have B. Magruan, 2 vote from the CMC there. So the present code is 33070, putting place number 3. So we move to putting place number 4 from the CSD public school there. So we have the top three. The top three, the first person is Mana Ide Gongo where 122 independent candidate, and we have Samuel Gongman Koga for B. Magruan, 6 votes. So these are the top three from that putting place number 4. So we move to putting place number 2. We have the top three. We have Mana Ide Gongo where
Myean is having some challenges. He's on the road and it's not easy. Hopefully, one of these days, we won't have problem with our internet services in Liberia. But the votes come in. Again, let us repeat. The National Elections Commission is the only legal authority authorized to give the official results of the elections in Liberia. But uh, from time to time, these are raw results coming from the various places. I'm getting it here too. Man, this thing is small, man. Okay. Yeah. Let me see what everything help me. Okay. Let me put this one on. Okay. Okay. Let's say okay. I get the one that says electoral district number 1, polling place 4, Messiah Christian. The top 3 candidates here. Edith Gongloe where 101 and Samuel Koga 65 and the third person only got 7. Oh my God. Okay. This other one says this other one says let's say electoral district number 1, polling place number 3. The top vote here is Madam Edith Ware 88, Koga 78. The third person comes 7 is Mike Blewan. Okay. Another one says electoral district number 1, polling place number 5. The top vote here is Edith Gongloe 69, Koga 64, and Mike Blewan 6. This one is electoral district number 1, polling place number 1. The top vote here is Koga 83, Madam Ware 75, Mike Blewan 7. Mike Blewan begin popular, eh? Electoral district number 1, polling place number 3. The top vote here is Madam Ware 88, Koga 78. And Mike Lee 170. What? Voting place number 2. Electoral division number 1. The top voter is Madam Ware 105, Koga 56, Mike Lee 110. That Tapeta, that's our in Tapeta era. Oh man, kids come, I can't call it team, man. I mean, the thing gave me a hard time. But hopefully my guys can come and do the calling because let me put it in the chat room. Ziggy.
Yeah, Tomalin.
I know to give all this stuff that the guy can't be doing anything, man. Hear what I want.
to be calling the result. So far, so good. I think
it's the race between Edith and as you all said, Edith and Koga. And
I was just looking at a post from Kehleboe, where he talked about the low tenor in District 1, 3, 4, and 7 today shows that Koga has no influence all over Nima. The woman that Peabody just struggled to win the whole you put Samuel Kopa against, beating 404. So I think the Edith camp, at least for now, they seem to be trained that they can win this thing. So we don't know. I haven't heard much from the Koga's camp. Have you been able to talk to anybody from there since the process today? From the Koga's camp, were you able to talk to anybody from there today?
I'm trying to make contact with them. I come in. Let me talking to Let me try to make contact with them. But yeah, again, my guys are on the road, so that's why I can't get hold of them. They're really working tonight. They will get bonus. But tomorrow morning they got to be back at the Supreme Court to give the ruling the Supreme Court. So the guys got to be out of that place soon in the morning to go to the Supreme Court for another big news tomorrow. And if the guys that are in power, they better pray to hold the win Nima, and then the Supreme Court, if they get a double blow, the win will be bad for them though. But yeah, so again, we say it again. Today is election day in Liberia. Nima County, to be exact. The election for the senator to replace Prince Johnson, the longest senator, Liberian House and the senator in Liberia, in Liberian Senate, and Nima people, the Nima County Godfather, who passed away on November 28th. The election to replace him was held today. And so we are getting results coming in. Again, I repeat, this platform is a platform that we did not endorse anyone. Members, panelists are for people, yes, but I know for some of us, we were in the middle. We took no sides. We remain neutral because we can't run a platform and take a side. Especially we want people to come on the platform. We got to be neutral. Individual members have their own choice. They own their own preferred candidates. But I know for me personally, I supported no one. It was clear that we will remain neutral. So watching the results as they trickle in. But I know Peabody, Hamas Fofana, you guys can chime in. This election is, I know right now, wherever the party officials are, they are a little bit nervous. I remember vividly in 2023 during the runoff when we supported by the time we took sides, we supported the CDC and President Weah. I remember it was the day that the day that the election, they called the election, the last result that before they called that result that we are considered. I remember that day was sitting down, Peabody, Kev, myself, all sitting down to Ala Lagoon. We're just watching it to see what happened. And I said to the guys, I said, gentlemen, if they won't call the result today, if the gap don't close, or if we had to take a leave, forget it. When the woman called the result, that time it was 12,000, there was a gap. When she called the result, it went to 16,000. I said, wow. So, Nikki, that time, where were you now? You are the party headquarters? You are in the war room?
I mean,
it kept going wild.
Yeah, at that time we had so there were a couple of things happening. One of which was that there had been indication that the party was winning, so parties were prepared to also come on at the headquarters to declare early victory. So we had to manage that. Then at the same time we were coordinating with our different war room, particularly so the balance paper, because you see, it's funny, at this time it's also very critical. There'll be some people watching our tell man, the money's okay, you get it, or we can put a result in, all those kind of stuff. So it's also a very critical moment at this time. But there are very few things you can do in terms of doing anything with the result. The only thing you can do now is to ensure you have the results, make sure that they are okay or satisfactory or something like that. But yeah, so at this time it was tense. And these results, oftentimes there's a pattern. When you're up on the person who starts to lead in a process, most of the time they can end up winning the elections. If you go back, when it starts with Peabody 10, Peabody 100, Peabody 200, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, you're right about it. Because if one person is leading continuously, they are leading and just going up and going up and going up. It's almost difficult to say how you're going to catch up with that number, especially day one, day two, then day three. It's almost impossible, and that's what we saw in Liberia during that election. Day one, there were mixed numbers coming in. Day two, it really didn't look good. The one that I felt it was over for CDC was day three, and I'm like, Mariah Kula was like, you know what, Peabody? Let's go talk. Let's sit in the corner there.
You see, what made that election at the time a little? What made that election was that we had won the first round. I mean,
we can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm saying what made our elections more frustrating as well on the situation was that they had won the first round of the elections. About 7 or 8% less than being declared the winner. They will have 43%. So they won the election and gave hope that all they needed to do now was to just go back in there, maintain what they had, and just add up a little bit number to win the election. So to see a slip from you, after securing close to 43% of the votes during the first round of the election, and then see a slip from you, I think that was highly frustrating as well.
I think, but that anyway, you're right. Because the CDC anticipated victory, but the way you won the first round was not convincing. And there where I got severely worried that it may not end well. And I thought the entire, because if the citizen felt that with that very narrow lead in the first round, that would have consummated into a second round victory, that may also going to difficult them. Because where I got panic. The CDC didn't do well in terms of her marriage with two other political parties. coming to a deal in the second round would have been a very difficult thing for them. And then where the problem came from. People don't like to hear this, but then where the problem came from. Now, my fear, and the reason why CDC didn't win, because ACO, the political party, ACO and other things, and you know ACO with ACO, and that's why you saw most of the results coming from the Jacob time, and most of those sort of Muslim-oriented community, we have to be frank, give it to them, they went towards Buckeye. So the negotiation, ACO didn't, the fact that ACO went the other side, so that would change most of the track, because CDC didn't have the strategy to win most of the people back to support them. Had ACO endorsed CDC, it would have been a different game.
Yeah.
So despite President already left. But ACO didn't do that, and most of the other institutions went the way of the Unity Party, also significantly helped them to shift the second round business decision. So in terms of political process, negotiation is very important, keeping commitments and ensuring that you get more people to come on board. That really hurt them.
I said, Pewee, can we interrupt you a little bit? Let somebody want send something on it. They want to get a live update from.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, something live.
So I'm giving you a live update and confirmed information from the war room. So far, with 50% of the vote tallied. These are the districts that Myean Congo where he is currently tapping in. District 1, District 2, District 8, District 9, and District 7. In District 6, Myean seems to be going head-to-head with Honorable Kokad. In District 3, Honorable Kehleboe seems to be going head-to-head with Honorable Kokad, while Honorable is tracking beyond the two of them. And in District 5, Honorable Kokad is in massive.
But let me ask you, when you say district, because they have about 700 polling stations. So are you all the district that you? Is it the entire district you're putting from, or only few precincts?
So, like I said, 50% of the talent, because these are districts that are easy access, that are easy to access around Sakipi. We are talking about Sakipi, Salikuli. We're also talking about Gantor. We're also talking about the highway of Salikuli. We're also talking about Myean, which is District 8. We're also talking about Taiwan, which is District 2.
No, but I want to hold you. I want to hold you somewhere. You said the district you're talking about. You said go back from the beginning. You said Edith is leading in district. I want to know if it is the entire district or particular section of the district.
So I will repeat what I'm saying. So far, for the talent, the Edith camp to win, because I just left their war room, and I also making my way to see whether I can enter the Coca war room. 5 districts already she has won, or she's in a lead with 50% of their vote. Tally so far: District 1, District 2, District 8, District 9, and District 7.
So it's District 1, District 2, 8, 9, and 7. She's out of and we have 50% of the results out already from those districts.
Yes, based on the tally, sheets.
Okay, then
because
let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit to the district. You said Koga is leading, but it's being heavily challenged. Which are those districts?
So when you go to District 3, he's leading, but then he's heavily challenged by Honorable Yellow. District 4, he's also heavily challenged by Yellow, but he's leading. District 5, he's in a massive lead, where he's tapping for the voter. So he tapped up to his foreigner,
I have to take this call quickly.
I'm a minute, get an update anyway.
You can call me, Samson. You can call me, but I'm hearing there is. Look, guys, we here at the closing argument are not going to announce any result until we get a real. All the information right. I hear there's another platform who's announcing.
Even if those information are correct, we are not clouded with responsibility to announce results. Only the National Election Commission can announce the official results. Every results coming from here, these are preliminary results, and they are hereby declared unofficial.
Right.
They are hereby declared official.
Yeah. So we're not going to announce any result that nobody, as far as we're concerned, nobody have won the election in Nima. Nobody. They are still counting. Nobody have won. So guys, we just want to make this very clear. If you're joining us by radio or anywhere, as far as we are concerned, nobody have won an election in Lofa. So people have to be very careful.
Lofa or Nima.
Nima. I know what I think, I know what I think, So, but yeah. So that's as you were saying in Nima. Samson said that this is what Samson just posted in the counties. Places that area that either have won, and I hear Koga is winning in other area too. So the both of them is pretty much anyone's opportunity. So we don't want to come up and conclude here because they are still checking. And by now, maybe later on, the different war rooms should know who's winning. But if anybody running with any kind of politics, that Koga have won, that's not a good thing. It's bad. It's very bad. Very, very bad. And so we will wait and see. Samson was on the phone. Let me see what I can call him back. And so we got people started calling up from Liberia already. Oh, we heard that Koga won the. That's not true. That's not true. People got to be careful. So I'm calling something back. But guys, as you make your way, share the show. Welcome again to the closing argument. And the team have been doing a remarkable job. They were on since this morning. And tonight they are out there. And, the other guys in studio this afternoon, Sylvester, Tomalin, and others who have been on. We want to commend you guys. You guys have been doing a wonderful job. Wonderful job. Calling Simpson, he's not picking up. He probably still in the fool with Tomalin. So, yeah. Samson, you are given a result. What happened? Okay, so where are you heading now?
So I just got in council. I came from Capri. I passed you something for the just enter council.
So you got enter Ganta.
Yes.
So what are you hearing in Ganta?
So I just from the how they call it, war room of the where the twin attackers they attackers it, and I try to make my way to focus on the war room to see what I can have access to it.
So what is people telling you at either war room? How they feeling about the whole thing?
So for me, I didn't think what they're telling me, but I saw it. For they are in the league with 5 districts.
Yeah, in the league with 5 districts.
Peabody, what happened?
Somebody got a question? Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, can you go ahead again and tell us what you just said? I was muted.
So I will give you update for the war room for what I saw from the study room from the here. They are in the league with 5 districts already. District 1, District 2, District 8, District 9, and District 7.
And when you talk about this district, what area specifically is that?
So District 1 that Ganta, District 2 that is Sunny Quay Highway to Sunny Quay, District 7 that around the Sakit side, District 8 that around and District 9 that's what was down with the district, the highway of Tapeta.
Okay, so she is in the lead, as you said, right?
Yes.
She's in the lead. So how many percent of those votes? What's the percentage of that vote that have been counted so far?
So for district 1, because it's a Puerto Rico district, they go 50% of their talent. For district 2, it's also a Puerto Rico district, and that's the Sunny Quille side. For Sunny Quille to Sunny Quille Highway, they go 45% of the talent. For the second PSI, it's also a easy to reach district. They go 30% with their talent.
Okay, so this
and for district 8, on the time we said you go find that you go 40% with the talent for district 8 and 9.
All right, so we will wait. Where is Myean now? Where is Myean at?
Myean should be somewhere around Tapeta.
All right, so we're probably gonna call him and put him on the phone and see what's. Some of you guys got a question for Samson?
Well, I just got. I'm getting calls, right? In fact, the Koga camp just called. They will be calling back. They said that. I think they conceded. They're low smart.
Can you, Samson? Can you lower your stuff a little bit?
The Koga camp just called. They say they're going to call back, but I think they're conceding. They're conceding that that Madam Where we win 1, District 1, District 8, District 9, and District 2. They're confirming that they're conceding that she will win District 1, 8, 9, and 2. But he said, according to them, where she's winning in this district, it won't be too wide from between she and Koga. But they are all, now, like I said, the National Elections Commission is the only body that can give the official result, because right now the two sides claiming victory. Right now they are claiming that they already done it, and the other side is claiming that they already won. So, but I can tell you they are conceding that they are conceded that that she will win District 1, 8, 9, and 2.
Okay.
So we'll call you back.
And something just called District 1, 2, 8, 9, and 7 that she's winning in those districts. But yes, the deal.
Yeah.
And something also alluded to District 3, because in Nimba County we got I think 7 districts, 7 electoral districts, right? So we have from one that one. So all of the 7 she's winning in, according to them, and they just acknowledged that it's 1, 2, 8, 9, 7. They didn't mention 7 though.
Yeah, they're conceding that. They are conceding that. They already consider that.
But on the flip side of it, we have Koga will be doing that in 3, 4, and 5. But it's been said that Koga is heavily winning 5, which of course should be his base, District 5, where he's representative. But he's been also heavily challenged in 3 and 4. 3 and 4 should be the basic guild belt. 3 and 4, he's been heavily challenged there by Mark Myean and that of Garrison Yedu. District 5 is supposed to be his district, and he's doing very well there. Now, she's topping for now, is unofficial, from 1, 2, 8, 9, 7. Now, but most of them are running with, according to what they're saying, he's winning big in 3, 4, and 5. That may offset the result are coming from the 5 other districts we have up here. That will be a little difficult. We have to wait to see what's going to happen. Yeah,
but like I said again, they're conceding. I mean, I talked to one of the top and the campaign person and said that they are considered at the surrender, that she will win 1, 8, 9, and 2, and so that's about 4 districts there. But now they are also saying that the numbers may not be, the margin in the district they're losing, they're not going to be so wide. But they like you said, they will pay for it in the other district that they feel that they win.
That's what they're claiming, and that's what
they're claiming.
They see on the social media now. You see me text most of them on the social media. some of them are moving to say, oh, he won. They're trying to do things to change the narrative to see how it's going to look. And this is Liberian politics, particularly legislative politics. Sometimes and Nima is a very huge county, and that we have a lot of porous area, difficult to go terrain, that results may not pull in for now. But if it's going to remain this way, to see 1, 2, 8, 9, and 7, if she won those areas, and he's challenged in 3, 4, and won heavily in 5, this is a simple majority vote. So you have to understand the variance from those lines, how you heavily winning. I'm a little worried for them that this will be a massive blow if it continues this trend. Even if Koga were to win not big, it's a trouble for the vice president. Because the vice president put all the money the government took. They spent close to $1.5 million on this campaign. $1.5 million they spent on this campaign. Government money. Liberian people, taxpayer money. Jeremiah Kun took and put into these elections. If they didn't win, it will put a serious dent on his political reputation. No, we have to be serious about it. More than $1.5 million they took. They have to find some means. They took the money and they spent it on this election. No, more than $1.5 million, right? So if you're spending money this way, and you are seriously angering or nursing for the Liberian presidency, and you get any kind of results, and you acknowledge. Listen, honestly, listen.
So I would say, yes, I'm going to Peabody. You got to sign the risk.
I'm reading different stuff though. I'm looking at. I'm not reading.
But it's a serious thing though. But let's get some calls from inside Niba and very funnel. I want to know from
on a serious note, right?
Yeah.
They on the NEC announced, like we said, NEC is the official authority to announce it.
Exactly.
So for now, the two sides will be claiming victory. So that's what I see. I'm noticing. But the only thing that I'm saying again, the MDR, the Koga camp, they are already conceding that they say, well, 1, 8, 9, 2, we is going to win it. They already conceded it. So again, but they said they will make up from the other district.
Yeah, they got 3 other districts. They got 4, 5, and 4, 3, 5. And then 7, so they're leaving 7 out. And
yeah,
7
but the thing about that district,
I don't know how Mac is performing in 7. I just called the guy, going to get some report from 7. Because if Mac is doing well in 7 or will get some good vote in 7, then that will be going ball. If not, for now, it's a 2-horse race. As the way they're going, it's going to be a 2-horse race. You can't say who will win between the two, but for now, all of the candidates, the 2 of them are going to win.
But what I can say, right?
Tomalin, what are the districts, the name that you won again? Can you please go over those?
So district number 1, 2, 8, and 9.
Okay, 1, 2, 8, and 9.
Yes, and additionally, one before you come in, Chief, the reporter that we just spoke to added 7 to 8 that she won 7-2.
Okay, so 7 might be the newest one because those districts mentioned have always been districts that Edith have won most of the time when she went through the process. When she went against Kun, she won those very districts I would talk about. Something. The only thing I don't know the margin, but in some of the results at that time they were huge. So I think if she can pull it through with very huge margin, considering the very poor voter turnout, I think maybe she could be able to cause damage there. But those districts that she's winning now have always been districts that she won in past elections.
Yeah, but what I'm observing is this though, and maybe that was the strategy, right? I see from what I see the result I'm looking at, Blue One and Yellow, they're more like a spoiler because. But the only thing I noticed is that their margin is not like the way I expected. Like for instance, to be like if they're taking second or third place in a particular district, the margin you think it will be like close, right? But it's a distant second, distant third.
Yeah, but mind you, what it got the proclivity of Honor Money his victory. Now, even if they're getting, because you have to see the target here is the variance we're trying to focus on. Now, if Mike and Garrison would try, because his hope is these 3 districts, 3, 4, and 5 that he's the representative of, he's going to win very bigly in district number 5. That is undisputed. That I know. 4 and 3, if he's a little bit challenged there, and there's a lot of minuses for him, because he needed to win very big to offset what it is winning this 5 district ahead. That's what he needed to do. And unfortunately, this is not going to be based on the proportionality process. It's going to be just based on 1 vote. It's not just 1 vote. 1.
Well, I'm waiting for the campaign guy to call because
he's going to win, but I'm not also ruling that he's going to ruling out his chances. But I'm afraid if those guys will be hitting him in these districts, particularly 3 and 4, along with district number 7. I know district number 7 he wouldn't do well there because and he wouldn't do well in district number 7. So we want to see the final result on district number 7. That will give me an informed decision to want to think that it may be difficult for them. Then maybe they just spoil the rental money. And we'll ask them to pay the money back.
But yeah, but you know, you can't underestimate whatever impact both Garrison and Mark will have, because like when the election is this close, when the tenor is this poll, I mean, anything could shake the process. So if Edith is doing well in those areas she always did well in, and Garrison and Koga is battling to maintain all of the votes there, because remember now, when Edith went against Prince Johnson or Kun at the time, there were very spoilers in the race there. Mm-hmm. So it was just Edith and Kun as the major players there.
You're right, brother. You're right.
Party that would take some of the votes. So it is also with Prince Johnson. When Prince Johnson was going against Edith, it was just Prince Johnson. Many other candidates were never ready. So never can. So if they now become a factor now, then I think it means that the 1.5 wasn't really effectively used.
Yeah, and this one about 3 and 4.
According to Pewee.
There's an era in District 4 or 5 that Koga is getting in some era 117 votes. Mike is getting 45 votes. Garrison usually is getting 39 votes.
These are serious. I would call spoiler. That would call spoiler. These are spoiler.
Well, how you can see you welcome in the platform? What are you doing? This is wrong for you to see somebody getting a race you call in spoiler. Really?
Of course.
People
in
a race also.
Yeah, I'm a political strategist. I would call it spoiler. I would call it spoiler.
So great. At the end of the result, the reason why they call it spoiler at this time.
Yeah, because
they are triggering in, and exactly. Their number is not going to win. But the number is going to. Let's say you must say in the race.
The effect
we are 3 in a race. You getting 100 votes. I'm getting, but you and myself on the same base, the same area. You getting 100. I'm getting 10. Somebody is getting something. Then from the same region, you and myself, I'm affecting your votes. Because we'll get the 2 money side. When he getting 100, you and myself will be getting maybe 1-1.
Yeah.
So in that line,
you can say that the spoilers.
In that line.
They are not spoilers. Those other people are fighting against the status quo, and they needed to get in the race to send a message that these people will not always come here and they think they will win. As far as I'm concerned, I know there's data coming and everybody trying to project. Koga has won this race. Myself getting my data, so we will see at the end of the day what will be. But we will accept where we are. Because CMC is 6 weeks into this party formation, and for us to becoming a monetary, I'm trying to believe that Mark Blinwon will hit third place, even second. So all the things are coming on the other one very bad. So win the army.
So, Madam Chair,
it doesn't change anything.
So, Madam Chair, you're tagging. I just come on the show. You're tagging me.
You're power me and my time to explain myself.
I'm gonna get over. Well, Madam Chair.
So Koga, being that Koga is a government candidate, where the president then took money from in the budget and all to run his campaign, for a whole sitting vice president to leave his seat in the capital and go to Nima County just to run a campaign, that's a fear factor right there. To have a newbie or somebody who's new in the race, the fear for that person, the rest of the people already show from the government point of view, from the government side. So we want to see what will happen at the end of the day. CMC will make a political statement at midnight. So we'll come and make our statement.
Can you give an idea what the statement surrounding?
I will never tell you where it's surrounding until the statement and make you read it for yourself.
You'll be conceding or you will be declaring victory.
We might be probably declaring victory or we might probably be conceding. You never know. Let's see what happens because the people are still counting the votes. So we cannot come here to say right now at this point in time that wasn't. But I mean, all being said, all the things considered equal, Mark fought a good fight, and he sent a message that regardless of what it is, that we have to challenge these people, and we have to make sure that they are not seen as people, that are supposed to come and take all like blood and they own like blood at their property, or maybe. Or they are certain names, so they remain in power. We have to put people there. We will not consider those people as spoilers. We'll consider those people as Librarians who's sending the message to their people that these people cannot remain here because they have done nothing. They don't have any tangibles. They have no development background to show. They always want to take over. Even the Koga had to make a statement that he will be borrowing yellow mission from a representative to help to face a backyard. What a shame for a government setting representative who the core president and the vice president of the country support. You still want to ask somebody else for mission to carry on your development in your country. Something must be really, really wrong with that when you hear them say those kind of things. So we are here. We'll see the data is still counting. We are waiting to find out. Somebody already predicted the election. The person who predicted it been predicting election since before Eddie became president and when Chancellor King. And all the predictions have been right. They have predicted that Koga will emerge as victorious in the election, and it's okay because we know that he got making it. They took money from our taxpayer money to go and run a campaign, and at the end of the day, we'll see what happened. That Koga merged, or let's see what he got because Koga have fought a race. I mean, the man dressed in woman clothes. He jumped over the ballet. The man he danced. He lied on the floor to portray himself. He went to traditional side. He came to the Christian side. They pray for him. He went. I mean, he did everything. So he fought a good fight. We give it to him. We give it to him, and then the government behind him. So what else? Just to show you where Liberia is, and how our people need to change their mindset because this is continuous destroying our country. For people to vote in a person who will not even do nothing for them, then you show that the people are still behind, that they cannot even think for themselves. It's just a setup always. Thank you.
Yeah, but at least up to now, so far there haven't been any news of violence. So I think the people of Nima did extremely well in that direction to have gone to the polls and have this thing on in a more peaceful way. So I think it also gives a picture of our democracy. I think we get stronger by the day. Our ability to conduct these elections, go to the polls, are things that the campaign was and in a peaceful way. Of course, we earlier on there were reports of some little irregularities here and there, but overall, I think it's a good sign with regard to that. And I think we must give the Elections Commission and the Liberia National Police big thank you so far, at least up to this point, since there haven't been any major. But so let me ask you: the Union Party indicated that they never have a direct candidate in the race. If Koga were to win, are you guys going to claim that victory as a party?
They started claiming it already.
Sidiki Bianca, Chief. Why you call United Party? Said and I'm going to working. A United Party ran an official endorsement statement in favor of Samuel Koga on a Sunday. So many they follow that. A very good man on the show that the Peabody they follow. Member of the CMC, why is true that They were on, I think, on a retreat, or you are going for a meeting in the UK. I show that political leader follow, and it was against that backdrop. The CMC as a political institution, I think, wrote either Nell or the ombudsman that Star War about party is violating the code of conduct. So if we did not follow that, the United Party did endorse Samuel Koga, and that was on a Sunday. But quickly, I'm one of the most happiest person on the show tonight, not because Samuel Koga is winning bigly, but because the vice president once more has demonstrated a dominance in Nima politics. People may be angry as they want to be. This is not America where you think when you see something, the people should look into that direction. There are people on the show who have not been on that for the past 2 decades. And they just sit there and send messages home because they send remittances and they think the people should follow whatever instruction they want the
So
people
when
to
who
adhere
on
to.
that video that bring the kids?
Quickly, you are talking, I didn't talk. You
No,
are
I
talking,
just
I
asked
didn't
you
talk.
because you lying right now.
I am a video more. No, you can't in. You can't in.
Who
You
on
can't
that
make.
platform?
You can't make an allegation. Why allegation that the government you
Yeah,
1.2 million?
but
They don't say anything. I didn't
there's
say
nobody
anything.
on the platform that haven't been to Liberia in a decade. Your
No, for the
statement is
no. But people
fictitious.
say that that Peabody is very good
So
man.
you trying to say that
It's
United
very
Party
good
put a
man that
dead lie?
you were I know you were I said there are people on the platform.
That's not true. Your statement is false and
You said
misleading.
1.2 million. Did
Your
I talk?
statement is
I did
false
not
and
say anything.
misleading.
Said the government spent 1.2 million. So I can say my own. You said yours,
Yeah,
let me say
but don't
mine.
lie. The man talking for
Even
facts. The
though
government spent almost 2.4 million just for a
that
council
people you
election.
seem to be very unhappy to that. I know what happening. Yeah,
In the
you
midst,
seem to be very unhappy.
in the midst of struggling
No,
Liberian government spending 2.5 million on election. That is wrong.
it is a mere allegation, an Orlando's
It is
accusation
the truth.
against
It's
the
true.
government. But again, that has been the order of the day from critics of Waka. But quickly to the issue,
Well, I
CDD
mean,
asked me, let me
why
proceed.
you dress the way you dress? So your company
So
see
I will go
I
ahead and
choose
see
to
the show.
dress the
We'll
way I
talk
want
about
to
this again.
dress, Mama Grace.
why you dress the
I
way you
choose to
dress?
dress the way I want to
Stop that
dress.
kind of dressing in the country, man. We are not in military
Oh, but I
right
choose to dress how I want to dress. But
Okay,
quickly, your CNC,
what
even though
color
your
of
CNC
barrack?
Kennedy,
What's CMC barrack color?
now. We don't have balance.
but see,
We
but
are
see,
not
let me
even normal
proceed now.
battle like
Let me
that. We don't have
proceed. The
balance.
mom wants to, she wants to interrupt me, but for me, I'm not going to forward that. And CNC fools, I want to, they are the more angry people to know. I don't know what a political leader is at the
Why?
moment.
You will
But
say
quickly,
that.
right? Quickly, Sirigi, either Gonglo where if I would tell you that she's not competent, she's not qualified, or she does not, have and go in, she does not have an intention for Nima in a positive way, then I will be lying to you and it will be very insensitive on my part. But let me tell you reasons why she's not winning these elections. Either Gonglo were member of the opposition community, vigorously campaign the interest of Nima County during the 2023 elections when Nima had her only son going as vice president to the current president, Joseph Yuma Baka. What did she do? She vigorously campaigned against the interests of Nimba. Excluding that, all politics here are local. It's also tribal. I hear people say the vice president did not send message of peace. He was saying preaching, tribal politics. That's not the truth. The truth is, and that's the reason why Young Toya, when you are quiz on one of the local radio stations, he says she's my sister. She's from my tribe. But let's be honest. Samuel Koga, who is about to be announced by NEC as a winner of the elections, Samuel Koga is a Gio man. If we want, if we want peace in this country, there must be there must be balance of power, and that can only be done when we elect a Gio man or a Gio woman. Because we already have a minor candidate or a minor senator. So for somebody to come on the show and say the government you 1.2 million, but again, I think that statement is induced by anger. As always,
I understand
there will
what
always be
2.5
angry people.
million. So that's am I right?
Yeah, there will always be angry people.
About 2 point something million. Am I right, Sylvester?
Yeah, you that about.
Yeah.
Come again?
Wow.
Come again?
That's what district.
Listen, Abu, you didn't come to lecture us. I think
wow.
We hear
No,
you.
I didn't come to lecture, but people keep interrupting me. People keep interrupting me.
Abu, you are still going in London. Why you?
Let me say, Abu,
you should be talking about the $2 million that was just spent on the election.
Abu, we heard
Peabody, your candidate is losing massively.
Abu, we heard your recitation very well, and in many
cases, you say recitation?
Yeah, we heard your recitation. But let me put it this way, and for me, and as I said initially, I wait on everything here is unofficial. I wait on the night to come and get results out. But if Koga is declared the victor in these elections, I wouldn't be terribly surprised, right? But the only thing is that what I know, the way the election is now unfolding, that the vice president popularity is very questionable in Nima. That I would say to you clearly.
How?
And that the 2029 elections, the Unity Party will have to be very, very. It got to be a signal to them that 2029 election is not going to go their way.
We can have this on 30 seconds, Chief.
If they no, you spoke.
You gotta wait, my man.
The trend of the results that are unfolding now, because I thought the way the vice president canvassed and with the amount of money to pump in these elections, it will have every individual will have surmised that the result will have been close to 85%. It will have been a tsunami victory. The bigly you use, the word bigly you just used, that will have been seen. But unfortunately, if you've seen the results coming out from 1, 2, 8, 9, if she's winning in those areas and you're concentrating, you're trying to get the victory into just 3 districts, but it's going to be narrow, it's troubling. And there where we're going to be low. The intent is not about the focus of how you're going to win. To win and win very huge. That's the concern. If you didn't do this, and we headed for major elections come 4 years from now, this will just have to tell you that you have to do more. I don't even know if this current president will allow him to have the space to contest, because his boss is also still going to contest. But the fact that there's this split and you having a lot of guys from the SOEs that are not paying homage to him, referring, because if you went on social media, you know that the government is divided as to how even they want to concentrate their campaign come 2029. The vice president came in the government. All of his guys that are deployed in other government institutions, the leg of the Waka, Jariba, most of them, I would call them, they're coming up. The same in the they have a chat, a particular chat. They having.
I don't know about that.
Every time they put him money in places, they're preparing, asking him to be. So this, and the president himself warned anybody that's thinking 2029 should get off his way, right? So this is going to be a serious confusion come 2029. And with the kind of a disciplined way they perform in terms of how you're struggling to win elections in NEMA, with all of the government support, with all of the state-sponsored architecture, you use all of the state architecture to your benefit. And then you want to say, yeah, that there's a clear thing, and you want one big clear? No, we wait to get the results, basically. But what we've seen and observing, it's going to be a troubling and disturbing development. And I will say this for you. That look up to 2020. You're going to see what's going to happen.
We cannot just only if somebody comes in like just 30 seconds. You are not taking into consideration that these elections.
We got Jackie. We need to welcome the
Pewee, you are not taking into consideration that these elections is among sons and daughter of Nima County. You are not taking into consideration these elections is among sons and daughter of Nima County. It is not a general election where you have one of her sons going as running mate or as the president on a ticket. You're not getting that aspect. I'm not saying that you're getting that aspect.
If Nima goes divided as a result of these elections and all of that, if the wounds that were opened during these elections, if they are not healed, it doesn't matter whether it is their son or going. People tend to vote also. While it is true, you have the tribal, you have the regional, but people look at different interests that will factor in. And as Pewee readily said, I mean, this after I hope after the entire process is good to go back and evaluate and look at what happened, to look at particularly the vice president influence on the process, and influence in this regard talks about his likability. What is his like? What is his somebody who the people of Nima County can gravitate to as a person, whether he brings that same charisma, maybe not necessarily as Prince Johnson, but that voice that he could say, look, we are going, the country is going this way, let's go that way. The election is gradually showing that he doesn't seem to have that cloud. And then if that's not the case, it becomes difficult for you to think that if Nima went to an election, a president, they would just vote just as the way they used to vote. It tells us that Nima voted always the way they did because perhaps they had Prince Johnson there, not because of a county mentality. They might vote spread out like other counties, vote as they choose, either for the different political parties they involve with. Because just imagine, MDR is a home-based political party, MDR. And then you have the vice president, in addition to, as people say, $1.5 million in our local economy, man. They think you are banned, they think you are, by this time, either should be considering if you infuse 1.5 million in there, but whatever the case may be, I think the election will provide people as to how Jamaica intend to rebrand himself if it's true that he has the ambition to contest the presidency. It means he has a lot of work to do, because I'm telling you, if you cannot bring Nima, as I said earlier, if he cannot prove, the reason why you saw Prince Joseph to say he want to be this, because he felt he had Nima behind him. If Jeremiah cannot claim Nima behind him, I mean, what else can he really?
What else does he have? Yeah.
What else can he really make? Considering that the current rating of the Unity Party, you agree, is lower than when it first won the election. Unity Party may be anything between 30 or 40% right now. So they will have to do much more to pick it up, maybe in the third quarter or so. But right, the party have lost steam. The party have lost that level of popularity. The disenchantment amongst its own members are visible.
But again, election night in Liberia, Nima specific. But I'll tell you this though, right now all the two parties are claiming victory, and so I see lawmakers from Nima County already writing on that they are won already. So, and the two parties. So right now, all sides are claiming victory. So like we say all the time, NEC is the official body charged to give the official result. They will start tomorrow, from my getting. So right now, the only thing I know I can confirm is that the MDR have told me that they conceded number 1, District 1892. They have said that they have already surrendered those districts, that they will, but where would be then in the district. But they are claiming that they are won. They squandered them. They say the margin, they have a large margin. We're going to find out NEC tomorrow. But again, the other side is claiming that they won. So let's see what happens tomorrow. But right now, for me, what will be discussed, I will focus on later on will be why they resolve this election, depending on which way it goes. Where it tells you what will happen. You know, if Madam Ware wins the election, they just take the election. What it means for the ruling establishment and the way forward. What's going to happen in 2029? If the other side win, we're going to see. We'll ask the question: what the way forward? What's happening? But we should not just overlook this election. Nima have in the last couple of years have already decided our election. So this election is no one should dismiss it because the side isn't winning. We all will look at election very, very carefully, and we'll take a lot of the election. A lot of lessons can be learned from this election, though, and so let's see what happens. But let's bring Mr. Russell. Grace already talked. Grace, go get him bent and okay, that's that way in.
Yeah, so I did get word that the election was smooth and was transparent. And sadly, it was very low turnout. Now, what is responsible for that? We can debate here and there, but I think we all should be celebrating that it was a very peaceful process. It was very transparent and open process. I mean, so far that's what we know. Like Tomalin said, we are waiting for the official results. I mean, that's the only agency that has the statutory authority to tell us who won and who've lost these elections. I mean, but there are a lot of takeaway. I mean, it's clear if you look at some of the preliminary numbers that are coming through, where a particular candidate is going to be doing great or has done great, and where the other candidate is making a lot of gains. But even though there are about 6 persons in this race, but it's pretty clear that it came down to 2 persons. So it's Mrs. Ware and Representative Koga. So that's pretty much what it's going to come down to. So what those numbers are going to look like, we would know officially until tomorrow.
It's my time. Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Thank you, guys. Fascinating day. I think we were here earlier. Madam Chair, it's good to see you back from the United Kingdom. And we can tell from the pictures you guys had a successful visit. Tonight, I feel like I want to step on a few toes tonight. Something that I'm used to doing, but I want to give some tough love tonight. Couple of things happened here. First of all, unofficially, I think we can congratulate Koga. I think Koga has won this election. If you look at the election trends, I don't think there is any possibility here of another win outside of the Koga win. So
thank you, Chairman Ben. Thank you.
Yeah, we was.
Don't talk here, babe. Don't tell me.
But let me state for the record. There were a couple of mistakes. There were a couple of lapses. There were a couple of things that happened in this election, going into this election, that we can all take stock. And the good news here, and as a member of the opposition community, the good news here is that we have some time. But I don't want anyone to be on any illusion here tonight that the Unity Party did not come out stronger out of this process. A win is a win. I don't want anyone to think, and this is my opinion, I think the good news is, like I said, the good news is you have another 4.5 years, 5 years to re-strategize and to come back. This is exactly what happened with the CDC. Exactly what happened with the CDC. And the only difference here, the opposite here, right, is that the Unity Party is the ruling party this time, and the CDC was the ruling party in the last time. When you don't see election trends and you don't see messages, it is detrimental to your own growth. One, Madam Ware, the fundamental question will have to be asked: was Madam Ware the right candidate for this moment? Was the message that the Unity Party and the MDR, because they both are together in an alliance, that the message they were preaching, was it divisive? We need to ask ourselves, and there have to be a post-election analysis here. Was that a divisive message? Was Jeremiah Coon's message divisive? No, in my mind, it wasn't. Let's be fair. He was arguing that we have 2 seats. One goes, there are 2 major tribes in Nimba, which has historically been that way. One goes to the Gio, one goes to the Mano. For the longest, it has been an injustice in the past where the Gios have had the 2 seats. But again, like I said, let's have some tough love conversation. The election's over. As far as we're concerned, it's over. We ain't got to wait for neck. That's the reason why we got the 21st century. We're in the 21st century where we can make projections. CNN can already start talking about the inauguration when
so, but you are projecting, not the closing argument. Let's have a
Exactly.
My man, y'all stop interrupting me, man. Y'all stop interrupting me.
But I get to my bedtime to talk.
I spoke, but y'all went out.
I think you should allow the better speak, man. Let's have that.
No, we're allowing him to go ahead. But he's not.
No, you're not allowing me to go ahead, Pewee. You interrupted me. You and Peabody interrupted me. When I was very clear. Very clear.
Remember, you will not speak for 10 minutes. That's the problem. You will not speak for 15 minutes. So you're clear. You will not speak for 10 minutes.
But people, you not the one allotting time to people.
No, they're saying something because Ben started on the premier that he came to step on feet and all of that. So go ahead. Your conclusion will come. Go ahead.
Is that what you worry about?
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't want you to take long in saying one thing.
But when I'm you don't want the host. You the host?
No, I'm not the host. But
exactly, the host will tell me. The host will tell me when my time finish.
Okay.
Can we do that?
And I guess the host is going to do that.
Exactly.
But how people will even tell you, Ben, when people not talking for 10 minutes straight?
But you know that what I'm telling you. And I spoke clear English.
Ben, please.
Ben, you and Peabody are interrupting you because you are saying things that you don't want to hear, and that's the reality.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I don't want.
I will shut you in the back.
I'm coming. Ben, please go. Ben, please go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't want naysayers to start talking behind the scene. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
I spoke. So let me clarify. I spoke clear English for Peabody and Pewee to jump on my throat. I never announced that the closing argument was projecting. I never did. I'm speaking in my capacity.
Now you clarify.
But I didn't. I don't think I had to because I never announced.
Go ahead.
But because I never
now you have clarified. Now you clarify. You may proceed. You have clarified.
Thank you very much. Who already the show today? I want to. And I told you Peabody. I just want to.
We got next moderator.
Okay, next moderator. Okay, I see. Now you and Peabody. You and told me so. I just want to know. But let me say this. I know Pewee got a little jittery when I say I was step on toes.
No,
because he don't
where? No,
yeah, my man. Where now? Let me let me talk.
But if you come in here, I have to respond to it. Go ahead anyway.
But Pewee, you can respond after the man finish talking.
That's why I say you should go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So am I protected now, please, to speak?
100%.
Ben, you are protected, Chief.
Thank you very much. But like I said, there was this argument about divisiveness. Look, whether we like it or not, the opposition did not have a cohesive message going into this election. They did not. One moment we were talking about the gender card. The other moment we were talking about the fact that Edith needed to run. Then we have Mark Bluon, a very sharp, smart, young candidate, right? Who got caught up and got drawn away from the attention he probably should have gotten, got swallowed up. Let's be fair. Why am I saying this? Let's have a frank conversation about what has happened here and use this as a lesson for the future. If anybody is under the illusion that the Unity Party, an established political party, by the way, the oldest political party in our current dispensation, the ruling party got her backs against the wall after winning in Nimba, you are joking. You are joking. This is what I mean. So this is an opportunity for the opposition to sit back and have a conversation and see how they're going to forge ahead. But whether you want to say is small or big, Jeremiah Cohn won big tonight. You know why I say so? Nobody, we can talk about margins, we can talk about this, we can talk about that. But at the end of the day, he had one job. His job was to keep Prince Johnson's seat, and he did. So let's have a frank conversation, and we're here tonight to talk about it. So when I say I'm coming to step on some toes, because there was a lot of mistakes made. Could we have had a consensus opposition candidate that was Guar? Could we have? Could the opposition have had a consensus candidate that was Guar? They could have. Mark Bluon was Guar. Garrison, Yellow was Blion, was Guillaume. I understand the Edith Gongloe, what is it name? Enthusiasm. Female ran 4 times. But the question needs to be asked tonight. Was Edith the right candidate for the opposition to rally around? Because eventually, 1 or 2 weeks to the election, it seemed like the opposition did go around her. So that's what I meant, and this is just my opinion. So I want my friends and brothers from the opposition to buckle themselves tonight. Let's have this conversation. And Sidiki, yeah, he represents, and everybody know I affiliate with the opposition. I'm a member of the Liberia Party, but I'm very clear that I affiliate with the opposition. I am a strong member of the opposition. But let us look ourselves in the mirror and have a postmortem and ask these difficult questions, because whether we like it or not, again, like I said, the Unity Party won tonight. So they have bragging rights. So Abu got all reason to put on his beret. He got all reason to come here and beat his chest. But at the end of the day, I think the opposition needs to sit back and re-strategize. Just in case, the only bad news here, we don't have a midterm. So we don't know when another election, but there is a by-election to fill Koga's seat that's coming up. Maybe this is another opportunity for them to figure out a way forward. I rest for now.
Wow, Ben Sanvee.
The big prize was the Senate, senatorial election. But let me say this, right? Like I said, again, I hope the Koga count, the person that called will call back again to they say they're going to call or checking on something, but they have conceded that they will not win, that either will win 1-8-9-2, and they're claiming that they have won, and the margin is wide. Again, like I said, only NEC will give the official result, and I know Kanga Pega say when start saying that there's not mean with election or for the person. But I know to go say Kanga, so don't be talking that thing talking.
Well,
you talk about.
Well, you know, Tomalin.
I will clear our neutral place, so I'll clear. Let me finish that. Let me finish, right? So now, with that said, right? Look, again, I agree with Ben a little bit. If anybody say that the election was
I agree with me fully, but
the election was just a mere election, no. Because if the result come up, okay, depending on who wins the election, if the result comes up on NEC tomorrow or day after tomorrow and says that the opposition won, it will be the opposition send a message to the ruling establishment that you guys are on your way out. You guys are not done nothing good for the 2 years. If the result turn out that the ruling establishment back Kennedy won, they reinforce them and say, well, we are still doing the right thing. People believe in us still. Because, like Ben said, opposition parties all rally around the opposition, mainly Madam Way, okay? They rally around her, pledge support to her, and they want her to win. Many people want her to win because they believe that they're not happy what's happening in the country. But again, all depends now depend on the margin and then the role. If the margin is dependent on the margin of this election, if it's a wide margin in favor of Koga, the vice president will get the credit. He will get the credit because people will say he spent the whole time 2 weeks in Nima campaigning all over the place, and he may have led out the victory. If either win this election, the vice president will get all the beating. He'll get all the beating. So it just makes sense to say, well, right now, if he's celebrating because he knows that he said, well, I won because I did the work. If the result turned out against his candidate, that means he's in trouble. You people be thinking, say, wow, I don't think we care this guy. If the guy would run for us 2029, I think he would be the right person. But all in all, I've not heard anywhere again, and no news about any major irregularities. There was some misunderstanding, but I think they have been resolved. The Liberian National Police were in control from what we gathered. But let's see what happens. But I would say again, 2029 it just shows you it's a help. That's you'll get a mirror. What happened in 2029? It depends on the outcome of the election. Don't say, oh, I just won election. No. The opposition right now, they are all fighting for the fact that they are all divided. They couldn't come up with one candidate back 3 candidates. That shows you that the opposition are a little bit divided. Big time. But go ahead, Buddy.
Look, as a disclaimer, I'll say that we are not announcing the result. So some of you who panicking, watching, we closing argument will wait for NEC to announce the result. But let me allude to something that
closing argument again, project.
You're talking about.
You projected already. You projected.
Ben talk about the opposition.
He projected already.
The opposition giving the support to Edith Gongloe. How much support did they give? I mean, if you're running against a government who's spending $2 million on an election, how much support did Edith Gongloe get? She probably didn't have the financial support. So it would be almost impossible to really gain in some areas because you don't have the financial means. You want to gain the incumbent. They got a lot of money to put out there. So I think it's one of if she doesn't win tonight, I think because of limited resources and things like that, the government putting a lot of money. And as even Tomalin other has said, the election has a lot of people at stake. If Koga does not win, you know what it means for the vice president as well, and the government, But if they do win, it's a message here that the people of Nima still stand, and they can say, hey, we know what the government is doing. We support, we support the government. They are doing some great work here, and all Nima people, the Nimbabians are very tribalistic as well. They want to, the Gil and the Mana, they want to keep it, right in there. But I'm sure it's a lot of money that was spent. And one of the things, I don't care what message Edith would have carried, Liberian people do not vote on issue. They vote on instant gratification. And we saw how money was being distributed all over paying people to vote. That's why most Liberian people will vote for.
So Peabody, can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
And interrupting Peabody.
No, I'm not interrupting him. I asked permission. You see, it's different. It's a different. I said, Peabody, can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Yeah, what's your question?
And Peabody said, go ahead. So again, y'all, Pewee, take it easy with me. My question to you, Peabody, do you believe that if either, according to you, I believe Koga has won. That's my prediction. I mean, from everything I have seen, I think Koga has won this election. According to what you were saying, if Edith does lose this election or Koga win, do you think it's because of money? Is that what you're saying?
Money is the milk of politics. If you do not have the money, definitely you can't go far in an election. And I believe Edith did not have the resources as the government. You have one person going against the government. What are you talking? One person going against the entire government. The vice president said he was instructed by the president to pour in all the resources and everything for to support Koga, and which they did. We saw in different parts of the county where people were taking a bag of money and dividing it to people. I mean, and stuff like that.
Pewee, I have a question. Maybe you can answer my question. I'm getting. That's why I just got this right. I want you to confirm it though. The citizen, your party is claiming, they're saying that Koga is in a comfortable lead. I mean, how true is this statement coming from the CMC?
And on a serious note, I don't really indulge into speculative.
No, not speculative. On your party letterhead, I want to know. I mean, that's the question.
It's official.
Oh,
what party letterhead?
But wait. How we got your party statement?
That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Grace just driving for the airport, so she can't get it. She just driving for the airport.
But yeah, CMC. I said CMC were going to make a statement by midnight.
Yes, the post-election statement they made. Yeah, they're saying that, and somebody political leader of CMC, Mr. Ability.
They post that election statement where, my brother?
So when
but you say you got it. Where was this?
Oh, but y'all confirm it. Your official department, y'all confirm whether it's true or not, because they were seeing the people send it on CSC letterhead.
Who sent it to you? Who sent it to you?
I'm gonna tell you my source for what? I'll tell you my source.
Let me pick up on here. I won't speak to that.
I don't believe it.
But yes, what I would say in terms of what we just Ben asked that the Peabody just now cautioned not too long ago that he think money will have.
You're gonna be serious.
Let me say here, Ben, and like the rest of us, it was today said that Edith Gongloe were struggle even to deploy some of her pool washers in certain electoral districts, and you agree with me that the reason behind that is exclusively lack of funding. That's an exclusive reason behind that. Unlike the government back and sponsor Kennedy, deploy, they had even people that could substitute their pool washer. They were supposed to have 4 in. They thought they'd take the 4 out. They cancel for lunch. They send another 4 in to all of the 600 plus polling places. They will say to you how much money to pump into this process. And there's something in our politics that you will also agree that we have something referred to, the fee should be level playing field. The election should be free, fair, transparent, and the fee should be level. We should create the ambience for other political, we should democratize the process. That process in terms of the fee being level was never democratized by the ruling establishment. That's one. I listened to you also came out, you said, hey, the opposition did not unite. They should have coalesced behind one person. I thought that would have been a brilliant process that you have proffered this this process some time ago.
Are you assuming I did it? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't see the vigor in you.
Okay, yeah, no, but you I'm not in your party, so you don't know why I did.
No, officially. On this
I'm not going to bring the opposition business to the public.
On this platform, you have spoken as a political pundit or political commentator. That would have been whole.
But then you probably didn't follow me. You probably didn't follow me because Tomalin can allude to the fact what I said here.
Okay,
I was very clear.
The reason I'm saying. But beyond that, it's the individualism process we brought to bear in this past election. Every political party is a difficult thing. That's what Liberia is. Every political institution or individual will want to contest. Garrison, you will not want to give in. So, yeah, I agree by and large that the opposition should have coalesced behind one person. But how will we have even concluded of try to create a dialogue around that process? It was difficult. Since that didn't happen, what was the way forward, the campaign strategy that needed to be deployed? The opposition now, and what I would agree is that, remember, Nimba County and Ben, we had those kind of conversations before. Nimba County politics is very monolithic. And it's been that way for almost 2 decades since Prince Johnson got elected. Now, that process, a lot of commentators believe that process was almost near finished, but still the sentiments of Prince Johnson, the geo sentiments that it's a very tribalistic encounter. Nobody will have to say that to you. They do that. So I was not, in terms of waiting to see the result, I was also looking forward. It was going to be a difficult process to have a 2-man, because this is that's a minority trap in the area. The Guar constitute close to 68% to 70% of the population in the county. So it's not a new development, trust me. Where I would also disagree with all the things I just talk about, I agree with you in those areas. But when I would disagree with you, not even slightly, but heavily, is the area of the vice president will get morale boosting from this. And yeah, I will conclude. It was expected that Koga or the Unity Party sponsor candidate were going to win these elections. It was expected. It was expected. And if these results that will be coming up beginning tomorrow, and hopefully between now and Friday will officially be out, if Koga were to win around 60% of the vote, or more than 10-point margin, trust me, I will give it to them. But if that did not happen, that's a serious, it will create a dent on his popularity, on the issue of the plurality of the folks in Nimba giving sponsorship or backing to him. That's what the problem is going to be. It was not anticipated that they were going to win this election, but if they didn't win the election, it's a problem, Ben. Trust me, it's going to be a problem. It's a problem in the midst of the country being heavily divided. Now, remember, when Prince Johnson endorsed Mr. Boakai, Mr. Weah was again supported by certain quarters in Nimba County. The Garrison Yelu, the Mark Brewer, and other, they play a major role in Mr. Weah campaign. So we have got close to 100,000 votes in Nimba County. Can you agree with me on that? That Mr. Weah got 100,000 votes in Nimba. Now, if this process continues and the country be divided, moving to 2029, that will still be a major threat to the very core. That's my disposition on this matter.
So Ben,
okay, can I? This is my time to speak now. Can I speak?
Well,
Their platform, I had to try to speak. You need to stop this. We either take it by time and then you carry it on like that. So CMC has made a statement. It's all here, and I will come to that statement. But I just want to say that sometimes your winning is in your losing. So people may see, us as a political party that we never won this thing, but we are winning in a way because we lost it, and the way in which we have lost it, it will show when the final result is put out there. Emerging in a race, how they call him, Leon came in a race as an independent. We did not even announce, and then later on, we took him, after he joined the party to carry him on, and we thought that putting him in a race on a CMC was a good thing because he has made a mark on his own right now because of this. And I'm projecting in my mind that Leon would come as third in this race. And it's a huge win for us CMC. So I'm very satisfied with that, knowing that our formation has just been 6 weeks. This is a message that we're sending all here to the Liberian people and to this government that have entered this race. I wanted to still make it clear that the race was smooth and we thank God for a peaceful election, but the government entered the race with so much money dividing and everything. I mean, physically, we saw them give money in real time, physical cash to the people's money. Well, even saying we'll not take the money because we don't want the election to be there. A lot of Nibanians didn't come out to even vote. You saw that the polling stations were poorly attended because some of them scared for their lives. And when you're going against a government like this, you start to think, they say even warfare, these people are in power for another four years. They say even warfare, so I would just stay to my house and be content. Like Brentport, they act like that sometimes. But you know what? At the end of the day, the opposition, I will agree with Ben, who are come out strong, if they could use their brains and be smart about this, since we are all opposition, that Mark Leon is going to be the best person in the race to have won this government. Or he could have won over the status quo. I support that, everybody has the right to come in a race and that's their right to do it. But I didn't think that this was the time for either Mrs. Gongloe. I thought that she would have waited until 2029. But who am I to say that she has the right to come in at the time she came in? But just in case the opposition were together and came in together and choose a person like Mark Leon, this was going to send a strong message today to the government that we are ready. We are not going to vote the same way. We'll vote somebody else because Mark Leon stands up with the tribal politics in Liberia. What I mean by that is that since they have this tribal politics going on the Liberian way, the Nibanian way, that they have to set up in a way that one tribe, the two major tribes, the Mano and the Gios, has to be in position at the same time. Mark saw a good chance when it came to that. The boy had no blemish. Number one, you couldn't carry a garrison yellow because garrison already stood up with against the law with those other representatives that are in the house that right now have actually stopped Liberia from moving forward until tomorrow. Let's see what happens. So therefore, the opposition never play good on this part. I hope they try to come together, coming pushing to 2029, and even for this race as representative in Nima County, they should stand their ground and send a message because I sure in my mind that this government is going to be putting in their own candidate again in our representative seat that they come and pay more money for and start dishing up money, the taxpayer money, to the people to vote for them. So I hope we are going to be mindful and notice that we cannot win this thing when we are divided. Because just imagine the opposition were fighting each other more than they were even fighting the government. When Madam Ware people, especially from the ANC and the CDC side, start to fight the other people in the race instead of focusing on God, this is what happens. This is what happened. But in entirety, there was no way Madam Ware would have won this campaign. That's the reason why opposition should have used their hair to bring in a candidate, a man like Mark Brown, who is on the Gio side as well, to be able to take over the election. But I mean, we failed to do that. So I rest my case. CDC have made a statement. We are conceding in these elections. And we are aware that Koga has won these elections. We accept it and we move on. We move forward. And we are looking for better things. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow. So, but Tomalin, with regard to what I don't think there was no opposition strategy towards this election. I don't think there was an opposition strategy But more than that, I think many of the candidates also show some form of disdain to the opposition, because how could you be running with the exception of Mark that went on a CMC ticket? Most of the other people were as independent candidate, suggesting that they weren't too sure whether being on an opposition party ticket was the best strategy for them. So they went in as independent. And sometimes it becomes difficult when you go against the ruling establishment, then a grassroots-based party of the MDR. So I think, of course, that was a flawed move. And I said that from the very beginning. It was either you go in completely or you don't go in at all. Because to have gone in lukewarm way, of course, you couldn't have changed the balance of power in there. So I think I just hope it presents a wake-up call with regard to that. Now, I do not know the possibility of the opposition uniting on a united front in terms of these different by-election, but the truth is that if you cannot have a united coalition against the Union Party and the MDR, it shows that it's going to be a very difficult process along the way, So we still with the final result. We don't know yet. Of course, we hear CMC say they have considered the elections, but we stay with. The truth of the matter is that I think there was no opposition strategy. There was no opposition strategy going into the elections. I mean, most of the major political parties never even had direct candidate in the race. ANC, CDC, they never had one. They came in it was like they weren't too sure, and so they didn't want it to really be battled. They didn't want it to get die on the Nima project. I don't know why that was the case.
Well, the CMC have just conceded, from where we're getting, they conceded the election to Koga. That's the first party, first side to concede. And so,
but I mean, how you concede to a party? You concede and you just, if you say, okay, I heard Fangalo conceding too. Say, hey, you know what? I don't think, based on the numbers that we have, we've decided that we are not going to win this. So, we're going to give in. But you can't say, well, I concede to Koga or to.
But you can say that, sir. The thing is that we have our own war room. We are counting our people in everywhere, and we have acknowledged that Koga is in the lead, is square. So we concede that that at this point in time, Koga has won the elections. We're not going to say we just conceded. No, we consider that we acknowledge that Koga has won this election. It's just fair to say that.
Based on what? Based on the numbers that
based on our data that we received, and based on the numbers that we are counting, Koga has won this election, and we consider with that. We can't consider. We can't concede vaguely and just say, "Oh, we concede." No, but we.
I would just say, hey, well, I mean, you can approach it so many different ways. I mean, there were others who came in and said, hey, you know what, we don't have the numbers. We're going to drop out, and we will wait until we make our official announcement to whoever wins, and we support that, and we support the process, and then move forward. But to say, anyway,
because maybe these people don't have it, but we are a very well organized party. We know what we counting. We know our people that's in the place that's supposed to count the votes in the war room and everything. And they are very sure, before we came out to even make this statement, that from what they are counting from the data I've been shown, Koga has won this election. So we have conceded.
Thanks for the information. Obviously, we are not going to. We all due respect to Ben and to you. I mean, we still. Many of us here are pretty prudent. I mean, it's not that we don't trust what you're saying, but for us to be fair and balanced, and we will be incredible. We'll wait for the official word to come from the National Election Commission. I mean,
Tomalin can go ahead and read the entirety of the letter.
We don't have any dog in the fight, but to be credible and balanced pundits, we just say, hey, I mean, the way looking, it may tilt towards Representative Koga's way, but that's not an official position. So we wait for the official position to be.
But that's why it basically saying what we have counted, our data has shown that Koga is in the lead right now. So we are conceding that, that he is in the lead, might probably win this election. That's just it. I don't think nothing wrong with that.
CMC released a detail, something, and they base their concession on the data available to their war room.
Yes.
And they think that Koga lead is inevitable to make him the next senator.
I mean, that's good to know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's good to know. But I mean, it's still not the official voice. It's still not.
But Billy G, I tend to disagree with you though, because I mean, like she said, she's in the war room and she having all the tallies there, all the tally sheets, and so based on it, I mean, and besides that, she's the USA chairman of the CMC.
No, Tomalin, now get the point.
She's an authority, but besides that, right? Like for instance, I'm just recently in Liberia, 2023. President Weah conceded before NEC announced the final result. He conceded because he looked at it based on the vote he said remaining. He said he called Boga to concede, even though the party, the National Executive Committee, the CDC, were not informed or they never discussed it. But I was right there when he conceded to President Boyka. So based on what she's saying and what she's seeing in the war room, and I mean, looking at all the results, well, I think we are lost the election. So, but again, I agree too that NEC is the official body to announce the results.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything.
But like I said, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But
I'm not saying that the information that she's putting out is not credible, or CMC is putting out is not credible. All we're saying, is that as a responsible, platform, there's some projections. People are making projections to bring this in. That's fine. Okay, we accept that. But we're saying that we wait until the official results are announced. I mean, it's not that.
That's why we're not announcing like the NEC. We are announcing as a party. So Tomalin financing platform, he announced that one Canadian have won certain areas. We need to dispute that. We are saying for our data, we are
okay. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, the fact still remains that your data is not I mean, and that's fine. I mean, I accept that. The fact
I know what I'm asking you is that because we call a person or Canadian name that's in a league, you don't want us to say that, but you cannot tell us what to say because this is the truth that we are saying for our data and for our prediction.
I mean, no, the fact remains is that with all due respect, the CMC is not the authoritative voice here. That's all. I mean, it's not to discount what you're saying or to dismiss what you're saying.
CMC is not an authoritative voice here, but the CMC is a party in this race. And we cannot be like all other parties because we stand our ground in this race. When it came to this race, we send a message. What we say to you is that we are conceding at this point in time at midnight in Liberia. We are conceding because according to our data, Koga is in the lead. And he most likely will win this election. Easy as that. So
that's it. I mean, that's fine. I mean, most likely.
Never announced the official thing. Never announced the official stuff.
Exactly.
But I think there was no opposition strategy. There was no opposition strategy. I think the opposition did not. In fact, the candidates, most of the candidates did not show trust in the opposition because many of them were in as independent, with the exception of Mark, who won CMC ticket. Edith did not try to find herself as a party candidate, neither did Garrison or so. So I think there was this. I think the attitude towards the elections from the opposition, individual opposition party, and the very candidate was like, let's go try and see. It wasn't that showed the confidence, that showed that look, we think we can win. I think for Edith coming and race, it was something that she always think maybe every time there's an election she must attempt it. Now one that was based on calculative planning and all of that. So of course when these things happen, then you you expect this. So I think maybe the calculation was strategy based on default. Now that Prince Johnson is not there, it's possible. Since I always came second to him, they could not vote for me. And sometimes those things are not tangible strategy to go into the elections. I think the best bet the opposition had, I would say, was to one, change that election to a referendum on the Boyga's government, unite, ignore the individual party, unite to win the elections. They would have taken perhaps somebody and yeah, since the argument, which has been a long time thing, except that Jeremiah Kun, people highlight there, but that always been a conversation. They always wanted either a Gio or a Manuel person. So I think it had the opposition put another Gio person in there with strong backing. Probably that argument would have been defeated. If you say let be a Gio candidate, I mean the Gio candidate would have been ain't got to be Koga. But
somebody said traditional Liberian politics is the killer of Liberian young generation. If the young people do not rise up and kill this Goliath, they will remain in this valley of shadow of death.
But how would the young people rise up to kill it when the status quo or other money guys in the political sector co-opt those young people and bring division among themselves? So it's a difficult thing. That Goliath was remain in the Liberian party for quite a long time. Yes, some of the reasons. And again, and that's one of the debates we're just having the last time you, Ahmed and myself on this show 2 nights ago. The issue about institutional lasting political party. And Ben, you're right. You use the word. You damn right on this issue about.
I knew you were going to come around. I knew you were going to come around.
That's bringing me now, because we don't have. There's no. If we had institutions, our political party were institutional driven, there would be a mandate to the institution, the caucus or the pro, whatever, will say, okay, this time opposition will come together. Yep. So now you have one person making decision, the other person making the decision. So it's difficult. I mean, it's troubling. I don't just want to say this, and it was continuing that way, and maybe if it continued that way, and that's part of the reason why at the end of the day, people relegate their professionalism and just want to go for whatsoever thing, and other people say, okay, the man supporting them. Because if you want to allow the thing to go straight forward, don't go straight forward. Decision will just be made on the basis of one person thinking, and they release something and it just go all the way. I mean, people establish political party now. I thought political party should be. I mean, I don't just know. I'm dumbfounded on this issue moving forward. I'm getting.
That's the norm, isn't that? I mean, that's the norm.
Let me say this, and I want to thank I'm listening. I've been sorry I was on a call. I just got summoned by several political leaders, because they say, Ben, we know you when you start going in the restaurant, you want to start beating us in public. So I'm not gonna beat up the opposition in public. High level political leaders or the highest down, they all were just all on culture now. But I did say I will say some truth though. And the truth is, this is a pill. And Winfred, listen, you've ran in elections, you know when you go in elections, you do a postmortem, you look, you see where you did wrong. Mm-hmm. You say, you know what, I'm not gonna do this again, I'm gonna figure out a way. I will continually say this, and like Pewee said, whether we like it or not, look, there are fundamental things that happen in this process. I'm listening now. Right now, I'm hearing stories. I'm hearing different stories. You know that when the election finished, I thought all the real stories.
Yeah, all the stories are coming out.
Everybody can say, oh, but we try to do it away, or the person didn't do it away. The other person was also do it away. But like I said, I'm going to be responsible, and I'm not going to say some of the things that I'm hearing. But I can tell you, no one should take this thing for granted. Again, like I said, right? There are several things that we are going to monitor. And the good news here for the opposition is, again, like I said, we still got 4.5 years to election. We don't have a midterm. The only bad thing is that we don't have a midterm coming up, because if we did have a midterm, it would have become, because that was the issue CDC had. One of the Achilles heels of CDC was that 2020 midterm when the CPP won, I think, almost 7 of the 15, 7 or 8 of the 15, what did he need? Senatorial seats, right? Yeah. It set the tone for 2023. Except we have a situation, the only other election we got coming out to replace Koga. And
yeah,
except
but that
right,
could be an
right
opportunity.
now, the ruling establishment is in the lead. The opposition behind.
So,
No, Ben. If let me say this though. If the results turn out that the ruling establishment back candidate won, that means the in the lead still. The opposition behind, right?
But Tomalin George,
He's gonna win.
The CNC has officially congratulated the ruling alliance.
Yeah,
The
but
CNC,
I mean, like I said,
the CNC, which is poised potentially to come third, has officially congratulated the ruling alliance.
Okay, so
You know?
so yeah.
So I think that grabs away from the fact that the people ain't winning, the people winning, and it's going to be a big
Yeah,
like I said earlier, right?
He's winning. He's gonna win.
The MDR representative called and said that he told me, said, look, and the president judge, I'm telling you now, we're conceding District 1892 to Madam Ware, and we have won bigly, okay? And I said, well, NEC will get official results, so let's hear from NEC. But what I'm saying too is that if the results, what we hear if it's everything
If it stands,
that means the opposition still behind. They still behind the A ball. That means in 2 years the ruling establishment stay ahead.
But,
no, I mean, while it is true, we are hoped, we are argued at the time that the opposition, if they wanted to go in, they should have gone in as a unit. But let's to all fairness to the opposition, I think had Jeremiah Kuna participated in our process, the opposition, I think the approach was that let's leave that thing. It's a Nema affair thing. Let them go in there, whoever come out, and then until when Jeremiah Kun came in the election, started to give it that national flavor and all that kind of thing. That's when you start hearing the endorsement coming up from communist citizens. Start talking about, look, you can vote for any of the three opposition candidates. Other than that, I think it was one that we thought that look,
that was a huge mistake.
But
you see, though, in a match,
right.
I will admit, I told the vice president, I said, look, I don't want. I mean, I said, if you take my election here, you take your gamble.
Tomalin George,
what
did I tell you?
Yeah. And I said, if you take my election, you're taking a gamble because if the election fair against, if your candidate loses the election, it affects your political capital. He said, I would go there. He said, because my judge is saying the same too. My political capital is on the line too. Because if I go, if I will say I'm a coward, if I win this election, that means I can boast and say that, well, Nimba, I can deliver Nimba. So,
but that's why I said to you, I think we were right on the show when this scene conversation started, and you're right. You did say if you were advising the vice president, and I said it on the show. I said high risk, high reward. And the beauty about what Jeremiah Kun had for him playing, the thing Jeremiah Kun got for him playing, right? He don't have, if he is going to run for president, he don't have to run for president until 4 years from now. So even if Jeremiah Kun had lost this race, he could have recovered. But again, high risk, high reward. High risk, high reward. He has the wind blowing in his back right now. He is being crowned as the undisputed godfather of Nimba. Yeah. Once you arguing against the person, you on the defensive. And my advice to folks in the opposition, like myself, is don't go into an argument with Unity Party people about Jeremiah Kun is not the godfather of Nimba. Give it to them. Give it to them. They've won. Give it to them. Let them chew on it. Let them marinate on it.
So by virtue of winning, he automatically becomes the
bragging rights, Winfred, because let's be fair, right? Mm-hmm. This is to replace the godfather, right? And like I said, Jeremiah Kun have one job: keep the seat. That was his one job. Yeah,
keep the seat. But but transfer that godfather title, except where we just loosely.
Oh no, but Winfred.
I mean, just like that. In different elections.
In all fairness, all of the things that Prince Johnson would have done when these elections were going on back then, he would go, he would live up a hand, he would say he wanted this person to win, he would campaign with the person would win. Those are the things Jeremiah Kun did, and the person wins. So
but we're not just one election.
Yeah, but it starts from one. Because on the flip side, how he lost the election, we would have said that look, Jeremiah Kun lacks the influence in Nimba County to be considered. And so if you're able to win it, I think, as Ben said, we must give it to him now.
My
because
argument is,
what he can do, Ben, let me end on this. What he can do now is to consolidate on the win.
That's what I'm about to say.
On the win. He
Nobody.
His vice president, he got to either say, look, either you still have a role to play. There's a government I'm in. I'm coming now. Either you can still play a role here. Come back along. Mark, look, Mark, there's them. I kind of want to put them out together. Let me talk to the president. Let me get you incorporated. Let me get either incorporated. And then he can consolidate himself more there. So it's up to him. But I think
my argument is nobody is going to be Prince Johnson. I don't want anybody to have that illusion. Okay. Nobody's going to be Prince Johnson. But guess what? There will have to be somebody who, look, arguably, undeniably, he is the political leader of the county. He is the highest elected official from Nimba County. True. That is a fact. So he is by virtue the political leader. He like you rightly said, Winfred, I'm not telling you yet Jeremiah Cone is Prince Johnson. No. Is that me? Let me say Joel Taylor or Charles Taylor. They're not the same, right? They don't have the same gravitas. They don't have the same pull. So Jeremiah Cone, the only thing Jeremiah Cone benefits from now is like Siddiqui said, he has one notch in his belt. He went all in.
And that's great. I mean, if
he took a lot of risk. He took a lot of risk.
Already started anointing him as the Godfather after just one election. I mean, with as an incumbent vice president with all of the resources that was brought to this, and then already
But here's the reality. Here's the reality. Anybody wanting to win an election in Nima now would want to seek the vice president's support.
I mean, I'm patient. No, I disagree.
Anybody wanting to win an election in Nima County now as a move forward,
absolutely
try to see if they can get his endorsement, because the endorsement is significant along the way.
No, I mean, you see the thing, right? If like somebody said earlier, if the result turns out that Koga didn't win election, people will beat on him. They'll say, "Oh, they'll blame him." Say, "Yeah, he don't won." They'll say he lost this. So now, like Ben said, if they win, they'll get the credit on him because
nobody not giving him credit if you win. Nobody ain't giving him credit. The I'm making is that you don't crown somebody Godfather after one election.
Thank you. It's different scenarios, right?
That's a different
thing.
For
now, I want to can play the semantics that they can say, until somebody can prove differently. Because now, the person who run for the they see, they say assume that Kogas wins, right? Somebody who run for his seat, and the VP go and support that person, that person will say, okay, the man keep winning now. So again,
yeah, I mean, then we're talking Tomalin. You know what I'm saying?
But
for now, he can clean up bragging right because I mean, everybody want the guy is like I
think we're giving, to be honest, I think we're giving the vice president more credit than he deserves. We're giving him more credit than the work he has actually put in. This is a man who is only vice president based on tribal politics. If Unity Party did not need Nima County, if Unity Party did not need the endorsement of Prince Johnson, Jeremiah Cone would not be vice president today. Let's be frank here. If Prince Johnson had not hand-lifted Jeremiah Cone and made him who he was in Nima, there will be no Jeremiah Cone today. There will be a Prince Johnson with or without any political party. There will be a Prince Johnson with or without Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, for instance. There will be a Prince Johnson with or without CDC, for instance. He's a godfather, even though I hate to say that. He's a godfather based on his own merits. He's a godfather based on what he's done. No, one second.
No.
I know he's dead. I understand that. What I am saying here is Prince Johnson is nothing without the names of permanent figures in Liberian politics who are godfathers because they put in their own work. Jeremiah Cone, even now as vice president, cannot move across the country just by the name of Jeremiah Cone. I guarantee you, if Jeremiah Cone were to run on MDR, only on MDR, MDR will pick up no votes. They might even struggle in Nima County.
What are you talking about?
Nah, Robert, stop it, man.
Robert, what are you talking about?
Robert,
are you serious?
No, Ben, I will not be distracted. Listen, to the point you guys are making, yes, of course. I'm not sure what the final results are. I'm not sure if it's final that his candidate won the election. But to your point, yes, we will be bashing him had Koga lost because he supported Koga. But let's not forget, Jeremiah Coon did not hand lift Koga in Nima County. There's a machine that is behind Jeremiah Koga, not Jeremiah Coon. You have the president, who is more popular than Jeremiah Coon in Nima even today. You have the entire country. You laugh all day, but without. So let me ask you this question: do you think that if Unity Party would have picked another candidate, do you think Jeremiah Coon will have any other option but to support the candidate of that party?
Let me answer your question.
No, be very brief. I want to land.
Be very brief. There's a reason Unity Party didn't pick any other candidate. There's a reason they went to MDR.
Exactly, and also because of the political maneuvering with regards to how Prince Johnson was treated by the very government whose endorsement made Jeremiah Coon vice president today. So the bottom line, here's what I'm saying. I think you need to say, listen, he has started the process of cementing his name in Nima politics, but this election does not solidify that he is now the godfather of Nima politics, and that any other candidate who wants to win Nima must go to Jeremiah Coon. Okay. I do not believe that. I think it's a whole process. Now, come 2029, we will know who Jeremiah Coon is. Come 2029, based on who win Nima. Ben, I'm being very serious.
But Robert, you're talking 2029. We in 2025.
But a special election that will
we're talking 2025.
But I don't want you to say because Koga has won and Jeremiah Coon was part of that election somehow mixing the Godfather Nima.
You see, maybe let me come back to what I said. Maybe you're misunderstanding what I said. I did not crown Jeremiah Coon Godfather. I said here Jeremiah Coon had one job to do in this election. One simple job he had to do: keep that seat in MDR hand. Yeah, that was his job. Don't give the opposition bragging rights over him in his stronghold. All the other thing about Prince Johnson lifted Jeremiah Coon, everybody know that. Everybody know that. That does not negate the fact that he is the political leader of Nimba. He is the highest elected official from Nimba County. The other fact, though, here is another fact. The Unity Party could not put up a candidate because you know what? They're in an alliance with the MDR. The MDR stronghold is Nimba County. They just prove that it's still their stronghold because they just won an election. I understand. My only response to this political leader thing was I have seen back and forth between folks from the opposition and the Unity Party. Oh, Jeremiah Coon is not the godfather. Oh, he's the godfather. My argument is, why are we even getting involved in that debate? Because whether we like it or not, Jeremiah Coon accomplished what he set out to accomplish. The opposition did not. They did not. Yeah, the opposition was to go in there.
But Ben, you do realize that Koga and Jeremiah Coon, they are still competing as to who is the biggest name in Nima County.
It doesn't matter.
It do matter because again,
Robert, Koga needed Jeremiah Coon's support to win this election. He did. It is a fact.
I doubt it.
So
what are you talking about?
Robert,
what are you talking about?
No. Robert.
I doubt it. Yeah. And I want to believe that if the Unity Party and some member of NDR did not, because listen, let me tell you something. There are people within MDR who still frown on Jeremiah Coon and who still, to some extent, hold him responsible for the death of Prince Johnson. I don't think everything is as merry as you guys are saying it now.
Everything is never merry in political parties. Robert, everything is never merry in political parties. That one.
Robert, I think
he still has a lot of work to do. to cement his space as the godfather of Nima County. He's not. That's my own intention.
Can I come in on my brother?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if Koga were to lose the election, of course, those would be some of the propositions that there were disenchantment in MDR against Coon because of the way they treated Prince Jones and all that kind of stuff. But when they have come together and perhaps bury those hatches and are able to pull up or
have they won?
I'm saying now.
Ben had already declared that they were.
What you say? Ask the global chair, ask the chair of CMC. She ran on
they won.
My man, when y'all started the official result, even John, we didn't wait for official result before he conceded.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you want to concede, you concede, but still that was not official. Official when the NEC.
I'm not saying it's official, but we can project. You, Winfred Russell, your election now, you knew you were not winning your seat. Did it make it official? No. To be honest, because I lost by 50 votes. So it was different. But if they were blowing you out, but the election result we see, you will have conceded. So don't, I mean, y'all leave people here. They may have won the election.
Yeah. So let's see.
Shiriki, I beg you, let Grace come in. Then we will talk.
But let's see the question, Lena.
I just wanted to say that to you guys that CMC is a different political party. We are doing things differently. We are not going to see something happening and we come and start faking it like the rest of the political parties. They want to go do protests and this and that. It is clear this election, this by-election was very, very peaceful. It went smoothly, and it is clear from our data that we're getting from our data room that it is safe to say that Koga is in the lead, and so we are conceding right now as a party. So we're doing things differently. But come to either Gongloe where you talk about the government being behind Koga, and which is true, the government was behind Koga is a strong race because it's their regime. But either Gongloe had two very strong political parties pushing the woman, CDC and ANC, and they still couldn't make it together.
Because they didn't have the money, the kind of money like the state has, Grace. You know that.
We don't care. The thing is that if you have the mind to get in a race, you cannot make an excuse that you don't have the money. Before you get in a race, make sure all those things are secure. So that's what we are saying. We are conceded. We had a budget. One day where he had to do very calm, respectful, carrying himself well, man. The political dispensation in Liberia, they had a call it said the opposition, they do not think straight, and that's the reason why they do not think straight. If they were thinking straight, this particular race in Nima is troublesome right in itself. How will you take a man or woman you think she's gonna win a race in this time when the people can only do two major parties? It doesn't make no sense. They were supposed to take a Guar person, which is my Myean, and push there and send a message to the government. So this is what happened.
Why didn't CMC promote it as such? I mean, did you guys strategically think about that and brought it to the rest of the opposition and they turned it down?
The thing is that Mike Blinwen was in a race before he ever came on. We got some information. People came to us, they want to do this, they want to do that, and this and that. But Mike Blinwen was already in a race. We're looking at him. He's a Guar guy, and he had done some work in the country. The board record show he has no steam. Any sensible opposition, you're not gonna tell us that, we want to leave Mike Blinwen hanging and go support another person because at the time it doesn't make nobody time anything. I think they say, well, just
that water under the bridge now, Grace. If you guys were so convicted, and felt so strongly about Mark, then you guys should have made the case. Even though she came in after he did.
The case, the opposition, they started fighting about it. They were even fighting Koga. Instead of them fight Koga, the whole direction to go, CNC is a threat already. And coming, they step down so soon, the kind of space that we are trying to take, we became a threat. So
what makes CMC a threat now? I mean, let's see what your number shows. Give me the election.
They decided to focus on CMC. That's just the truth. And now, you see, this is what happened. And the opposition won't learn from this, and they will never learn. If they don't learn from this, in a place like Nima, you cannot care. You cannot take a man or man already in power and take another man or female.
No, I agree. I understand that. Yeah.
It's not gonna work, but so
No, I understand.
But then, excuse me, why
Koga is gonna win this race? And we are very peaceful political party. We are different because we fighting what is right, and we doing it the right way this time, and therefore we consider and we predicting that Koga is in the lead.
Okay, if this stands, we have another race that is coming up. So let's see what you mean.
That is not important. That district.
No, I mean, you know, but it's not as significant as the Senate rate, obviously. But at least they can show that juice. So
in Koga district.
And what I'm saying is that the superintendent said it well. The people don't know how like breasts are, especially the desperate ones. How in the world you come and make this thing about feminism, and you know Nimba, this is about tribalism. Yes, and you want here's the only woman. I feel sorry for the person. How do these people think like this? How in this day and age they're thinking like this? So we hope the opposition gets sense now to moving forward. We're not going to be attacking one another. Instead, we should join one force. And come together and see what we can do, because this government cannot remain in power in 2029. That's what I have to say.
Are you going to be for me?
For me, 2029 going to be it's going to be a tough process, and that's why the opposition will have to think very well. If it will result that the opposition strategize the way, listen, and I will say this, we'll see and we'll move on 2029 elections. If Omen Boga is going to be contesting, or Kun, the opposition have to speak in a way to push a candidate that can bring all of those men down. Other than that, we doom again to, it will be again as Winfred said, it's going to be water on a very huge bridge, and it's not the way always to do it. Sometimes the strategy is important, institutional basis is important, putting strategy together is also very important. So and Ben, you're saying 2029 is 4 years from now, if you will, but the thinking process beyond 2029 will have to start now.
Oh yeah,
so Sylvester and Ben, let me ask you, so who is emerging or looking like the leader of the opposition?
For now, we have to be honest with you. For now, and the leader.
Go ahead, let's see it before they say because we want
no. Why you want to say something? Go ahead.
No, listen. There's not anybody's emerging. Whether we like it or not, George Weah is the leader of the opposition.
And I agree with that 100%.
He's the leader of the opposition. This thing, look, part of politics is telling. For now,
I mean, that's a good point. For now.
George Weah is the leader of the opposition, but the person here he put couldn't even win him. So how he's the leader? I mean, that's just.
No, you can still be like somebody handed.
You might just want counted.
What I'm saying.
What made George Weah the leader of opposition?
But you ask the question for answer, they think that he's afraid to speak. You don't
no, I
thought
I'm talking. You want answer, you can answer now. Because I thought they were talking.
No, but you have to be sensitive to other.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
No, I'm not. But you don't want to.
All right, can I ask a question? All right, I want to ask the chairperson of the USA of the CMC. Okay, Grace, let me ask you. Who do you think is the leader of the opposition in Liberia right now?
I can't say. I plead the fifth on that. I can't say right now. I cannot say anything about that. Yes, I cannot say anything. Wow. I just know that a new political party has emerged and is sending a wave to the whole entire politician community.
So
you never know what could happen. You never know what could happen.
Can I end Raul before you come in, please?
Go ahead, sir.
The process, and that for me, and that's one of the reasons why sometimes we are slow in doing a lot of things. And the basic line here is that you ask a question, Mr. Russell asked a question for now, and it's clear. No, if I would elude myself, it would be very delusional on my part to come and say different question would be when the current reality is now. George Weah is the leader of the opposition. That was manifested in the immediate past election. Now,
thank you for being.
Yes, there is.
Rawa the situation.
No, but let's
No, Bobby, I just messing with Rawa.
Yeah.
I just messing with Rawa.
For now, he is.
You're a very important person. Near Progressive, please, give me 30 seconds, please. I have to check this. Ben, you are on chairman. Oh, I'm gonna mess up.
Okay, Rawa, you're not citizen. I agree with you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Near Progressive.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
but there's a growing movement. There's a revolution unfolding. Well, can that change anything moving forward? That's a huge question, and depend on how different political parties are coming from, like East and the CMC. How is the CMC approach going to engage the Liberian people? Now, is this process going to be a collaboration? A lot of questions will have to be asked moving forward in terms of what is the mission of the opposition. You like it or not, the Burkite administration, the Unity Party guys are very strategic in terms of going for election. And we're going to push forward on that. How are we going to approach this if we're going to, because we are alone in Liberia, got 33% of the electors behind him. As an individual, it's a worrisome game. So we need to sit down and have a strategy as to how we're going to go. Liberia got 15 counties, rather. Out of the 15 counties, most rather alone. If you enter most rather alone, we can move it to West Point. Let's ship West Point and lock West Point down. How can you unlock those things? It have to be a strategic issue coming up. But again, that would have to be done to shape the Liberia moving forward. That would have to be a clear thing moving the country forward. Because while we sit and we allow different proliferation of different political parties, would that help us? Yes, it helps us. It helps us in the way that it will increase the potentials of our democratic process. They say, oh, Liberia is a pluralistic state. But in terms of winning the vote, it won't help. So again, we have to move forward for now. So to answer Mr. Russell, I know your hand, or you want to come in. He is the leader for now. Moving forward, the next question I will be asking Ben, what's going to happen 1-2 years from now? Will he still remain the leader? Will he be passive or not active? And I'm worried, parties like the CMC and other things, if they were to get the groundwork concentrated well, send a message to the people, message of reconciliation, message of coming together, message of change. And this change message will have to come from the perspective of we weren't part of the past leadership. We weren't part of this. We're trying to bring a new kind of a leadership to the process. And that's the kind of a thing we have to do.
30 seconds, and we'll go to Bravo. I think Sidiki just joined. The other Sidiki. So I will call him Mr. Chairman, since the other Sidiki on the show. I'm an investor partner here, for fun. But let me say something. 1 second, Robert, I beg you. Pewee said something very, very, very revealing. And again, truth and constant as the Northern Star. It is all but certain. It is all but certain, except something seismic happens, which 9 times out of 10 in our politics never do. It is all but certain that George Weah is in a runoff before the election even starts. Not even the Unity Party. Listen, me, I've been in Liberian politics long, and I see the trends. And I see it go up, and I see it come down. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, when she was the sitting president, she was fending off. Ellen, as the sitting president, was fending off candidates who were trying to challenge her to get into a runoff. It was all but certain that George Weah is always in a runoff because of the base that the support base that he enjoys. Can the CDC win with that support base? No. It's been proven in 2 elections prior to them winning that they cannot win with just that base, but they have to build an effective coalition, which they did in 2017. In 2023, because that coalition cracked, this is where CDC on a formula will have to work. That whenever CDC CDC cannot win without a coalition, and that coalition has to stay together. You saw in 2023 when the coalition that brought him to power in 2017 cracked. When you saw James Barney leaving, you saw Alex Tyler leaving, you saw many of the people leaving. The only political leader that stayed with President Weah was his vice president. all of the other political leaders that joined him in 2017 broke away from him. You saw what ended up happening. They lost the election with a razor-thin margin. Your question, Pewee, about whether another party can come and take CDC's spot, let me be very honest with you. The third parties that are competing, they are competing not for CDC base. They are competing for people who are in the middle, people who are tired with both of those parties, which, by the way, is a significant amount of votes. Don't get me wrong. It's a significant amount of votes. And they will also be competing against the ruling establishment that people may be disillusioned or that people may be a little upset with, right? But as it stands right now, we can always say it, and we always want to say it, that George Weah, regardless of whoever he pick as running mate, will get into a runoff. Because that's what the numbers have shown us over the last couple of election cycles.
I tend to agree with Ben, right? About right now, if elections held today, George Weah we make the runoff. But yes, my take though.
Elections cannot be held today.
I mean, if today is the election, he'll win. He'll be the second in the runoff.
But I'm telling you, elections cannot be held today.
But I'm just saying, anyway, let me move on. The thing is this though: if any party, if anybody, any person's running, if that person is able to reach to a runoff, that means if CDC or UP, one of them, they both don't go out at a runoff, that person is at the advantage of winning. I will remain constant with that. Any third person that will come up, new person emerge to come up. If that person goes to a runoff with CDC, that person is the winner. But you go to run with UP, that person is the winner. But the problem is, how will that person get to that point? That's the only thing. And lastly, with the UP in control of the government and everything they have at the advantage, going to run up with UP. I don't know whether the UP will easily now what it could do, like Ben said, no party can easily win alone. So you need a coalition to carry you there. So now to get to the finish line, for the fact that they're in control, they could, it depends on how they form the coalition, they could hang on to power because they're in control of the government, all the parties start of the government, everything. So this 2029, like I said again, a lot going to happen in the next 4.5 years. We got to watch the trend, watch what happen. And for now, I agree, Ben, if we as the leader of the opposition, by virtue of the fact he has the largest opposition party, the most popular, I don't see no candidate opposition right now who can go anywhere in Liberia now and draw the attention that he will draw. That's the fact.
So based on that note, I just want to be clear so the country understands, right? Because I've already heard Unity Party partisans saying, oh, the president is doing good. The win or potential winning is a reflection of the great job the president has done. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. This is why I continue to say that this election is different from any other election. For example, when the CPP had Abraham Darrell Dillon going against the incumbent in Montserrat County, that was a different election. It was a referendum on the performance of CDC then. This election is different. Many can argue that had CDC put forth a candidate, maybe we'll be talking something totally different. Remember, CDC did not put forth a candidate.
They did.
No, they did not. CDC endorsed a candidate. It's a difference. CDC did not put forth a candidate because had CDC put forth a candidate, George Weah would have probably been in Nima.
I don't believe
it. I said on previous show when people were questioning why opposition leaders are not in Nima, I said opposition leaders are not mandated to be in Nima, especially when these candidates are not their choice. The endorsement made was to identify with the opposition. Remember, Kehleboe Gongloe ran as an independent candidate. Kehleboe did not come from a particular political party. Let's be very clear. I believe the only party that represented or had a candidate in this race was CMC. Now, a few days ago, Grace and others were already laying the foundation for this result. When they said, even if we lost, we've already won, right? So the CMC, I think, is still in this early stage, and I don't think this election says much about that strength, right? I think that anything could change.
We are 6 weeks old, brother. It was so much because
but I'm giving you,
when you merge, so that's a message.
I'm giving you credit.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this election says much about your strength, right?
Okay.
Because you're a pretty brand new party. You guys were in Manchester formulating the agenda of the party. Look, the party has not even birthed. I mean, I think if I was advising CMC, I would not have even put forward a candidate if I was advising the party. But they did that. So I don't think this party said much. But this win is not a reflection or a reflection of the job Unity Party have done. I keep saying it. Everyone knew that NDR would have put forth a candidate, and everyone also knew that the Unity Party or the ruling establishment had no choice but to support that party. This is politics. So this was never a referendum on Joseph Boaka's performance. This was never a referendum on whether or not the Unity opposition or the incumbent must win. This was a battle between NDR and those who already had this mindset that Jeremiah Cohn joined Joseph Boaka and mistreated Prince Johnson. I think a lot of people still believe that, right? Last point I want to make is, come 2029, and Grace said election cannot be held right now. Come 2029, even if the election were held in 2029, Grace, the fact of the matter is, George Weah is still the most popular opposition leader. He's still, you gotta admit to that. Even Musa Belete knows that. I think the difficulty with the opposition now is, how do they align? And not just how do they align, how do they make the case if the standard bearer is not coming from CDC, and if that standard bearer is not George Weah, because they are the most popular opposition party. How do you convince George Weah to take the back seat for Alice Cummings or the third lane, right, or another candidate who may not draw the same attention, or who don't necessarily have the kind of connection that George Weah have with voters, right? Come 2029. So you may not like the guy, you may not like CDC, but if we're being realistic, and I like the fact that Sylvester mentioned that, George Weah is the opposition leader right now because the CDC is the most popular opposition party.
And Robert, I thank you for answering that question for me, because that was a simple question I asked when people were jumping down my throat on the platform. You know, I don't want you to bring a personal thing. I just asked a question. What makes George Weah the head of the opposition?
Well, so let me help you.
You're right. What made him the
head? I want the other CDG.
And I just was asking, and to me, Robert has laid down the best way he can. Does that mean I believe that? I don't know. Because for me, I know from now to 2029, the plans that are being laid out for every candidate that will come in the race, people will come strong. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Grace. So let get Sidiki to come in. Sidiki Kuma.
Yeah, good morning from my end to everybody. So, you know, I listened to Grace. I've been following the show. That actually, you know, prompted me to come on and just kind of share some few, you know, contradiction in what she was saying. But before then, I think for me personally, I'm still hopeful from the election in Lima. You know, all is not lost. I think Ile State has good change, you know, because from the people, you know, from Ile Camp, they're, you know, posting results from the war room saying that they are in a lead. So I don't think, you know, because of CMC statement, so we should just conclude that yes, indeed, Koga already won the election. But here is the thing. I listened to Grace. You know, a few weeks ago, Grace and everybody on the show condemned Samuel Koga and Jeremiah Kuhn for pushing this tribal politics about you know, Mano and Gio. There are two Mano in the race. You do this, you balance it. But how can now Grace step totally and say Ile shouldn't have contested in the race because she's a Mano? And then, no, this is very wrong. And this is how Grace and the rest of the people, they say all kinds of terrible things about chairmanability. Today they call him political leader.
Where is your
no, Grace. No, Grace, you can't interrupt him. Please let him finish. Grace, let him finish. Let him finish. Grace, let him finish. You will respond to him, please. Grace, let him finish. Let him finish. You will respond. Grace, I will give you the chance to respond to him. It's a direct. But I say he's. Okay, Grace. Grace, let him finish, please. Let him finish. You will respond to him. Thank you.
No,
go ahead, finish your thoughts, Sidiki.
Yeah, on a serious note, no, I was watching the show actually, and for me personally, I really want Ile to win this election. But surprisingly to hear Grace, because I don't know what meeting they had in the back, whatever agreement CMC put that statement out. Now, Grace is coming out blaming Ile, why Ile she won because she's a man. And Grace have been on this platform condemning Samuel Koga and Jeremiah for pushing this tribal politics in Lima, saying that this is a guillotine because we have a man senator. And Grace now trying to talk about, Mark Bouillon or I don't know whatever his last name is. That guy didn't even obtain something like 5,000 votes. If you put all CMC votes together in Lima election, and I mean read 5,000. How can you now tell us, we should have rally around?
How you know CMC voted read 5,000?
Let him finish, please.
Because they themselves, they did that calculation in a war room. They know very well that they were nowhere around. So that's why now they are considering. Hey, look, let me say this. Respect Chairman Billy. I know he's a good man. I know he means well for Nima County and Liberia. But there is this allegation against Chairman Billy that, look, he was instructed by the United Party to leave Nima and Liberia to go to the UK because of America and the rest of the people threatening it. And because of this endorsement statement they put out, it just validated the allegation. This is all. You don't do that because people from Elef camp, they are posting results on the war room that Samuel Koga is not in the lead, that they are in the lead, and to even see Grace. Now what prompted me to come on the show tonight to see Grace there today say, "Oh, Elef shouldn't have contested. We should rally around Ma. We don't even have 5,000 votes." There's more rally around Ma.
All right, Sidiki, thank you.
Very unfortunate.
Wow.
So
thank you so much.
Wow.
So I beg you, and Sidiki, Ambassador, please, I beg you, let Grace respond for some kind of 1 minute.
Ben, you the moderator today?
Yeah. I took the ring.
He catapulted himself as the moderator.
I have catapulted myself as the moderator. According to me. Go ahead, Grace. Respond, and then Sidiki will come in. The other
you know what? I know plenty people can come on the show because of Grace, so it's a good thing. I understand. And you Sidiki came here because of me, and I really appreciate that. Until Sidiki can come with a video, whatsoever he accused me about, I will consider him a liar. Number one. Number two, Sidiki, you have to understand. Your people talking about the war room. We're coming from out of the war room. We're telling you we're coming from our war room. So we're making problem now. I came on the same platform, of course. I condemn Samuel Koga for preaching politics against Madam Kehleboe Gongloe because I'm an open-minded person. You have no right to tell whether a woman should be in a race and whether she shouldn't be in a race. But at the end of the day, looking at Nima politics, everybody knows it's very trouble. Even your superintendent for Nima County right now, Kawu, she said that this is not about feminism, it's about tribalism. She said that. So how is it now that from the political party where I come from, where we respect the rule of law, we respect everything being equal, and we respect what we believe in coming from our war room, we're making room for us to concede and say, you know what we're looking at, that Koga has won this race. It's not a problem, my brother. I don't think I should be mad at that. Because this is what we're getting. You're getting something from your war room, telling you say either one. We're telling our war room has said that. Because we don't want no confusion in Liberia. This election was very smooth and peaceful, and we have considered that Koga is in the lead, and my probably announce Koga tomorrow as a winner. He will emerge. I can confirm now, looking at the last data I received, that Koga has emerged the winner, and we'll wait for the next announcement. But I have the right to say that. You can't tell me, say, I can't say that because I condemn Koga. Do I want Koga to be the senator in Nima County? No, I would prefer Mike Myean. But at the end of the day, as a peaceful senator coming from a peaceful party, that have tangibles and have done things in the country, I will say that Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ben, I've been off. I had internet problem, but I have a question. So
yeah, no, which I beg you. Let get Sidiki the chance. He got hit me waiting, and then after that we'll come to you. Please.
Well, my own thing is that it will be disingenuous on the part of the opposition if they are still confused as to who's the leader of the pack.
Exactly.
You know, because to form a strategy, you must form it on the truth and the facts. CDC just came for an election that had close to 800,000 votes in the last election. I mean, we're using data as a base of establishing, even let's assume you don't like a president, you don't like a party, but you want to use data as a base of establishing the leaders there. I think that gave you a good lead into that. Yes, and one important point is this: that capacity, CDC capacity, are proving not to be sufficient enough to pull a win. And so it is important now, Ben, you said it's 4 years. We agree, but it's still important at this time to start building what you would call opposition, because it requires trust. The last experience of 2023, as you rightly put it, a lot of the other political went away. And the strange thing is that when they went away, they side that went on, that side won the elections. So they come into a conversation from a position of strength. So at this critical time, it's good to start having these different conversations. Perhaps build new alliances, new individuals, but it's good to start having those conversations so that people can find common interest, common interest and cement relationship. Other than that, if you went into an election where Bouaka is still a candidate and you control the resources of the country, and it is around that time you want to form an alliance, it could be a little bit difficult. So it's good to build on that and let this election in Nima County send a call. Jeremiah Kun wanted to give. He wanted a boost. Jeremiah Kun wanted that embodiment. He wanted that push, and he's able to get it. So if he's smart, he could build on it by building the different alliances. So CDC and the opposition need to understand that you're not going to wait for 1 year to election before you think you're going to build a force against the Union Party. I mean, it's going to be a difficult process. You must start to build it now. You must start to engage. You must start to something like, for example, you see CMC now. CMC believes that the opposition should mobilize around them as opposed to mobilizing around it. So those small things you may tend to overlook it, but they can come as significant follows and become problem in forming a united front.
Thank you so much, Sidiki. We're going to go to Pewee. No, Winfred had a question, and then we'll go to Pewee. Sorry, guys.
So okay, so what I'd like to put on the table and Tomalin. Okay, so because I like you all input, and for full disclosure, okay, I have roots and affinity in the Gio side, in the Mano side, and the Pele side. Okay, but here's my question, Ben and folks. Here's my question: Do you see a scenario where, say, come 2029, where we have a very contentious election, okay, and even if there's a candidate, say if you have like a Jeremiah Kun who is on the ticket, okay, do you envisage a scenario where the Nima belt, the Mano belt within Nima County will pull away and say, you know what, you guys didn't support us during the senatorial race. We're not going to support Jeremiah Kun, even though he's running for president. We're not going to support a Gio candidate, even if he's running for president. Do you envisage such a scenario? Does that make sense or not?
Yes.
So if the results stay the way they are and Koga wins, okay, he comes from the Gio belt. Do we envisage a scenario where down the road the Mano Bell might stay away in protest and say, okay, you know what? Even if it's at the presidential level, even if Kun is on the ticket to be president,
so yeah. So I think I got a question, and then I think I got a question. I'll take a quick stab at it, and we'll go to Sylvester Pewee, and then come to Robert. So two things could happen here, and playing devil's advocate. One, they could counter with Yan Twan, the Unity Party, for the first time, right, since 2011, gave rise to a Mano senator, because the last Mano senator was Adolphus Dolo from Torgbean. Am I correct, right? I think it was Adolphus Dolo who was the last Mano senator, and he lost his seat. He lost his seat in 2011 because there were a couple of Mano candidates that came and ran against him, and so he lost the vote, right? And they had the vote split. So the Unity Party could counter with what her name. The Unity Party could counter with Yan Twan, who, by the way, in 2029 will be running for re-election. Because you got to also understand he's completing Vice President Jeremiah Coon's term, which expires in 2029. So he will be on the Unity Party ticket. The thing is, the truth of the matter is, Edith did not end up, from the data that we're seeing, she did not end up becoming the consensus candidate for the Mano people. Because guess what? Jeremiah Coon in some of the Mano areas are taking votes, are getting votes from some of the Mano areas compared to the Gio areas where she is not even, she's not being competitive in those areas. So, like I said, from a devil's advocate's perspective, I think the UP may be able to counter with that narrative. I think the only thing that may end up happening, right, would be we have to acknowledge the fact also where Vice President Kun will place on this ticket. If he is still the vice president and is running for re-election with Joe Buckeye, I don't know. If he is the top of the ticket, it depends on who he picks as his running mate. There's so many factors, and that's where I agree with what Siddiqui just said, that the conversation for the opposition needs to start today. And it needs to start, it should have started like yesterday. And I think one of the reasons why I frowned a little bit in the beginning when I said I was coming to step on some toes was that because I thought this would have been a perfect launching pad for a potential opposition collaboration, right? But if you have a situation, and that's why when I came, I was a little upset because most of the folks on this platform know knows my feelings in the background, what I had said originally, right? This was supposed to be because that was what happened in Monserrato with Darius Dillon. It was the springboard for the CPP. Monserrato was the springboard for the CPP. It just eventually ended up breaking up because at the end of the day, people, the whole primary thing came up and all these different things. So I thought that the opposition maybe missed the boat a little bit here in finding an opportunity and asking the hard questions and figuring out how they could collaborate. And I think at some point, the CDC will have to take some of the responsibility here as the leader of the opposition today. Because as the leader, the onus falls on you to be able to bring everybody together. And I thought they were between a rock and a hard place between Edith, Mark, and what the guy named Garrison Yelu. So they tried to find an easier way out of it. So those are my initial thoughts on it, and maybe we can go to Tommy.
Yeah, but let me chime in, right? Look, this election today, people can, because of the results that may come up, people will downplay it. People will say, "Oh, we're not a national election. It wasn't election to decide the national 2029, whatever the case." But make no mistake, it depends on which side wins the election. If Madam Ware ends up winning the election, the people will beat on the VP, they'll beat on the UP as well, which is a message for you. If Koga, the regime back candidate end up winning, the VP will praise it and say, "Well, you already seen it already. You seen it." And the other lawmakers, you see the superintendent, some SOEs officials from the various state enterprises are already congratulating him. And it shows you that way they look at him as the potential leader for 2029. Now, here's the thing though. Like I'll say again, the next 4 years, a lot could happen. if this government change if this government deliver on some of the promises they made during the campaign in the next 4.5 years, if they deliver on some of the promises, especially if they can stabilize electricity, they can do a lot of the road network and perhaps create employment for young people in the country. They will be having a strong argument to make going to 2029. But if they cannot, if they cannot find resources to do what the things I just said, they will have a tough battle ahead. Now, the ruling the main opposition party, yes, my fear though. There are rumors coming up that there are people within that who are distant from that party about to form their own new arrangement. Okay, and with that being said, it can undermine them. Okay, if somebody form a party,
the rumor from which party coming? What are you saying? I don't understand what you said.
Rumor that some people from CDC who are perhaps distant themselves from the CDC right now, they are going to form. They plan on forming a party. Now, here's the thing: what will happen though? If that happens, if once you form a political party, you know that the other parties then try to now to first will be to have a merger, coalition, alliances. It start happening.
You think anybody forming a new party or the CDC will have the gravitas?
It depends, Ben. I will tell you this again. I will keep on telling you.
No, but I'm asking you a question.
Of course, it depends. Answer what
they may not have the gravitas, but they'll just definitely be a spoiler.
They will bring people. They'll have people on board with them too. Okay.
No, but so I'm not disputing that. I asked a question based on the fact. Look, people can form parties. People can form parties. We just saw the CMC, right?
At the end of the day, the minute the party is formed right now, people start discussing now. Well, they're going to alliance, they go to a coalition and so forth. That discussion starts. Okay, I mean, it depends on that. You see, Ben, one party can win election in Liberia. Okay, they can win election in Liberia. You know that it's clear. So
Tomalin, thank you. I mean, welcome, Kehleboe. But I just want to ask you a question before Pewee come in. Maybe we can chime into it.
I gotta come in, Ben.
A couple of things you mentioned that people from CDC may be forming a party. One, I would like to know who those people are. I really want to know who from CDC able to go form a party.
When I answer you hear the name.
No, that's what I'm saying. I would like to know the players because the last time a party came out of CDC was the ANC. Yeah. And the CDC ended up winning the 2017 election. So that's why I'm saying. My question. So Tommy, my question is, I want to know who those players are that will be forming a party or the CDC that will dent CDC chances of potentially winning an election. That's all I'm saying. But let Pewee come in and take it from there, and then we can go around the
horn. Yes.
Ben, I can just say something quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
You want to know who from CDC will form the party?
Mm-hmm.
Sir Joseph.
Okay.
And that party is the acronym is CUP. Sir Joseph.
But he's not from CDC. He's expelled.
No, Sir Joseph is not expelled. What are you talking about?
He's not expelled.
That Thomas Fala is expelled.
Listen,
Sir Joseph is not expelled.
Sir Joseph is not expelled. It's Thomas Fala.
Thomas Fala.
Well, he's suspended indefinitely or what?
No, he's not.
Sir Joseph, they're threatening to suspend them, but they didn't suspend the rest of them.
Did they threaten to suspend Sir Joseph?
Yes, they were threatening also to suspend.
No,
the vice chairman, the vice chairman of CDC on the show.
Yeah, right on the show.
All of you want to talk about CDC.
So
but Sir Joseph is not suspended from the party. Neither is he on suspension.
No.
Okay, good news.
But they may pretend not to know a lot, but my reliable sources within the CDC says probably by July or September, Sir Joseph party will be announced.
And wait. 1 second, I beg you guys. So, Kehleboe Gongloe, you breaking some news here, right? Say you don't want Brave to talk this call it. Say Tomalin. Tomalin Kiwe breaking news and he won't call me. Tomalin Kiwe breaking news and he won't call me. So say you don't want call it. So I'm going to ask you the question. So Kehleboe, let me ask you a question. So Sir Joseph is forming a party to do what? Is he running for president?
I think Sir Joseph, unfortunately, with a limited qualification, he has a presidential ambition.
Sir Joseph is running for president? Is that what you say?
Yes.
Okay.
He has a presidential ambition.
Let me.
And Sir Joseph Party, Sir Joseph Party is the party that is supposed to dent George Weah? Is that the question? Is that what we're saying?
So, I mean, I don't know what his intention, but from my own calculation, I think he's trying to form a party to take it to because yes, his hope is if he has an institution, he can negotiate with Unity Party to be running it to come.
Okay. But then he needs a form party to do that, though. But go ahead, Kehleboe.
Ben, because I'm an official of the party, I'm on the show.
I didn't want to call you. You don't want to. You have to step in.
Yeah, so I just want to say it remains rumors. It is not true.
Okay.
Sir Joseph remains a committed partisan of the citizen of stalwart. He's part of the National Executive Committee by virtue of his position as a senator in the party, at least up to this point. And to trade with these kind of rumors on these kind of networks now.
Can I ask you a question? Sidiki, let me ask you a question. Tomalin George, who is also a founding member of your party, broke some news here that there are stalwarts of your party potentially wanting to form a new party. What do you say about that?
Well, again, as far as I do know, particularly if you reference the individual, I would say that's not true. Stalwart, I wouldn't know to what extent who you define as stalwart, but when it comes specifically to Sir Joseph and those people on the executive committee, those information, they're not true. But again, we have a multi-party democracy, everybody free to form whatever they want to form, but there have not been any inclination, there have not been any something. In fact, during the last program that CDC has, Sir Joseph very instrumental in providing buses to facilitate the process. So, it'll be news to me. But
my question
thank you.
to focus on the election.
That's a quick question.
No, guys, one second. You let me be fair to Grace. 1 second, please, Grace.
All your CDC surrogates, depending on CDC, will go for office in 2029. Y'all keep on saying that.
Grace, we don't recognize you yet. Grace.
I'm asking my question.
No, but somebody was speaking, Grace. You can't do that. How you
can't?
But if you got somebody like Sir Joseph, then extreme Thomas Faraway carry weight behind you when it comes to CDC Palestine. All these people are not part of the CDC anymore. How is it now? You're thinking 2029 job where you
Thank you, Grace. Than's Grace. Let go ahead, Kehleboe Gongloe. Can you come in with
But Ben, you let me out today.
No, it was a Kehleboe then you because he asked you. He asked you. You said go ahead.
I know Pewee likes to.
But Pewee, you get a man. Go ahead to take your time.
I can
come again, Kehleboe. What you say?
I said I know you like to talk, so I can step aside.
No, but Pewee gave you the time.
You see, Kehleboe. Sometimes you see. And again, I come in it's like you're a big brother, but sometimes you can slip and fall on yourself big time.
Because that Pewee gave you the time.
I tell you, go ahead and talk.
That Pewee gave you the time.
And then Tomalin said we're going to champion on this issue.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. You'll get back to thing now. So Kehleboe, you got 2 minutes.
So for me, the primary reason I decided to just come here for a little time is to comment on the CMC press release. That's the reason why I came here. And I just want to make my short comment on the CMC press release. To the best of my record, to the information reliable sources I've got, because we were able to deploy the modern white team, was able to deploy observers in all of the 736 prisons. We're able to deploy observers. So to the best of my knowledge, we only saw CMC observers in District 6, not even in District 9, not even in District 4, not even in District 5, not in District 3, and so forth. But CMC, without an official announcement by NEC, they claim now that they have related all their data and they can announce the winner of the election. Here is why it's also not surprising to those of us who are political observers, who have also spoken to many people who have network to speak to.
Can we all mute? There's a background noise. Can we mute? Let everybody know. No, I know it's not you, Kehleboe. Somebody else. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been able to speak to multiple sources in Nimba. And some of the sources are very convinced the political leader of the CMC, after announcing he was entering this race, his party was going to contest, he actually did enter an agreement with the VP that there will be a speakership election. That election will produce Thomas Fowler as a speaker, and they will detach himself from Richard Kuhn, and the CMC leader will go as a deputy speaker. He fell for that. He abandoned his own candidate. His candidate could not get a resource. So
no, Grace, you will respond.
So
the CMC
I'm
chair, you
saying this with some degree of authority on this. It would be maybe unfair for him to call those sources within the CMC, and I think that those sources run deep. Look, there's a guy even who left, who endorsed Koga in Tabata at the Tabata event. The guy who endorsed Koga, he said he works for the Liberia Foundation in District 7. He said in his statement, this endorsement I'm making is consistent with what my boss believes.
Thank you. So that's it? Is that your point? That's what you came to clarify.
I want to make that point.
So we just want to give.
That such statement was not surprised because many of us believe that we expected this.
So Kehleboe, thank you.
Ben, if I can just go one step further, normally, even when there are multiplicity of political parties in the process, when you're going to concede without even collecting your result, you just base your concession on what you got. That at this point, we concede that our candidate or our party, they now win. You don't go on to declare you win.
Thank you. So Kehleboe, before Pewee is next, and he is a member of the CMC. So is Grace. So they can make a determination on who will respond, whether Grace can or Pewee can. But I just want to ask you a quick question from the Kehleboe Gongloe camp, right? Yeah. What are your data room telling? Are you guys? Is it different from what is being reported out there? Because from what we are getting, also at least from me, let me not say we. I'm not speaking for the TCA. The information I'm getting also points towards a Koga win. But what is your data telling you?
Okay, so Ben, here's what I would say. And I don't want to pretend here. I just came from work. When I'm at work as a teacher, I don't answer phone. I don't make phone call. So I've been able to talk to one person so far in the war room. Okay. And the person said, listen, those from America keep calling us and we are collating this. We have some degree of confidence. They should let us do our data first. We can talk to them tomorrow morning. So I've not made any, I've refused to make any phone call. I like to have them collect all that data and
then you'll be able to respond. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Thank you for that. I just thought to ask you as an insider in the Gongloe West camp. But Pewee or Grace, he made a strong allegation against the CMC.
Yeah, Grace,
the chair is you, the chair for the USA. Would you want to come in?
Grace is looking like that.
Grace?
How my face looking, Kehleboe?
Let's stick to the issue, please.
Look at somebody who is tense.
Kehleboe, please. Kehleboe, please. Let her respond. Let her respond, please.
I'm not
Go ahead, Grace.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you would even say that. I know you're sentimental because your sister is in the race. Because for politics, it's all about your family members. So if your family members, then they have to win. You don't look at things differently. For me, it's about Liberia. I always say that. But for you, Kehleboe, to come on this great platform and accuse Musa Belete, the honorable man, for being in a gentleman agreement that he would give up his party, that this man, blood, sweat, and tears were on the campaign trail. While you were on the thing, even these people send messages in chat room, how he acting like he running for senator. And he already had a program plan way in advance to go to Manchester. After you accused him of running for senator, after he was carrying my beyond there, he had to leave and go to the Manchester program because it was in advance. We fought to change that date. The people said they couldn't change the date because it was 6 months a plan. So we had to go. And you sit on the platform and say they made an gentleman agreement to give this new party that he established that is working night and day, 5 hours in meetings, and we just give her this thing and say, because it's supposed to get him deputy speakership in the house where Musa Belete is supporting himself. can even emerge as a speaker of the House tomorrow. He could do that because most of the people for him to be speaker. So I don't know where you gonna get all the background thing from. You say you will call somebody in the party who told you. I will tell you say that loud because we don't just talk things in our chat because we got plenty of people behind us. So we don't even know who is who. So for you to get that thing from anybody, it can't be somebody close within the party. It cannot be. Nobody on the platform or close within the party will have told you that. So this is a last story. I don't want you to put this out there. The reason why we came with our statement, we came because we have our own war room. Just have Mrs. Ware has her own war room as an independent, or those two major parties were carrying her. We came out with our statement because we believe that our room has shown, our war room has shown this midnight in Liberia that Koga has emerged the winner. So we had the right to concede that, and we never told you say we endorse Koga or we agree that Koga. We just said as a show in our data showing that Koga has emerged the winner, so we're gonna concede this election. I don't think it's a crime. Not because we didn't say either. If we had said either today, we're not gonna be here talking. Let's just be fair.
Thank you.
I'm disappointed in what you're saying because really you my friend and you are a friend to Musa Benete. For you to smell this man like this, I'm disappointed in you.
Thank you, Grace. Can we go to Pewee?
Yes. Thank you, Ben.
Kehleboe, no, let's go to Pewee. I beg you, man. The woman I respond to you.
Kehleboe, sometimes we agree and we disagree. That's the beauty of Liberian politics. But to be emphatic in disseminating something that is erroneous and that is unfounded, and you are disseminating it with a malicious intent, I don't think it's a good way to move forward. And the reason why I'm saying this, it's something I love to speak authoritatively on issues that I got full understanding of. And that's my side of the politics. And the reason why that I do those things, because that's how I was trained to perform in politics, open room for issues. But what I never would do is to blatantly and knowingly inflict personal injury on one character on the basis of sentiments and the rest of that. I thought you should retract the statement. This statement of yours just now does not only mutilate the character of a very important individual, but what it does is that it goes a long way in trying to send mixed signals, and we have to be very clear. Number one, the entire legislature is engulfed with a total mess currently. This Kong is there as so-called coincident speaker. There's nothing turning or moving on. So say someone is trying to give his political party to take the speakership and other things. That would be one of the thing I don't want to see. But that's why I said I think the intent of this was for you to maliciously move on and say things that are, and you try to invent things that didn't even spark out. It's quite unfortunate. Soft, and the way you sit and just do kind of imaginary tendency and try to say, okay, I'm trying to push chaos into certain areas, and I want to push this, and people go now juggling on those things. It's quite frankly unfortunate. On a more serious note, that is not the case. Now, every political institution across the world will do things in terms of conceding or saying the way they intend to go about it. The CMC structurally agree that based on the facts coming into our war room, the numbers we have, it is going to be similarly impossible that we're going to catch up to make a change. So we hereby give aid. That's the intent of this process. It's not for anyone to sacrifice. And we had the debate the last time. Different people was bringing out the line, said that, well, the mission of that, this issue about the election, the campaign process, and that's one of my take for me. I hate, and I will always stand by that. I love institutional basis, right? So if you have a party that is institutional driven, it's important. The reason why it's important because you allow people to take decisions on the basis of the institution. The CMC gathering in Manchester, the UK, was not meant to disrupt the campaign process of MAC or to abandon that. That was an organized process. It was a procedural process that was already in the works while this process was unfolding. So I will hope that basically, and I respect you a lot, you're one of those big brother coming up from the level of where we all came from. You're a big brother that I do respect. When you served before as an assistant minister in Madam Sadiq government moving forward, we respect your thought process. But to come and dilute that with mis and disinformation, it will let some of us to begin thinking different way if that respect will start evaporating or will, something. But I hope it wouldn't evaporate. But what I would say to you is that you readjust the mode as to how you intend to engage folks, not to harm them. Because I would never knowingly say things that will harm your character when I know it is erroneous. That's the painful aspect. If it is true, then I would take time to even hate you. But wherein and you know, and everybody knows that what you're saying is coming from, as you were saying before, the better of the devil.
So let me ask Sylvester a question very quickly.
Winfred, ask Robert because I hit time. So.
No, but
no. I was just
the question coming to me.
Robert, I just want to find out. I mean, you're speaking so emphatically, like you have some information to back up what you're saying. Do you?
In terms of what?
I mean, your response to Mr. Gongloe, yeah. I mean,
but it's not true. It's not true that what I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm speaking emphatically to back everything that I said, because it's not true that Mr. Ability did go into an cohoo, as he said. That is not true. It's a misrepresentation of the fact. That's why I say it was maliciously done by him just now to just smell him, right? So it's not true, and Mr. Russell. Honestly, I'll be the first person to say this to you. Now listen, if I'm proving otherwise, but I know that I can, as Manasadi would say, I'll put my neck on the line that Mr. Ability will not indulge into those kind of unorthodox attitude, right? I don't want to believe that. It's far from the reality. If you want to do that, come on. I think he's beyond that. He's beyond that process. We do have politics that will always unfold, but trust me, to end here, I don't think he will.
It's okay if I ask a question?
Yeah, ask Robert down.
Yeah, Robert down, so Robert can...
No, because the guys have said something that is untrue. I want to just ask them a question.
Robert, can he have 30 seconds?
Let me ask a question.
Okay, thank you.
Grace and Sylvester, can you guys name the electoral districts in Nimba, the precincts where you guys deploy observers?
So for me, I will speak to that quick. I'm not going to get information that I don't have. He said, I wouldn't come and say this speech. He said, we have almost 600 different polling areas. So we need the naming area, precisely the area, but the CMC deploy observer almost to all of the stations.
That's not true.
And that's what I would say to you.
Because
we try to say. So let me, but Kehleboe, let me provide some information. Today, earlier, we were on the show, and we were speaking with our reporter who was moving around. And I mean, this is by far not to say that he went all over the county, right? But I think there was some places in Saniquile, Tapeta. You remember, Winfred were on the show, right? There were several places that he went, and all of them had CNC. Saniquile, Tapeta,
District 4, District 5, District 3. I didn't call District 2.
Oh, okay, sorry, but I'm just saying because when we were speaking to them, in fact, we spoke with some of the CMC or poll watchers.
Because I know where we encountered them.
Ben, we saw on the issue, we allowed Gongloe to lie on the VP. Now Gongloe lying on Musa video coming up.
So let me
what I said about the VP is the truth. Let me jump
I beg you, Raul, since we CMC, we get your chance to talk to Kehleboe small.
But there's CMC and
because he
don't talk too much now.
He tried to sting our political leader in me, so it might blow because I got respect for the man. I got respect for Gongloe, you know.
Musa is
so
my brother.
I got sad, but he thought was sad. But I wanted to tell Kehleboe, I understand because when you're keen to us, you want us to join forces because you want us to follow your bill to make sure we protect all the precincts. We're not going to do that. We got Canada in the race. Everybody should protect their own votes. So for you to come here, I know that all of the station hating you. You know, you and Yato, you're very right. But we did what we had to do for our candidate. At the end of the day, he didn't have a choice. She could account our party. We're going to carry on. Then maybe they said she finished emerging. She decided to go on losing party. And then another CDC came. So it is what it is. But don't do that, brother. It's not going to be good because you can't stay here and sting your own friend record and think this is politics. This is not. This one is huge. You don't want to do that.
So what Liberia, what you just watched, and I think this is the reason why some of us, we will not win election in Liberia, because we will not continue to do the same thing that all political parties and members of political parties have done. This is a demonstration, what you just witnessed here, as to why it's important for political parties to be aligned based on ideology and not individual. Because everyone seems to be fighting for an individual, right, and not the institution. And this is also the reason why I think Mr. Winfrey asked a question earlier about the Mana and Gil. I won't speak to that because I don't believe in tribal politics. I believe in the support of a candidate who has a proven track record of getting things done and who has an agenda to get things done to improve the lives of those they aspire to represent, and by extension, Liberia. So I won't get involved into the tribal politics. But the question about Ben was asking is if the opposition missed an opportunity to send a message. He thought this would have been the perfect opportunity, like the CPP did with Senator Darius Dillon. I think the opposite, because I think part of the downfall of the CPP was that the formation of the CPP was premature. The genesis of the CPP was premature. And I think that contributed to the breakdown of the CPP. You had a lot of men and women with ego. Ben and I, you ever thought that, you know what? ANC does not come to the table with any kind of political strength. Even if ANC had the best idea, and if ANC had the best candidate to represent Liberia, this guy does not come to the political party with any kind of political strength whatsoever. So they have no voice yet. Joseph Boakai and Unity Party thought the same thing. ANC and the Euro group that does not have the political wit to even win an election against George Weah. So if this collaboration must hold, only if Joseph Boakai and Unity Party led the ticket. There was nothing about who has the best vision for our country. It was nothing about who truly represents change, because the opposition spoke highly about change. I heard a lot of messages about change, but the candidate did not reflect change, because many of these guys have been given the opportunity previously to serve, and they failed massively, right? This is exactly the same thing Ben and others hope would happen. If I was advising the CDC, I would advise the CDC. I'm hearing echo. Can we mute, please? If I was advising the CDC, I would advise the CDC, and I'm glad that the CDC did not commit any political collaboration at this point. What would be the essence of a political collaboration if the point is not to send a message to Joseph Boakai? We need to stop sending messages. We need to get our acts together. If it's not about the vision, if it's not about the ideology, if it's not about who has the best platform, who has the best message, who has the best vision, who truly represents change, then we should not worry about all of these political parties. I will give you Amerton, what's his name? Appleton, the man who won or took third place. What have become of his political party today? That political party is done. You know why it's done? Because he took advantage of that political party, and today he's an ambassador because he supported the Unity Party at the time. If you call other members of the party, including the VP, Alex Conti, they have a whole different mindset. They have a whole different perspective. So again, we need to stop all of these premature collaborations only because we want to win the next election. It should be about vision. It should be about the country. This is not, unfortunately, this is not what it's about. This is not what it's about. So 2029 will really be a very interesting moment, because if the opposition decides to get involved in this political collaboration, again, only to win the next election, you will see the breakdown and the formation of a lot of political parties that will disappear after the election. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of these guys do not have the resources. A lot of these guys do not have the political capital. A lot of these guys do not have what it takes to compete. they're forming these political parties as an opportunity to have a seat at the table for self-aggrandizement, and this is wrong.
I think, Robert, when we were answering to Gongloe, you keep on coming like that when we're trying to answer an individual question compared to our party agenda. We are a political institution. That's the reason why you even saw us emerge to take Mike Leon running as an independent. So our political party is set up to really or take candidates, in the different in the legislatures as well. And the thing is that the beauty of this political party is that come 2028, we are going to primaries. So right now, for any party to be legit in Liberia, you have to have a political leader. Musa Belete stepped in that place on TV. They voted him in as political leader.
But my sister Grace, you are projecting Belete as Miss Ability as a political leader.
No, I was
in
not
your own words. One second. No. You just said, but you have not gone to a convention yet. You have not gone to a convention. Miss Ability is the political, is the founder, is a founding member of the party. But you yourself said you will not do, you'll do it differently. To pick a political leader and a standard bearer, you must go to a convention and delegates must vote. Who that standard bearer? But you're already projecting that he is the political leader of the CMC.
No, I never projected. Even for the formation of the party, we went to our convention and Musa Belete was voted in as the political leader. The constitution of CMC, Citizens Movement for Change, state that and come 2029, before the elections, we are going to go for primaries and we'll be voting in a political leader. When you say you man and you can or you woman, you can show that you have done things for Liberia, you stay your political status. Come and join and come run for primary. We'll carry you and you win. Period. Musa Belete not a sole part of CMC. This party was formed by others, including with Musa Belete. So let's just I don't know.
Grace, the fact is CMC got a corporate funder. It's a corporate entity. That's basically what he has a corporate entity.
Going to win the election, so I understand. You can come from that right. I understand.
No, listen, Grace, to just clarify, Madam Way.
How you would tell me that when we started our platform and raise money for you say so this and that y'all want to use this man accomplishment that plenty of y'all will never accomplish in their lifetime. Don't use it on his party. We raise money for Mark Leon. We raise money as a party. Right on social media for Mark Leon for the election. That was for budget set by CMC. So let's just be clear. Don't come and do this kind of thing. Go ahead, speak, brother.
Belete is a politician, but he's also a brother. Okay, he's my brother. We've come a long way. No, you see now that's how you guys do this thing. If you become a public figure, your actions are subject to scrutiny. Because you are my brother, because you are a friend, it means I can scrutinize your action. Okay?
Scrutinize your sister for a share and Taiwan. I bet you to scrutinize them first before you start scrutinizing somebody else. You will never do it.
So let me just respond to one of the things you said. You said Madam Way wanted to run on whatever CMC. Listen, I know I'm not going to sit and start naming political parties, but on the count, 3 different political parties spoke with her that they wanted her to be on that ticket for the by-election. She said, no, I like to run as an independent. Anyone who wants to support me should support me as an independent. But I don't want to be on any political party ticket. She was very clear on that. Okay? She said, you can come and support me. I will appreciate that. But I don't want to join a political party. I am a suspended member of the Liberty Party. My suspension has not been lifted. Okay? So because I'm under suspension, I'm going to run as independent. And she was very clear on that to everybody who spoke with her. Okay? So she didn't go seeking to run.
No, but I didn't say that. I only said that people have called us from your side, including the ANC people that are supporting Kehleboe Gongloe, trying to beg us to join forces for war room and stuff like that, so we can be able to for the elections, so we can be able to pay for the war room and whatsoever the case may be. The
I don't know about stuff. Paying.
And we refuse to do that.
Let me tell you, Grace, I'm one of those.
Everybody's supposed to protect their own votes. We're not going to protect.
Grace, let me tell you,
Yeah,
I'm
so
one of
that we
those.
were protecting our own vote, we protected it. So we are
Grace, hold on. I'm one of those who spoke. I spoke with Mr. Ability, I spoke with Mike Blunt, I spoke with many other different people and say, listen, it's good to amalgamate our resources at a data center. If we are through the opposition against the ruling party, let us come together on the day of election or on the eve of the election. Let's have one template that will monitor and collect our data, right?
So why do you think we want to do that when you're seeing opposition people? We are opposition instead of all who are on ground and just not attack one another. You're the same people, your ANC counterpart were coming and attacking my blue one who got a
I'm not ANC.
So you're ANC because they don't want to carry your causing and demeaning this man.
Well, I never saw that. I never saw that.
They're so well for that country when you were Inspector General.
I never saw that.
For you to protect
okay, let me progress. Okay.
ANC insulting Mike Blunt.
Let me progress.
At least for the record, I didn't insult Mike Blunt. I was in fact, as I'm speaking, I'm chatting with him. So
let me progress. Tomorrow is the Supreme Court. Tomorrow is a historic landmark case. Tomorrow the Supreme Court will formally render the opinion in the case filed by Speaker Kofa for the Bureau of Information. I want to just go around the table to find out what's your take. What do you expect tomorrow in the Supreme Court? Final opinion. Pewee. Pewee, what your take? What do you expect tomorrow? You're in the Supreme Court. Pewee, you muted what? Okay, they have from Russell. People still getting this together.
Say that again, Tomalin, you're breaking up.
The Supreme Court tomorrow will render the final opinion in the case, Bureau of Information case filed by Speaker Kofa. What do you expect tomorrow, Mr. Russell?
Well, from all the indication and at least from what I have seen and the chatter I've been picking up from back in Liberia is that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Speaker Kofa. I think the Supreme Court is going to go back and probably clarify the ruling that it made earlier. I don't think it's going to be anything that is going to dramatically deviate from what they've said already, and it's going to be in favor of Speaker Kofa, in favor of the minority, quote unquote minority bloc, and to maintain the status quo until these guys can come up with the requisite number to be able to vote the speaker out. Until that time, the status quo is going to be maintained.
So
what you saying that if they didn't come up with it, so Kofa will carry on as speaker?
He asked me for my prediction. That's what I'm predicting, just based on the chatter that I've been receiving from Monrovia. I just came back to as well, and some of the conversations I've been having. It is following that train of thought. It's following that trajectory. Now is that the Supreme Court is going to just since a lot of people are confused by what they said, and the Minister of Justice came out and clouded the water as well. I think the Supreme Court now is going to come and say, okay, you know what, in very simple terms, this is what our ruling says, and just going to stick with it. And that ruling is going to be, I believe, based on what, like I said, I've been hearing, is going to be to maintain the status quo, and that means that Jonathan Fonati Kofa is going to remain as speaker until the majority bloc or opposition or whatever can come up with the requisite number to vote him out.
Pewee.
Yes. I'm also not too. I don't know how to put it this way, but let me see. Let me say this. My anticipation is that the court should act in keeping with the Constitution of the Republic. They should act in conformity with the laws of our country. And the fact that the court spoke on this matter the last time, and it was a little bit unclear, and now the court will have, and the speaker Kofa did file a bit of information. So we anticipate the court to come out and be more definitive and more clearer this time around and bring some finality to this process. The court indeed will speak tomorrow, and how be it? We will two things going to happen tomorrow. Two things. The court going to say this tomorrow, and we either agree, and we all not we either will two things first and foremost. There will be some camp that will agree with the court decision tomorrow. There will be others that are going to disagree with the court decision. But one thing we all going to do eventually, both those that will agree and disagree, is to respect the decision coming out of the Honorable Supreme Court. Because the reason why I said we are forced to respect it, because it's the final decision that coming. No one else going to come and change it, the outcome of that. But my anticipation thereof is that I expect the court to protect the Constitution of our country, to save the sanity of the learned, so that we bring back, or the sanity of that august body. We call them august body because they are honorable people. They are working on behalf of the people of Liberia. That's why we elected them. So the Honorable Supreme Court, and again, in terms of the Constitution spoke about separation of power and check and balance. And part of the check and balances issue will be observed tomorrow. So the Constitution of our country will be at work tomorrow to see the Honorable Supreme Court come and act on the bill of information that was filed by one of the citizens of our country, who of course needs some proper interpretation, that believe there are certain disgruntled individuals that are trying to undermine the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So that's my anticipation. But I'm optimistic that the court will act on her first disposition on the ultra-virus situation. The court going to be more definitive come tomorrow. Any other thing that's going to happen, the court say otherwise, I am trained to respect the Honorable Supreme Court. But meanwhile, I do reserve my right to disagree with their opinion. Why I disagree with that. Why I respect that decision, but I will either agree or disagree with that. So that's what I'm going to see tomorrow happen.
Chris, what's your take on it?
Well, I agree with everybody. We're going to wait for the Supreme Court. And, I just hope that, after they make the decision, that the House of Representatives abide by what the Supreme Court come up with, and so the country can be carried on, so we can move forward, because this has taken too long, and we are tired, like Grandpa has stagnated us as a country. Investors has refused to come into the country because of this. So it's now for them to move forward, and let's see what happens. I sure right now everything has been resolved in my mind, because we don't hear no back and forth on social media anymore with this rule of law caucus and majority black thing. So let's see. We're hopeful, because at the end of the day, we want Liberia to be the best it can be right now. Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, so Tomalin, for me, I think I've exhausted this whole Supreme Court issue with the House of Representatives. Everyone knows my position. This is a total embarrassment, man. It's a total embarrassment. I know in my heart that Representative Kofa remains the Speaker of the 55th Legislature, and that has not changed. That's not changing. Imagine the Supreme Court, and I don't expect the Supreme Court to put forth any verdict on this case or any opinion that contradicts the law. It's troubling when I hear the Supreme Court asking the executive or the Joint Security Force for protection. They don't need that. Just do your jobs. Do your jobs. It's troubling. This we would not be here as a country if we have men and women who just were committed to doing the right thing, irrespective of their political affiliation or whatever. Just do the right thing. If you've lost confidence in the speaker, there are processes, there are procedures to follow to remove the speaker. Just follow those processes, follow those procedures. We would not be here today. But imagine the House, the executive, who decided to work with this illegitimate speaker to pass budget. You've seen the guy traveling all over the place, trying to assert himself, embarrassing the country, embarrassing himself, embarrassing his colleague. What would happen if the Supreme Court says to him, like what we've all been saying, listen, man, in layman English, what you did was wrong. Your behavior was unconstitutional, and you need to return to your status quo, which is representative, and follow the procedure. Imagine how that will reflect on the government. Have you imagined how that will reflect on the Attorney General, who instead of respecting the Supreme Court opinion, instead interpret the Supreme Court opinion to score a political point? Imagine what will happen. This is an embarrassment to Liberia. But I hope that the Supreme Court does what is right. I hope that ruling is not it's not ambiguous. I hope that they are very clear, they are explicit in what because again, people will still interpret what the Supreme Court says. I would not be surprised if the Supreme Court were to put forth a ruling that is open to interpretation. This will be politicized. Those who are against it will say, you know what, the Supreme Court did not say we were wrong, they said this. Those who are for it will say, you know what, the Supreme Court said this, they didn't say this. So I hope that they're very, very clear so that all of us can understand, even those who did not go to school can understand what these guys have done over the past few months is unconstitutional, it's wrong, and they must respect the law.
Okay, before I switch back to Ben, he's the one hosting tonight. Let me just throw this out there. Tomorrow it's the Supreme Court, right? Because over the weekend, let me say this: for the last week and a half or so, the president has been meeting with the speaker and behind the scene, okay? And I don't know, he's been trying. I don't know the president want to, because it's so embarrassing what he already knows.
But Tomalin, why is the president getting involved into another house?
Apparently, I don't know whether he knows something that we don't know, but he's been trying behind the scene a lot. But then my question is to Ben and Kehleboe and other people can join me. So assume the Supreme Court rule tomorrow and say, look, we maintain our position. What you guys did was ultra virus, and you acted whatever you did is illegal. Now, a lot of questions coming to mind. Will the budget that was approved by the legislature will it be considered illegal budget they're operating with? Number one. Number two, when they go back with the return to status quo, I already know the vice president is on record saying that whatever the Supreme Court says tomorrow, they will honor it. They honor obligation to honor it. Okay, that means if they tell them to return to status quo, that means I know two lawmakers that I know very personally from the majority black already said the Supreme Court rule tomorrow, we're going back. We're going on Kofa's gavel. Now, the question that comes to be, do you think that the majority of black folks will still push that they still push against Kofa, they want to work with him? And then they will come and say, well, what we didn't do the right way, let's do the right way now. That means Kofa will excuse himself, and then somebody presides, and they present their grievances on the table. Kofa comes and defend himself in front of them and take a vote. If they do not receive the 49 votes, you think Kofa resigns or Kofa will continue as speaker and then move on? I don't hear from people.
A couple of things I'm going to be looking forward to seeing tomorrow. You have to also understand that the speaker prayer to the Supreme Court was to provide it was a bill of information to clarify its previous opinion on the matter. Speaker Kofa versus the purported Speaker Richard Cohn and other members of the National Legislature or the House of Representatives. And in that direction, we're looking to see how clear the Supreme Court is going to be tomorrow in this opinion on the Bill of Information. There are 2 words I'm going to be looking forward to seeing. 2 words, very simple. Everything else, I understand. It may be a huge, they may want to break it down, but the things I'm going to be looking forward to seeing tomorrow is 2 words: unconstitutional and illegal. If those 2 words shows up tomorrow, I think it's a done deal. I think the executive is incumbent upon the executive to show that they are law abiding, that this is a country of laws and not of men. And I'm also going to be watching out for the Senate, what the Senate is going to do. The Senate made a decision purely based on, according to the Senate, they made their decision based on the interpretation of the opinion of the Supreme Court from the Justice Minister and Attorney General. So I'm waiting to see. I know Senator Dillon is on record, and he is a leader. He is a member of the leadership of the Liberian Senate. He's the chair on foreign affairs. So he is a member of the leadership of the Senate. He is on record on OKFM stating that whatever clarity that the Supreme Court will render, the Senate will revert course or stay course, depending on the clarity, right? So we're going to be looking to see what will happen tomorrow. The other thing that I'm also going to be paying attention to is the president. The president has an out here. That's why when you're president, you have people who can take the bullet for you, even if it was your decision. You got people who can take the fall for you. I will be looking to see what the president is going to do. The president might, and if I'm advising the president, he may want to ask for the resignation of his Minister of Justice and his legal advisor, because clearly they advised him to take the route that he took. I'm not gonna tell you that the president should resign, because the president was smart in saying that the action of the executive.
Ben, can I ask you quickly, please, before you move on? You want? Now, why it is the other way around? That the president told him to do that.
Exactly what I'm about to say.
So
if the president,
no. So you see the beauty about about the Constitution and about government, right? If the president tells you to go and murder someone and you go and murder them, that crime is on you.
But this is a different scenario now.
No, it's not different.
Why
it's not different.
Go ahead, do your job, man.
And let me tell you why it's not different. If you read the statement, if you read the conversation that came out of the executive, it said based on the opinion of the Attorney General.
Yes.
They put it on the Attorney General. They didn't say the president instructed the Attorney General to opine.
Okay.
Well, you think they would have said that?
They would not say that.
But that's what I'm saying to you. You see, this is what I'm saying. I don't care if the president told the Attorney General to do it. What I'm coming from is the same thing that happened with Brani Samokai, them. When you say, Ellen told me to go take, Ellen, I got authority to take the people retirement money. Heck, there is something called reasoning. That is the reason why. And let me tell you the important piece into this component. That is the reason why the Attorney General is the only member of the cabinet that has the authority to disagree with the president when it comes to legal matters. So if the president tells you to go and break the law or to do something that is not in conformity with the law, the Attorney General is empowered by the Constitution to disagree with the president. Christianata disagree with Ellen and resign from Ellen government.
But what you can do, you can disagree and resign, but you can
disagree and continue.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's your choice. It's your choice, gentlemen.
Then you know if you want to join, you're not disagree.
But guys, I think what we're doing, and let me and so everybody else can come in, right? For me, that's why I said that's the beauty and that's the privilege the president has. The president has a cover here. And guess what? Unfortunately for the Attorney General, if the kitchen get hot, he the one will take the fall. Because you don't expect the president not going to resign, or the president not going to admit that I did something wrong. The executive was very clear that our action was grounded on the opinion of the Attorney General. Even the Senate, in an unconventional move, said their action was grounded on the opinion also of the Attorney General. The last thing I want to say for you to come in is the other group I'm going to be watching out for is the international community, our international partners. I'm going to be waiting to see what you already started to hear civil society, the Council of Churches, all these people have already started to sound the warning that whatever the opinion comes from the Supreme Court, everybody should abide by it. I'm going to be watching to see what our international partners will do, what they will say. But what I do predict tomorrow is that the Supreme Court will make clarity on its opinion. And I think it will be unambiguous. And I think it will be simplified for everybody to understand it. And let's see how it plays out. That's just my initial.
So quickly, Ben. Quickly. I understand what you're saying. I think it squarely falls on. Can we mute? We're hearing background noise. This squarely falls on the Attorney General. I get that, but the Attorney General will be protected as long as he does what this president wants him to do. I strongly believe that. And unfortunately, I would have expected him to appreciate the law and say, you know what, Mr. President, I cannot suggest or advise you contrary to the law. That's one. Two, any argument, and I don't know how Dylan voted on this issue, but if Dylan and I were to have a conversation and he said, well, our decision was guided by the interpretation of the Attorney General and not the opinion of the Supreme Court, I would tell Dylan and others that they're on the wrong side of history. I cannot be guided legally by the interpretation of the Attorney General, who should respect the Supreme Court is the highest decision-making body in Liberia with regards to the law and constitution. So for anyone to say, I was advised legally or constitutionally by the interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling by the Attorney General and not squarely and solely by the opinion of the Supreme Court, I think it doesn't make sense. Number two, I agree with Ben. I want them to be very clear, but it's unfortunate because if they use the word illegal, if they use the word unconstitutional, then one would ask, then what does the word ultra-virus means? What does it mean? We're acting like we're not educated people yet. The people in the Senate understood the word ultra-virus very clear. They didn't know what that means. You were basically acting on something that you don't have the power, legal power to act. It doesn't just say power. You do not have the legal authority.
Let's just say ultra-virus is not an English word.
But when you define it, listen, it's still.
But that's the reason they went to the court, though. The reason they went to the court was because they said the ruling was unambiguous. It was ambiguous. I mean, and that they needed clarity. And the Senate to the point of the Senate, like I said, which was unconventional. The Senate point also was, since there's confusion, we are going to count on, which, by the way, the Attorney General has a right. The Attorney General has a legal right to interpret an opinion from the Supreme Court. You can decide you want to take it or you don't want to take it.
But you can interpret Ben. You can interpret anything. Anyone can interpret anything, right? But again, if the interpretation of the Supreme Court, and this is the reason why wisdom is important, and Joseph Boakai ran on wisdom. Yes, Joseph Boakai is not a legal mind. He has legal advisors, and you would expect that the legal advisors and all the other advisors in different areas of expertise would advise the president accordingly. But this is when wisdom kicks in. The president takes the advice given to him, and he decides on what is right and what is wrong. The buck starts and ends with the president.
So but Robert, you really need to get to the thing.
If the Attorney General says, well, this is what that means, the president can read and write. Something that is ultra-virus is very clear. I don't need the interpretation of the Attorney General to guide me otherwise, Ben. So I agree. I hope.
But we gotta get everybody that's involved. So
let me land on this now, please. I hope that they are very clear. But again, whatever legal language you use tomorrow, knowing us as a people will still find reason to interpret the way they want to interpret. And again, they will cause this confusion where confusion does not exist.
And that's my fear quickly around tomorrow. Could mistake come and say something that will be struggling, and you guys will need to move on.
Yep.
Now, what I'm afraid of, understanding the Supreme Court and legislative politics, they will say, "Go and fix your problem." And if you said that tomorrow, you're not resolving anything. That's my greater fear.
Yeah,
They
but
may not
Pewee,
want to be crystal clear.
Pewee.
And I'm concerned about that tomorrow.
And that's a valid concern because of what came up before. So let's get everybody else involved. I don't know what was the last format because I wasn't on. So
no, Ben, you get the other guys. Me and Pewee already spoke. The other guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who else I'm trying to figure out who do we start.
You can.
Yeah. So
okay, so Sidiki, you can come in and then Mr. Namwe, welcome.
yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
be joining you
from the very beginning of this process, during its early stages, after the court provided its initial ruling on the matter, I had thought then, and I remember writing Speaker Covert and said, I think this is a little, people say, well, the court was clear. I said, well, I don't think the court provide a proper redress to the things you asked the court for, because you were clear in your request to the court. You prayed to the court on specific issues. One of them was that you needed the court to have nullified the issue about the suspension of those guys. You wanted for the court to have declared Kun illegal. Those are specific things you pray for. So for the court to rule in a way that is a little general and not specific to the thing you rule for, at the time I thought that, I said, well, I'm a little concerned, but I'm not a lawyer, and he's in the field. Well, I said this will eventually cause a problem. And true to that, it became it, because I was just looking at, like, for example, if somebody did something to me and I carry a specific complaint to you, this man slapped me. And perhaps instead of you address it or provide a redress regard to the slap, you start talking about some other thing, and not specifically address that issue. I thought that just from logical, so I thought that was something to be concerned about. And here we are now, I think 4 or 5 months with the capital bidding or burn as a result of just a ruling that brought in different interpretations. As such, it becomes difficult for me to form a clear confidence as to what tomorrow ruling would be. Yeah, it's difficult to form a clear ruling what it will be tomorrow. I think the process of taking so long. I thought that the process took so long, it had been induced an influence with different political interests and all of those things. So I'm not too sure, because in a particular instance, when the Chief Justice said, and she was very strong in arguing that she thought that she maintained the position that the case was ultra virus. At the same time, she was adamant in saying to Kofa's lawyer that we did not say Kofa was the legitimate speaker in her response to that. So, I mean, the argument there was just so confusing to the extent where I remember Justice Wolokoli saying that it is a little shocking that people would expect that a court will come up to say, Mr. Paul, you right, or Mr. Paul, you wrong, and all of that. And what is justice? It is not understandable. What is justice is not clear. What is justice is not giving away where people understands why they get this kind of justice. So I think tomorrow, again, I hope they will, in the interest of the country, provide a ruling, as you rightly put it, that will be clear. And it's important, clear to the extent that the layman should understand, because at the end of the day, let our people build confidence in the judicial process. If they don't understand it, why do you think they want to go to court for redress? They tend to, at the end of the day, take laws and matter in their own hands. So we want the court to be very clear tomorrow so that we can put this beyond, because the country lost the burden of the capital bidding, no matter what, whether you repay, there's additional money going on there. Those guys were working for almost 2-3 months. They were taking pay. I mean, a whole lot of embarrassment came to the country, And then finally, I would say, I do not know. And those are some of the reasons why I wonder how Boyka, what legacy he wants to leave. legacy that will, when you say we're doing a Boaga regime that the Capitol building got burned, and we're doing a Boaga regime that we had for a long time, 2 speakers. I mean, I don't know how could he have done that considering the number of years he have worked in government. I would think that that should have been something he would have provided leadership on. He would have led, he would have united the process, you know, but there's where we are, and we hope to see what happens tomorrow.
But Ben, quickly, Ben, let me ask you quick, Ben. So, but why didn't the executive use the law that says that they should spend 1/12 of the previous year's budget? Why did it was going on? Why did they didn't use that law?
Because it supported what was happening.
Because no. Because the previous budget had already elapsed, and you have the new budget is what they had to go ahead and debate, and 1/3 doesn't really run the government, to be quite honest with you.
So Ben,
1/3 is only in a case of emergency, and maybe Pewee can speak on this too.
Ben, there's no other legislative process or constitutional process that could have temporarily funded the government, given the impasses on Capitol Hill.
Well, that was the 1/3. That's the 1/3.
No, after talking about since they have used the 1/3, there was no other means to have temporarily funded the government, constitutional legal means, given what was happening on Capitol Hill, because clearly
there's no
other means. Yeah.
And the 1/12 got limitations.
And the 1/12 has limitations. That's the word.
Then
you shut the government down, right? You can shut the government down.
I mean, it's easy for us to say shut the government down, but we know exactly what that implication is. The entire country runs on the government, so it means you're telling me to shut the country down.
Government down, then the government to be running unconstitutionally.
Robert, again, it's not black or white. We know what happened here was not right. We know it was illegal. We know all these different things, and that's why, for me, my mindset is let the court come out tomorrow. Even this issue about having an illegal budget, if the court come back tomorrow, and if the court rules that it's in clear and unambiguous terms that Fonati Kofa, that whatever led to, according to them, the removal of Fonati Kofa was illegal and unconstitutional, right? It means we back to status quo according in the words.
Emergency on the emergency thing, and that count out with my brother.
Yeah, no, you can't invite emergency powers. They're not
They have to be.
Yeah. So my thing is, even the issue of the budget, the Kofa then can even, once they have quorum, it's something they can rectify. Look, we are in uncharted territory here, right? It is clearly uncharted territory. The only thing for me, like I said, and we can get Winfred Russell to come in, and then we can go to Mr. Nambe, is let the court come out clearly tomorrow and say, again, like I said, those are my 2 words I'm looking for: unconstitutional and illegal. They're English words. There's not ultra virus, because I knew what ultra virus mean. But since that's the reason why they went to the Bill of Information to be able to. Ben,
what if those 2 words does not? What if those 2 words are not included? But what the words used in, because again, legal terminologies are sometimes complicated. What if those 2 words are not included, but there are words that means the same thing? Are we going to say that it doesn't matter?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, what other words? Different from unconstitutional and illegal?
This is Bill of Information. They should do everything to help the people solve this.
To help the people. That is the reason. And again, like I said, that is the reason why. Yeah. That is the reason why, guys. There is an option for Bill of Information.
Yes.
Because there are times where the Supreme Court will rule, and people will say, "I understand it." That is the reason why you have Bill of Information. So they will not come back and say, okay, you know what? The last time we did the ruling, the opinion, it was 10 pages. Now it's 20 pages. We now break it down for you to be able to see it. So hopefully that's what we get tomorrow. So
and quickly to see first Dix here, the president cannot declare state of emergency without the approval of the legislature. You need to tear. So let me educate you on that. You need to tear of both houses to approve the state of emergency.
So what is needed to shut the government down? What is needed to shut the government down?
Come again?
What is needed to shut the government down?
What is needed to shut the government down?
To pass the budget.
To pass the budget is one.
Yeah, if you don't pass the budget, the government is shut down.
Yeah, I'd rather the government shut down because even with the government functioning right now, a lot of the government shut down anyway.
Robert, no government shutting down in Liberia. You know that. It's easier for you to say.
Government shut down. Listen, Raul, we don't have money, guy. Now,
yeah, man, you just shut government down. You know what will happen if government shut down in Liberia? Do you even begin to understand what will happen?
There's a number laughing. I want to hear his thoughts.
The number, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, yeah, you can do that thing.
But the number, right? But the number you agree with me, right?
I appreciate the fact that we're all groping here for solutions, but it's good to be with you guys. I don't know how much you discussed, but let me just say this. I had a meeting with the president on Sunday night.
Very good. If somebody who's the president.
Yeah, I'm not at liberty
because
I didn't get his permission to disclose the specifics of what was discussed. But
you had a meeting with who president?
You said President Buckeye.
The president of Liberia.
You had a meeting with who president?
On Sunday night, yes.
President Buckeye?
Yeah.
Joseph Nyeman Buckeye, yes.
Okay.
Oh no, Ralph, if you don't know this, 1 minute, Mr. Nambe. If you don't know this, Mr. Nambe is part of a massive EULA delegation in Liberia.
Correct.
Yes, and as the chair of the diaspora chair, right?
Yes.
President Nambe, please go ahead. Give us as much as you can give.
So, Raul, write that down.
The Maladina of Liberian politics, Pewee.
Yeah.
But I can say this without giving out the specifics. There is an acute awareness, I think, in the executive that this matter cannot be resolved through the court. That is clear. There is also impatience as to how long this has lingered. There are also intense negotiations to reconcile the two. I think there is also an awareness on how the Supreme Court is going to come down tomorrow. As a matter of fact, this is not a new ruling. We all know that. This is a clarification of the previous ruling. And so with those pieces of information, I'm inclined to go forward and say that I think there's going to be cooperation from the executive, because that has been a little bit unclear to some of us as to how the executive will behave once the clarification is made, because we feel that this matter and has been confirmed now. The executive is aware that the resolution of the matter really lies in their hands. And I think it is their conduct that has helped to perpetuate this standoff. And so I think that that acceptability is not being verbalized and expressed. Let me
not interrupt. I want to interrupt with the language more. And you know, when you're fighting not to say something, that's what he's doing right now. He fighting to say something, but he won't say what he really wants.
I'm to stay within my bounds. So there is also an acute awareness of how we are.
It's a power of the presidency.
How we've been regarded in the region.
Yeah.
Because of this embarrassment that we brought to ourselves, I can see there is frustration that is being expressed now that this has been allowed to continue the way it has. And so because of that, I'm optimistic that when the ruling comes down tomorrow, I believe the necessary actions will be taken to affirm the rule of law. And then this negotiation is the after. What happens now? How can we get past, this so that we can go on with doing the people's work? That is how I read, the conversation. Again, I can't say the specifics, but I'm aware that there are negotiations, intense negotiations, to kind of reconcile the two sides. And I believe there is an awareness of what is going to happen tomorrow. And so I think preparations are being made to accommodate whatever that clarification is going to be tomorrow.
Thank you so much. And I think that's very striking. And our job now is to break down what you just said, that are you saying that? Well, we coming to pick what we got.
I
You
didn't
said anything. You said there's an acute awareness. You use certain words here, right? So let's go into it. Look, clearly, like I said, I personally believe that. I personally believe the executive has to get this thing done. And like you rightly said, I think the actions of the executive perpetrated this thing. It created an imbalance where one side felt like, you know what, we got the presidencies behind us, so we can do something. And I think there was a hope that the other side would have caved in, because traditionally, when the executive shows its hand, the other side normally, the side that the executive doesn't support.
But Ben, it means Robbie Ben. So, but why? So, what the president have been? What she been trying to do the last couple of days, meeting the speaker and what he been trying to do?
So
what about?
The president again. Sorry, Ben. No, I'm going to say the president did not specifically say, but I have gathered that the speaker, Kofa, spent a lot of time with the president. I have also gathered that the purported speaker
recent it.
Yeah,
Friday.
Yeah.
Which one of them?
As late as Sunday.
Kofa.
As late as Sunday.
Okay.
As late as Sunday. So I think with that, I really honestly believe that the executive is anxious to move on beyond this thing. And I think all is being done to make sure that once this clarification comes out tomorrow, that we still will not be wondering, well, which way are we going?
Yeah.
I think these negotiations are more or less to preempt, in a sense, and prepare everybody on how to behave themselves after this clarification comes out tomorrow.
And I also think, thank you, Mr. Namwe, for that. And I also think, based on, you are absolutely right, all of the only reason why we had multiple definitions of ultra-virus is because of what the executive did. That's the only reason why. If the attorney general had offered an opinion that clearly stated what the people actually meant when they said the actions were ultra-virus, we would not be having this conversation. You are absolutely on the ball when you said that some of the actions of the executive, I think it has been acknowledged now that the action of the executive, and I think the executive probably played politics, hoping that the majority would have been able to finally coalesce or consolidate power to be able to get people from the minority to come on their side. But unfortunately for the executive, they bet on the wrong horse.
So are you guys trying to say here quickly, sorry, Ben, that we may probably be headed for a new election, speaker elections?
Two things could happen. And that could be one scenario, that could be another scenario, right? I think the aftermath of this process is one. If the Supreme Court come out tomorrow and give a clear ruling, a clear opinion, the actions were unconstitutional, it was illegal. They're not going to tell you how to elect a speaker and who. They're not going to tell you, say, the person is dead. No. They're not going to do all of that. I don't know what they may say, right? But I believe that at the end of the day, something will have to give. Either a transition will have to take place, right? But I know one thing that it will start with. It will start with the reaffirmation that Fonati Kofa is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That is if it goes the way if the clarity is provided. What happens after that is legislative politics. That's what I can probably say to that. What happens after that? If Kofa gets his gavel and he able to convince his colleagues to say, stay speaker, he stays speaker. If he gets that gavel and 49 of his colleagues come to the house and say, we don't want you, recuse yourself, he will have to recuse himself because that's what he has been calling for all along, which is the rule of law.
This goes to Mr. Nami quickly. If the code were to be definitive tomorrow, very crystal, you think the executive will budge to, that's what the court say, Kofa is the speaker in terms of the interpretation. I mean, they put it that way. With the executive, with Mr. Boaka and his executive boss?
I think, Sylvester, without a doubt, well, maybe I shouldn't say without a doubt, but I think it's safe to say that this is what actually the Supreme Court is going to say tomorrow. what I understand is what Speaker Kofa is negotiating is even if it is for 1 minute to reconvene, and then because he has indicated on numerous occasions from even writings that he's looking forward to his transition.
Hey, is this Amelia?
He does not see himself.
Robert, mute yourself.
Hey, how are you? This is.
Go ahead.
He does
Rob,
not.
mute your phone, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
He does not see himself, still being speaker. So I think what he wants, and let's be honest here, all of us here. I think Kofa still. I think he imagines a political future after this. And therefore, I think he does not want this to be part of his resume as that speaker who was illegally removed. I think he wants to be removed legally. I think this is what he's negotiating for, and reconvene and whether it is for 2 minutes or whatever it is, and have him legally removed. I believe.
Does it make sense? Does it make sense if the court were to Ben? You can also come. Does it make sense if the court were to rule tomorrow that Kofa is a legitimate speaker, and then Kofa just move to open more you move and resign as a speaker? Does that make sense?
For me, no.
I don't think he's going to. And again, let me not act like I know everything here, Sylvester. But I don't think he's going to resign. It is basically reconvening the House. Yeah, and a motion is put on the floor.
And let the process.
I think the negotiations are to guarantee that there are no funny business. He comes on the floor and then he decides, oh, now I want to stay. I can get more people now on my side. Things that have been negotiated.
Is that possible? Ben, is that possible?
Can I come in?
Quick before you come in, Ben, is that possible?
What? Is
it possible that he can come out and say, "Oh, I think I can get some value, then people are gonna keep we can make it."
Yeah. Politicians, Sylvester.
But that's what I'm gonna say. At the end of the day, it's left for the floor.
But I don't think he should even. When the Supreme Court ruled, I don't think he should even rush to convene session. If I was,
it's not going to be the same day. It's not going to be the same day.
I would give it maybe a whole week, and that whole week, I remain the speaker, or even
no. But you gotta also understand something, Peabody. The legislature is closed.
Yeah,
many people don't realize that the legislature is closed. They're not opening until May 13th.
So if the court rules tomorrow, he will be the speaker until May 13th.
Of course. They can't have any session until May 13th.
Yeah, but
I think what Kofa could do if you were announced as speaker, you don't want to go in there with creating any radical. I mean, if the idea, as people say, trying to get people on your side, then you wouldn't want to go in there trying to be radical in making changes, because part of the reasons why the fights happen in our place because of just benefit and
positions,
your committee and all of that. So if you went in there and try to be radical in trying to make change, you'll find resistance. So if he can get his base to be patient with him so that he consolidates his power, let the guys who are there already understand that, look, we can work together. I didn't come to just also do the right thing. I think over a period of time, eventually, those guys that be holding to an individual, they be holding to what will benefit them as a president. One of the things that you are able to put back on beyond power, you are able to ensure that protect them in a way. Now, where the challenge will come from will be from his own block. These are people who have been standing with him for long. Some of them have gone through a lot, and they lost the committee.
And I meant to your point, and some of his very whole ambition for the speaker position. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of they were not. It is, as far as I'm concerned, like Hamed, what you said that some of them ended up losing the speaker position. They did not lose it; they were illegally removed. But now I think the best bet would be for Kofa to be in more consultation with his base. I would listen, get more advice from my base. I will consult them more. We have a good meeting, a consultative meeting where we can sit there and talk about how we're going to move forward on this whole thing. The base is the one that will hold Kofa.
Let me come in for a second. Kofa could be speaker and remain as speaker. Ultimately, he needs the number.
You need both sides.
Akamina, currently he doesn't have that number. And so if the base understands that, look, we fought for this, now that we have it, you cannot rush to be radical in your changes. You must. Yeah, so I'm saying, while you will talk with your base, while you live with your base, you must also allow the guys on the other side to feel comfortable with you, because honestly, there's no ideological position.
Do you think the guys will be comfortable? Do you think those guys will be comfortable?
That way leadership comes in.
What you just said, I believe, is part of the problem, though.
I'm sorry?
I think what you just said is part of the problem. Okay. We always want to do things this Liberian way and comfortability. The guys that are currently occupying those committees are there illegally. The Supreme Court ruling that was said your actions were unconstitutional. Also, by extension, means any appointment, any action that was carried on by Richard Cohen is unconstitutional. So, Fanatic Kofa does not have to make anyone who is occupying a position unconstitutionally comfortable.
So, guys, y'all have been so old. I beg you. I beg you. Let me say this, Robert. I know you're now a politician, and I know sometimes you think. Again, I will remind you, my friend, it's not black, it's not white. There's always gray areas. I think eventually, this is not about the major, even the guys on the minority side with Kofa, they also understand what is happening here, right? Nobody can predict what eventually will happen based on the fact whether Kofa will stay as speaker or whether he will stay as speaker for 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 3 hours, whatever the situation. If the Supreme Court comes out and gave a clear ruling to say that Kofa is, that is the process that led to Kofa removal was illegal and unconstitutional, so that means it's null and void, he is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. His ability to negotiate with the other side will determine his longevity, whether he stays as Speaker, how he transitions, if he doesn't want to stay as Speaker, and if he does transition, who will become speaker, he may want to play a major role in seeing whoever becomes speaker, maybe one of his allies should become speaker. All of that will come into negotiation. Once that court provide that clarity, real legislative politics begins. And ain't got nothing to do with doing things right.
But Ben, let me ask you a question. Ben, let me ask you a question. Ben, can I ask 1 minute? Can I ask Ben a question?
Yeah.
All right. Speaker Kofa, if the Supreme Court ruled tomorrow, that he was illegally removed, why should he come back now and say he doesn't want to be speaker no more? He needs to negotiate with his base and remain speaker. He should not give it up.
Okay,
so for the same Pope business, they want to remove speaker.
Guys, let me tell you again.
So Dr. Peabody's point. Listen, I'm not a politician, Ben. And you know what? I'm really contemplating on because it's been a politician that we sugarcoat wrong, then I don't want to be a politician. Because at the end of the day, we all on this platform know politically, we know the reason why these guys did what they did to begin with was for power. Most of the guys who supported Cohen because the deal was Cohen, you become speaker, and you gave us what for nothing.
But Robert, that's what politics is.
Okay.
Newsflash, Robert. Newsflash. That's what politics is about.
If that's what politics is, then Fanatic Kofa must feel lightly because we expect him. He has followed the law, and he has been very resolute on ensuring that the law is the law. And so now the Supreme Court rules he remains speaker. There is no rush in business on how he remains speaker the next week, the next month. He is speaker until the proper process and procedure to remove him and election held are followed. That's it. I do not think he needs to
I'm not disagreeing with you.
But
so
Robert,
you saying that man has to go in there and
Robert, listen.
No, he don't have to do that.
Not give it up.
Robert, what we are
He doesn't have to give us a speakership. If they want to remove him, they must follow the process and procedure.
Yeah, new process.
But nobody's saying that.
But you said the memo negotiate.
No. Robert,
that's what I said.
you missed the point. What we are saying is that I am sure over the period of time, Fanati have learned that there are some things perhaps he would have done a little differently to have avoided the situation that happened. He went through a lot of emotional stress and all of that. You don't want that. You understand what I'm saying? In fact, he even resigned. It was a huge emotional scenario. I mean, you speak up people boss in your office and all of those kind of different stuff. So of course it has no impact. If you go back and let's say the court allow you to say, look, this was done illegally, so you go up being a speaker. That's one. How do you govern a house that was divided?
Exactly.
How do you push your agenda? How do you build the trust of your colleague? Because listen, it's possible this time around they could get it right. But you still need at least a good number to secure your leadership. You can have the legitimacy, but you also want the moral ground to rule. So all we are saying is this: you must be able to cut across. You cannot make those guys, for example, the deputy speaker. Are you going to go there and make the deputy speaker who also enjoys the same right as you, even though he's your deputy, to feel that you cannot work together?
I'm okay with people reaching across the aisle. I'm not saying that.
But I think that's the point. But
what I'm saying is
that's the point we're saying.
No, but what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not going to get rushed like that and give them credence because you keep that and you got to work. It takes time to heal the wound.
Exactly. That's why we say you cannot go in there with a radical agenda.
No, but no.
You also cannot go there and just submit it to them. It takes time to heal everything.
Peabody.
And
guys, we can talk together. We can talk together. Y'all calm down. We can talk.
But Ben, the man spoke. Give me time now.
But Robert, you've been talking.
When you moderator, you don't treat me right. When
Robert, you've been talking.
No, but
you don't want brother thing about right and wrong. You've been talking.
When the CMC topic came out, you get it for plenty of time to respond. Because I'm not part of the political party now. So I can't respond.
No, you've been talking. You don't want to raise your right and wrong yet.
No, but Ben, give me
when
you moderator, you do not give me fair time, Ben. You my friend, but you don't let my friend.
Yeah,
give me 30 seconds.
All right, Robert, go ahead.
So I want to butcher what the other Peabody just said again. All I'm saying is there is nothing wrong with negotiations. But Fanati Kofa should not go, especially when the law is on his side. And the Supreme Court has confirmed what we all know. By the way, let me remind all of us here. Fanati Kofa is speaker as we speak. Constitutionally, we know what the alleged speaker is. But Fanati Kofa remains speaker. The Supreme Court will just be reaffirming what we all know. He is under no pressure whatsoever to succumb to the illegitimate conduct of Richard Korn and his gangs. He is under no pressure to submit to the appointments that have been made. He's under no pressure to whatsoever follow the order of those guys. Because again, if he does that, it defeats the purpose for which he's fought all along. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Can I come in, please?
All right, Grace, come in.
Well, we are hoping and we're looking forward to tomorrow. And I just want to say that the thing that happened in the Capitol building, as far as the building being burned, it just took away from that great history, because the amount of years the people took to build that building, and the kind of history that was in that building, the wars, wanting for a building to be renovated and wanting to just maintain the history. Some of the history was taken away when that building was burned. Looking at all of these things, Fanati Kofa and the rule of love caucus, at the end of the day, with the ruling tomorrow, we know whether they have won this thing in a sense. So it is not right for us to sit here and say Fanati should go to the house now after the people, he gets back into the speakership, knowing with everything that this man have been through and everything the country have been through for love for country, and the kind of person that Fanati Kofa is very well learned. I don't think he should now start to hold on to stuff like, oh yeah, they put me back, because he doesn't have the numbers to even keep him in that state. So I expect the man to do the right thing tomorrow, so that we can move on, because we are tired with the rigmarole.
So why the definitely the right thing?
The right thing is that when they put him back into power, he can decide to let the people carry on the vote. But I think personally, he should resign.
Why?
He has proved his point. Yeah, he proved his point.
Why?
This man
Why
have
should
put
he
for
why should he
Liberia's sake,
resign?
for love of country. The man should remove
Why should he
himself.
resign,
Because he
Chris?
got
Why?
them where he wants to be.
What did he do wrong to resign?
It's not about
Well-
wrong and right. This is about country, my brother.
So most of
If
people-
you don't
If
want
it's
to
not
do
about
it,
wrong or
you
right,
don't.
then there's nothing there. Why should he
But
resign?
he
That's
don't
my
have the votes to keep it
What
there. You
votes?
know that.
Okay,
We
guys.
don't know.
Okay, y'all come back. So that's Grace's opinion. That's Grace's opinion. She's entitled to her opinion, and we respect her. We respect her opinion. Her opinion is that after the Supreme Court rule, Fonati Kova should immediately resign, or he should resign and give way to a new election for a new speaker.
Yeah.
Right? That's your opinion, which is fine. That's your
opinion,
opinion. That's let's get Mr. Namwe by now. We'll get Pewee, and then we can come back. So Namwe,
Thank you, Ben. I think Grace struck a good point. And again, I just wanted to remind all of us that this is what negotiation, is all about. It's a give and take. You cannot come to a negotiating table and expect, all of your needs to be addressed. You will lose some and you will gain some. I think what she's suggesting might be the way out. Instead of they convening for him to be removed, put up the solution, all of that. Once he has now been removed illegally, as they had intended doing, I think that's one of the way out for him to say, you know what, now that this has been resolved, I think I made my point. Call a press conference, and turn the people's business over. That's one way. Or they can go into the building and then, they put a resolution on the floor. Some of my friends are texting me here who are very, very, very savvy guys. He still doesn't have a quorum. So even while they are on break that Peabody, he can't do anything because he needs a quorum to conduct business. And the reason why Grace is proposing that he should resign is before even this thing happened, he had lost the confidence of his colleagues. That is clear. That is not the issue here. As Speaker Kofa had lost the confidence of his peers, he cannot conduct business again under that atmosphere. I think what has been debated all along here over the past months is to remove him legally. He knows he has to go. I think that's clear to him. So yeah, maybe he can do all of us a favor to say, okay, now that I have not been removed legally, I am now, vacating the seat. So give them the opportunity to get together and elect their speaker. I think
okay,
that's
so that was going to be my next question to you, Mr. Nambe. If you were saying he should resign, because let me tell you where the deadlock is also. Okay. There is also another deadlock. The minority, the group that is siding with him, the rule of law caucus that's siding with him, is saying that Kun is not a legal speaker. The majority is saying Kun got elected legally, right?
Correct.
So the Supreme Court will come out and say, Kun, you didn't get elected legally. Kofa, yes, you the speaker. If we go by what you or Grace is saying, right? That mean if Kofa resign, are we calling a new election? Or
but first of all, is to stabilize the husband. Kofa, I don't think any of these two groups I don't think there's much problem with Fala. Fala is a deputy speaker. I think legally he can assume that acting position. I think they have 60 days or so to work this out. And then he can preside, provided he doesn't want to run. He can then preside over the election of a new speaker. And I think that's where I'm hoping that's where they're going, that there will be new elections.
So let me tell you what I thought. Let me tell you what I think, and then the rest of the folks can come in. Let me tell you where I think if I were to go, and not saying I agree with what you and Grace said, but if I were to go with your line, right? Let me tell you what my recommendation I think it should go. Because if tomorrow the ruling come out and Kofa have a press conference and say I resign, you have another problem. Because let me tell you why you have another problem. You still have Richard Kun, who feels he has a gavel. The reason it's important for Kofa not to resign immediately is for a session to be convened. For Kofa to assume the gavel as Speaker of the House, meaning Richard Kun is no longer Speaker. There's nobody called Richard Kun that is Speaker, because if Kofa assumes the gavel, it means Richard Kun is not Speaker.
You make a lot of sense.
I hope you're following me, right? And if Kofa is to give way, he has to give way in a process that guarantees a transition. But if tomorrow Kofa get up and the Supreme Court come and say, "Oh, we to do," and he say, "Oh, I resign," Kun will say, "I stay Speaker."
You see what I'm saying?
But that was exactly what we were saying. When the process takes place,
I got
Kun has to be
view.
put back. But once the people carry on what they're supposed to carry on, Kun is automatically the legitimate speaker, making Rachel Kun no longer speaker of the house. For how they call himself, for Kofa now to resign, they have to follow the right process. For him to reach to that state to resign to follow a new speaker in. That's
so what?
Right.
So what happens?
And so I don't think then I don't think Kofa would be the default speaker if Kun would be the default speaker if especially if the ruling comes out right and tell the two sides, well, you know what, Kofa is the speaker. Obviously, I think that takes Kun out of play. And then what does the law say? The Constitution, I believe, it makes provision for the deputy speaker to assume that role, which is not Richard Kun and Thomas Fala, and then he can go ahead and organize.
To Speaker Kofa's defense, right? Speaker Kofa's defense has always been, I'm not going to resign.
Yeah.
If you want to remove me, get your 49 and I will go, right? That has been his argument.
At that point in time, I will call the rule of law covers of even get the people the 49. I will contact Taya.
No, but that's what we're saying. You see? But Grace, so Grace, then that is. So you see, Grace, that's what I'm saying. That there have to be a process for the rule of law caucus, for people to move from the rule of law caucus to go to join the majority. There has to be a session.
But remember now, Ben. Remember the rule of law. They did caucus briefly with the 43 before the clarification by Basic. You remember that?
Yeah.
They returned.
But not all of them though. Yeah.
No, not all of them. But in theory, once the leadership returned, I would say they returned. So I don't think that is the problem. They're returning. I don't think it is a problem because they have already returned before.
Ben.
Yes.
Then for me, I would think if Kofa were to be declared or reaffirmed tomorrow as the legitimate speaker that he is, I wouldn't think he should resign. I really don't think he should resign. I think that over this period, Kofa realized that there were some errors in leadership, particularly when it comes to how you inclusive leadership, participation, how you work around with your colleagues. I think he realized that because, like I said, the problem in the house there was not ideological. It wasn't like, okay, we have this fundamental difference with Kofa. It was more about how are we being treated individually. Because let's say, for example, the Unity Party get less than 10 lawmakers of all the lawmakers in there in terms of on its ticket. They get one of the least numbers in there. So Kofa got more independent lawmakers and opposition lawmakers than you have the Unity Party lawmakers, so that they would direct the leadership of the houses because there was leadership vacuum in there. So I would think that it should be an eye-opener. Kofa can go in there. He has a lot to offer. That's what I think. He can go in there and correct.
So your argument, you want him to stay as speaker. That's your argument.
Yeah, Ben.
That is my academy. And part of the way to start being speaker is to be able to control the very rule of law caucus. That they do not go about thinking that they have the, like for example, Melvin Cole was a problem for Kofa in his attitude towards his colleagues. So all of those things. So I mean, it wasn't like there was nothing fundamental in the difference. It was just all about we're not getting scratch card, we're not getting gas.
So now you're not learning.
Okay, let's get
let me. I think on the most serious note, I would agree that Mr. Kofa should resign because the reality here is that Kofa from October to now. No, I'm being realistic here, and that's one of the reasons here, my brother. From October to now, if Kofa had a means of changing the man and mindset, he would have done it. That he lost the confidence of his colleagues.
So Pewee, let me ask you before you continue. You will continue quickly. Let me ask you, what if he's able to get? What if? And this is a hypothetical, right? What if tomorrow the ruling come out and the CDC caucus say we're going back to Kofa. Then what?
No, I don't want to say it is impossible, but that is going to be a Herculean tax. I don't see that happening.
Okay, so that's why I said, what if?
CDC caucus, you say what if? I don't want to operate in the zoom of what if now moving forward. Then
But you're also not sure what will happen tomorrow, though.
No, I'm very sure. I'm very sure that if he were to be considered the legitimate speaker, it's not for him to even stay now, because those guys are now willing, and that's the problem. If Kofa, listen, and this is difficult to say, Kofa lost the confidence of his colleague in less than 12 months. That is profound. How did he less than 12 months? From October to December, if Kofa had the means to bring some of those guys back, he would have done it. He lost that. He lost the battle. And I don't want to go to one of the reasons they gave in and what have you. It's going to be, and that's why I'm very, very still skeptical. So this growing sense of me being skeptical is the reason that the way we form the block they have now. Now, if the court were to rule tomorrow, two things going to happen. The president and his government will have to act in protecting and resolving this thing, moving on. But Kofa, he's staying, this not going to hold. It's never going to hold. Never, ever. And part of the reasons I believe that he's still being supported by his Kempsey guy number is that most of the other guys that are supporting him believe they want to do this and use some of his other supporters at the end will come and support another candidate in their ranks, probably to go for the battle. So what he can do moving on this issue, if the court were to take a decision tomorrow and they won, best thing to do, and you said some, Mr. Nambe said some, the best thing to do is to hold on, not to immediately resign. You hold it on to prove that Kun is not the speaker. If that is established that Kun is not the speaker, then you set a basis that, hey, gentlemen, I'm waiting to resign. I'm going to resign, but we're going to set a day for elections. And that day for elections.
That's a Peabody line.
That Peabody coming.
No, I'm going to resign. Yeah, you have to resign. Trust me. If Kofa stay on this, Kofa
why
will
should he resign?
On the contrary,
he resigned because he lost the trust of his colleagues.
No, Sylvester.
But for the now, they haven't been
sufficient.
Ben, let me come here. On the contrary,
1 minute, please. That Peabody. Ben, trust me. Don't let me get value, man.
But that's an argument.
Listen, the reason, but Pewee, it's not about getting value. I come here to you, Pewee. The reason we are in a stalemate is because both sides have not been able to get the required number.
But he don't have quorum.
But that's what I'm saying. Both sides, they don't have 49 to remove him.
And he
don't
have
have quorum to do business.
Exactly.
That's the reason we are stuck.
He remains the speaker.
So
that's the reason we are stuck, Mr. Namba. Do you agree with me?
We already have bad blood. The both sides bruise each other sufficiently. If the court to rule in favor, you want to stay. Is it good to happen in our house?
But Pewee, that's what I'm saying to you. You can't say, you can also, because guess what? He too can also argue that there's a deadlock. The reason we have a deadlock is in as much as I don't have quorum. You yourself, you get 49 to move me. That's the reason, yeah.
Granted.
If they had a 49 to remove him, we will not be having the conversation.
And let's not kid ourselves, then. If there were going to be movement, we have 6 months for any movement to happen.
I agree with you.
I absolutely agree with you.
Let me also say this.
Ben, the court ruling tomorrow can change the dynamics.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. This is the last line I was going to take for us to close, right?
Yeah.
The court ruling tomorrow could change the dynamics, and you know the other thing that could majorly change this dynamics, what the executive will do. If the executive pivots and go back to status quo and says, you know what, we recognize Fonati Kofa as the Speaker of the House, you don't know what will happen.
Well, they don't have a choice.
In as much as Kofa could not move those numbers, you can also say that Kun has not been able to consolidate his leadership.
The second don't have a choice if the court rules tomorrow. That's what I would say here. That's what I would say here. On the contrary to Sylvester and saying that Kofa had lost, they support the other. Those guys were only supporting Kun because they had thousands of dollars being distributed to them.
We
They were
can say
going around
see
and
on the other
getting,
side.
were going around getting $5,000-$10,000 to support somebody. So they went in there for it. Okay, if Kofa had that amount of money to distribute to every one of them, staying in a RLJ hotel, spending $475,000 in a few months, they will come right back. Bob Blue left Kofa because he wanted some of the money and he went there. So I can tell you that.
Why are you accusing a man of public?
He did it. He needed money. He went there. Bernard Blue Benson, okay, representative for Brewerville or wherever he is. Most of them did it because they went back to get money. How to sue me? They got kids with LATC on them. You know, look, what I would say here, if the Supreme Court
you thought Joey are corrupt, Joey are sue you.
So what I would say here, let Kofa remain engaged out of side and remain as speaker because
so we're gonna end. Let's try to bring it to the close.
If Kofa resign, it's gonna be another chair there. It'll go for another 6 months.
Yeah,
Kofa was a legitimate.
You see that people didn't like that people didn't like.
My prediction is I don't think anything hasty should happen.
Don't resign, Kofa.
I don't think anything hasty should happen tomorrow. I think because there is this unknown, right? Because right now everybody's speculating whether the code will be clear, whether the code will not be clear. We hope the code will be clear. There are indications that the code will be very, very, very clear, right? So there's also the notion where that nothing erratic will happen tomorrow. That's Kofa's side, I believe, is going to be waiting to see what the executive will do. That's the first important thing that will happen tomorrow. What will be the executive move? What will be the Senate move? If the Senate, according to what Darius Dillon said, going by what Darius Dillon said, who again, like I said, is a member of the leadership of the Liberian Senate. He is on record on OKFM that the leadership of the Liberian Senate will respect the opinion of the Supreme Court. A clear opinion, right? He's been very clear that they will respect. If the Senate, if the Supreme Court, 1 second, guys.
Growing up.
Okay, if the Supreme Court rule and the Senate recognizes Kofa, right, it will force the hand of the executive. If the executive goes and recognizes Kofa as speaker, again, like I say, Mr. Nambwe said immediately then at that point in time, then Richard Kun is not speaker because the only reason Richard Kun saying he's speaker is because he has the protection of the executive. That's the only reason. Let's be fair. Nothing more, nothing less. Will all the executive support Richard Kun will not be having this, will not be saying that he's speaker of the
so Ben, if those things happen,
yes,
it has the potential to shake the number behind Kun.
Agreed. It will be left with them. It will be left with his colleagues.
So I'm saying, listen. Since Kun leadership to now, do you know, of course, there have been some discernment within the ranks and file there. People who also thought there would have been some committee. So a switch, a change in the Supreme Court verdict about announcing Kofa as speaker with the Senate concurring, and then perhaps reaction from the executive show that look, we prepare to work with this decision. There will be complete change. Kofa will have the number instantly because they are support under the just go with the win.
Let's not forget now. Let's not forget. Some of the people who are standing with Speaker Kofa, including myself, some of us, it is only because we want the right thing to be done. It's not because these people love Kofa so much. And so, if the Supreme Court were to come out tomorrow and say, yes, Kofa is the speaker, Kun is not the speaker, I don't think that means then that this will solidify these people behind Kofa and people come flocking to him. I think that's what it is. These people are supporting a process, they are supporting a principle. It is not Speaker Kofa. Some of these people right now who are standing with Speaker Kofa, they will vote him out tomorrow. I can tell you that. They're not there because they're going to be speaker. They will
vote him out. Is that what he's saying to me?
They will go. Can we bet? They will go right back to Speaker Kofa. They will join him. These people are not there to be loyal for all of them will say, you know what, the Supreme Court. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what they will say. And mark my word. They will say Supreme Court ruled, and they will follow the Supreme Court to get back to Kofa. They will say the Supreme Court had ruled, and we'll go by what the Supreme Court said.
I don't think we need a new Ben. I really don't think we need a new election right now.
We don't need no election. No.
Well,
what you're trying to say?
What? We don't need new elections.
No, we don't.
Why election for?
You have a speaker. Why you need election?
Why you waste the Liberia people time? If Kofa is
no, it's not a waste of time. No.
If Kofa
I don't think it's a waste of time.
If a majority, I mean, if 2/3 of Speaker Kofa's colleagues affirm that they don't want him as speaker, we will have a new speaker. Plain and simple. Yeah. If Speaker Kofa gets an affirmation from the Supreme Court affirming his speakership, and he still, and let me be very clear, and if May 19 or May 13 or whatever that date is come, and he cannot convene and get quorum, he himself, I think, will have to, then at that point, he probably got to resign, right? Because if you cannot get quorum, it means your people there is still this wedge. But if he's able to get quorum, right? And why they got quorum and 49 of his colleagues said they have a resolution that Mr. Speaker, we need you to recuse yourself. That is part of the rule of law process. Yeah. I want to believe if that happens, I believe he will step away. I personally believe if that happens, he would step aside.
You know what someone just said, and they're right about it, that Kun has failed. If the ruling go against him tomorrow, it means that he has failed 2 times to be speaker. One, they whip his butt. The second one, he forced himself that now they're removing him, but they're legally removing him. So that's a disgrace. He created
this
pastor.
I want to leapfrog a little bit, right? We got a few more minutes. Let's leapfrog a little bit. But hypothetically, what happens, and I want everybody to involve. Hypothetically, what happens, right? If the Supreme Court affirms Kofa gets on the floor. He gets quorum, right? His colleagues say, look, pressure from the executive, because listen, like I say, international pressure. You will see the statements from the international partners saying, listen, we want everybody to obey to at least go by what the Supreme Court said. So I want to believe that he will at least get quorum, right? He will at least get his people to say, you know what, let's come under the gallows and get quorum. What happens if 49 of them presents a petition to him to say we need you to vacate the speakership? And you know what? He said, you know what? Let's just hypothetically say he throws in the towel and say, you know what? This is what I've been saying all along. You guys have done it. Your guy are 49. I'm gone, right? No need to go through the process of investigating me. I'll walk away. Who are the contenders to be speaker? Do you think one? Let me ask this question, because let me tell you why I'm bringing this up. Because and we, as a student of history, as a number, you are also very cognizant of this. Sometimes the obvious choices don't end up being the choice. We saw that happen with Edwin Snow. The obvious choice in the speakership was supposed to be Ketekuma Mori. From Sidiki, you are aware when Edwin Snow was being booted out, it was supposed to be Ketekuma Mori, right? Yeah. And they ended up becoming Alex Tyler, who became a consensus candidate coming from nowhere. Yeah. Right now, there are conversations that Musa Bilete is probably the front runner, right? By virtue of the fact that he is the rule of law caucus chair and all of that. Do you potentially see any possibility that a dark horse could emerge to become a consensus candidate, to become speaker?
I think if I was speaking, I think the guys would rally around Fala. I think the guys could rally around Fala if it came to the point where because it all boils down to security, all boils down to comfort level, all boils down to people who we can relate. One, you want to take into consideration the government own concern and interest in the process. Then you want to take Fala own role in working with most of these guys. Even there are people, even on the Kofa side, that have strong relation with Fala, except that they didn't prefer Kun. And let me tell you this: have Fala gone to that speakership position and maintained it maybe for a while, or either speaker or maybe the fight would have gone this way for that long. So yeah, I think Musa is a candidate as well, and Fala too. I'm not dismissing Musa, but I'm also saying Fala is somebody too you want to take into consideration. He has the resources, he has the experience, he has the connection and network.
Can I make my statement?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think I will use them to get close in the
Yeah, we're coming to go. We're coming to go.
Are you tired? Let me say you're strong.
Yeah, I am. I traveled to 3 different countries.
I was about to say she probably is jet lag.
Jet lag is on her. And Mr. Nangwa, you stay in Liberia. You be up late.
They are running away from our candidate.
It's after 2 o'clock here on my end. I will soon be shutting it down.
Yeah, but I will not answer you, man. You said we'll be our candidate too, but then we go to our same program. I was scheduled. You said we run over. So we don't know where what side I won't be on board. What I would say is that, I think I respect Fanatico for do the right thing tomorrow, whatsoever it is. Moving forward after he's getting back the position, they can decide what to do. And I show that he will merge or come on and say, you know what, I resign this. We'll follow the new speaker. And I just think it's the right thing to do for Liberia. It's the right thing to do for the country. The country has suffered too much. Anybody who really loves the country in that position right now, they will say, you know what, this is time for me to move on and march out. It's not that the people who are behind Kofa are behind him. They're behind him because of the rule of law. They want the rule of law to be carried out and they want it to be abided by. And that's the right thing to do, to send a message that we will not disobey the law in our country. Although we have disobeyed the law so many times, that's why we brought war to our country. But this time, we'll do the right thing. So I expect that to happen. And I will also say that, at the end of the day, when it comes to the Nima elections, what happened tomorrow as the announcement, we already get our conceding message, and we move on as a party. We are very, very cognizant of the law. We are very cognizant of peace in Liberia. We don't want any problem. This election was smoothly ran. And when the people went to the polls, everything was well. We don't see no distraction and everything. So whatsoever in that kind of way, we accept it. As far as we're concerned, our polls have showed that, our war room has showed that Koka has emerged as the speaker, the new senator of Nima County. So I tell you guys, thank you for having me here. And I even lost my train of thought because I thought too long, but God bless everybody.
You said Koka has won according to your war room?
I say according to our war room, Koka is in the lead right now. He's still in the lead. He is still leading this senatorial race. So, I see people on Facebook, insulting CMC and this and that. I don't know why the people think they're entitled to your decision.
Well, Chris, just clarity. Y'all didn't say he's in the lead. We conceded the race.
We consider the race because, we say
so it means he's won. Yeah. He's going to win.
Our data are showing that he's
going to win. That his lead cannot be surpassed. So he will win.
Thank you. Yes, okay. That's what we consider, and we have the right to say that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think anybody should be hammering.
Nobody can tell. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to say. It's sad that these are parties that always just destroy the candidates with confusion and hate, and hate speeches and insults. They went there again to destroy it. Gonna go well. And I'm sorry she had to post such people behind her. We'll be seeing the thing over and over. We can have our differences. Doesn't mean that I should insult you or call you names. It's okay for us to be different, diverse. At the same time, our diversity even is supposed to even bring us together to learn what we'll do moving forward. So with the insults and everything, it's sad to watch on Facebook. But I just pray that Honorable Fanati Kofa, when he emerged as speaker tomorrow as his rightful place, he should start to think what to do to stop this divide in the house. So Liberians can have hope again for things to happen in the country. The capital building has been burning up because of this. So I don't think he should listen to put Peabody and Hamed and telling him, you must stay there. Like they say, grandmother is
definitely true.
I had the whole thing. So I wanted to say.
Definitely.
Yeah. Me chame ko fa watch my basketball game.
Let it pull close, my man.
No,
let Grace finish closing. Let Grace finish closing. Grace, you finish?
Okay. Yeah, so I want to say thank you, to Mr. Kofa, because I know the kind of person he is. He will do the right thing when it comes for him to do that right thing. Instead of him aligned put a Peabody and Hamed.
He is well educated. And he'll do the right. So say Kofa destroy the country.
Grace, you didn't answer the question.
So
you didn't answer the question that I asked you, Grace.
What is it?
The question was, do you think that a dark horse candidate could emerge outside of Musa? Because right now, it is projected by Musa.
At this point in time, we think anything can happen. At this point in time, one of the things I wanted to say, I know Hamed talk about how they call him, say, Fala. They say Fala.
Yeah, Fala.
The deputy speaker, I know he talked about Fala, but the thing is that you see Fala will emerge. I wonder why, because most of the seditions, Torgbean got people in our house, and right now, Torgbean and Fala, they are not out of good state. In fact, Fala to contain your party. So do you think the people want to get behind Fala as speaker? You think it would be disrespectful to Torgbean? Or they could play a political game and put him there, but he will me as a sedition? That's the question. So, a dark horse could emerge as well. But all we want at the end of the day, we want peace to remain our country. The capital Benin said it was traumatic. It was very traumatic. And we don't want that to happen. Our people are suffering enough already. And we too much of Kofa should do the right thing that he's supposed to do.
Thank you.
Chairman, please, man. Chairman,
Chris Guar. I'm Chris Guar. Chairman Chris Guar.
Chairman, Ben, we can make now.
But I keep on talking. I'm listening to you.
Bara, beg you, man. Let me chime quick. Look, I was gone, but then 2 members of the majority black just texted me. They said, "Oh, watching the show, come on the show." They clear. They said they short time. They've been having this. They've been together in the majority black. A lot of things are taking place. They are see the mistrust among themselves. There's so many. The corruption too much among themselves already. Some of them might have been playing with. Some people now undermine them. So they said, "Look, we want to see the best person. Kofa should not resign," and they declare that he might not resign. And also, if Kofa resign, I will attack him. I will probably attack him if he resign.
Well, who said that?
That is something again.
I'm sure somebody in the majority or minority.
Who was it for the majority black? They declare. They said
majority.
Yeah, the majority black. They said in a short time among them. Yeah, we have some on their mistrust.
So are you saying that those 2 people are going to support Kofa?
It's about time now. Result said it'll be on.
What did I say here?
Okay, thank you. All right, you finish now. You finish closing. Let Peabody close.
Kofa resign.
You got to wait Peabody in Siko to never Kofa.
I will go after him publicly. He tried to go after him. I will go after him publicly. I'm clear with that.
The first thing.
What's that put down all that time? They play games or all kind of weird. Didn't take a play. It's not going to happen. I don't care anybody.
All right, thank you.
Let me tell you what it did. The first thing it did, they ate their colleague money. They paid
$6 million. What's that?
They were suspending those people. They were suspending those people or paid too many and taking the money, eating it. They can't give it.
They try it. I would declare myself to run for that seat. I run for your seat.
If Kofa resigns,
I would get mad Chairman Molu backing me for that.
I will wait one-on-one. I will wait for him one-on-one and tell him my mind.
You're there. You're there all the time I run. You're there.
My man, you make close, but we gotta go back.
You know, when he came back, I almost said he came back with breaking news.
Come on, he finished.
It's a Georgie watching your show. Yeah, man, the man Kofa resign. Man, we can't happen.
Let Supreme Court do that. Listen, let Supreme Court do that ruling tomorrow. You'll see the real. The majority black, the whole majority black will break up. Everybody will go back to Kofa.
But what Kofa resigning for? Where is resigning for?
He should not resign.
Are you kidding me? They can't even put. You can't even reconcile here.
Hold on, so I will reconcile. Who reconcile? Keep reconcile that house there. Nobody can do it.
I mean, the thing I'm saying is this: if you put out all of this, we have to go and resign. I mean, I just don't see the logic in that. If you went to the court and the court said, "Look, you lady, general speaker, everybody else, every other element come around to provide you the reason to now lead, and you resign."
What about the power? You got it for him though.
Yeah.
Or if he gets the saying, if he gets the forum, if he gets the forum, then
I'm saying to you, if the court rule tomorrow and say, "Look, Kofa is the speaker," there will be shifting in our
whole shifting.
Because, like I said, Some people down there just follow the numbers. Some went down there because they think that the government candidate. Some went down there because
they follow the money, bro. Don't say the number. They follow money. Nothing else
No,
but
but
money.
I think what Chief Tomalin is reporting, I think is an attempt not to allow Kun to accede to the speaker position. I don't think the fact that the two people he talked to are saying he should hold the seat, which I think means they don't want Kun to be the default speaker. I don't think it necessarily mean they will vote for Kofa either. I think the question Ben is posing, I think, is relevant as to whether we think there is an X factor here.
That's why I keep, and you're not answering that question.
But they don't need the vote because he's already speaker. Why would they vote?
No, but that's what I said. That's what I said. Community George, that's what I said, a hypothetical.
Hey, my man, no doubt Ben about Ben, Claire, no doubt Ben. We are doubt Ben whatever.
But when I end that show, we do it. You say, oh, then the other person say, oh.
What Kofa resigning for? Hey, man,
nobody said Kofa will resign. I didn't say Kofa will resign. I said I gave a hypothetical case. I said if Kofa convenes and gets quorum, and 49 of his colleagues ask him to recuse himself, right? And it's proven that he got 49 of his colleagues don't want him to be speaker. Eventually, obviously, then that means there will have to be a new election.
We're talking about lawbreaker shit.
The question that I asked was, right now, as it stands right now, it's clear. I mean, with all he's saying there, it's clear that Musa Bility potentially is a front runner, is the front runner to be able to become speaker. And that's one of the reasons why the majority black were afraid to even call election, because they said they had called election during that time, Musa would have won the election. So they went through and they ran that thing with Kun, and we are where we are. The question that I asked was because based on from the experience on the Edwin Snow thing, Ketekume Mori was the de facto the person, right? Edward Ford, thank you. Not Ketekume Mori, Edward Ford. Edward Ford was the consensus candidate, waiting right after once they said Snow gone, Edward Ford going to come. By the time you look, everybody went and coalesced around Alex Tyler, who ended up becoming the de facto. So I was asking if that is a possibility here for anything like that to happen. That was my question.
Yeah,
had to support the Nigerian people.
You mentioned Musa name. Musa would not want to run as long as Kofa stay interested in the job. So that one, to that point.
Yeah, yes, but that's not. But you see, you again, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's no way
Musa can run a very strong supporter of the rule of law caucus.
Ben, speaker, there's no way Musa can run. I agree with that. Nobody can run if Kofa is the speaker. I give a hypothetical if that happen, if the possibility happen, where 49 say they don't want Kofa.
So Ben, with regard to the 49, so with regard to the question, for there to be a 49 that will come up as a block and a unit within that group, there will already have been some leader. Because to organize that group of people, there must be a leader. So I don't think there will be I don't think somebody will just come from the blind side in this kind of a situation.
Because Koga was don't forget Koga was one of the leaders.
Together, there must be somebody who will put them together, there'll be somebody who will lead that person, there'll be somebody who will coordinate.
It's possible. It's actually possible someone come from the blind side, but the scenario that you gave concerning Edward Ford and former Speaker Tyler is different, if you will. Mm-hmm. Now, the reason why Edward Ford didn't get it was that the Snow camp, the Edwin Melvin Snow camp, felt that Madame Salive, after removing Mr. Snow,
we don't want to work with
Madame Salive was backing Ford to be the speaker.
Okay.
That was Madame Salive chose. That was the main reason. Madame Salive was pushing Edward Ford to be the speaker. So all of those guys that were already supporting Snow. As a matter of fact, Snow was one of those that even came up because he was very high and he didn't want Madame Salive to win. They had her support with Ford. So the Snow camp heavily backed Tyler, and that's how Tyler came out. It was very shocking. They didn't know, but last minute the Snow posted, okay, no, we agree. And Snow didn't move. Snow had to, during the time of the election, he moved most of his men. It was shocking. And he just pronounced that they were going to go, because it was clear that Ford winning the election. It was very, very clear. four going to, until the team hit through and the house title came. But yes, and I agree. The dark horse or whatsoever you want to call it, what nomenclature, this process, this is politics again. You cannot cast any kind of a definitive prediction on it. Right, because it would change along the way as they progress in terms of debate discussions. It do have the tendency of changing. And one thing that can allow you change also is that you don't know how you're going to play. But for now, if you are to have elections in the process and they agree that Mr. Bedete intend to contest, the reason why he may have some reasonable chance of winning, very reasonable chance, will be the Kofa side, right? The Kofa side will back him, and that's where the strength will come from. The Kofa side will back him, and then he want to fight in the middle. It's just simple majority, just one simple majority you need. So you need like 36, I think 36 or thereabout vote to win the election. So they are already almost 30 something. They can push around, and how people can win, get the support in that place. Pump some things around the cycle and just get it out. So it's possible that, but I don't see the dark horse will come from where? Will it be Thomas' father? There's some bad blood between Thomas' father and most of the other guys, the way he treated them. They felt that he betrayed them, right? So would they really unanimously back father to give him it? I doubt that seriously. I seriously doubt that. So if they're going to be in that, probably, if all of them agree from the same camp, they say, okay, so if Mr. Bedete want to change your mind, we'll bring someone. But the more preferred choice for now, I would think this time around, realistically speaking, would be Mr. Musa Bedete. Or probably the only challenge to down to maybe the government come and say we scared of Bedete, we'll pump.
That's what I was going to ask you. What if the government
if they were coming to, yes, if the government were to come and say no, they will not be a good thing for us, then we will do everything and they look for us. Okay, so we'll find anything to buy the guys off, then the debate may change for that. Because the government will come and say, because that's the government, you cannot just easily.
So you think the government is Bedete only threat? That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the only threat to Bedete winning the election in the government. Yeah. And for them to even undo him, they will have to spend them less than $1.something million to do that.
You don't think he can match it?
And then if he want to counter that, then because this government is this government, and you're right, okay, they may attempt to be his threat, and you just struck on it very important just now. He intend to match it. The final minister we have, you not break, he spend money.
I never forget about him.
Eh? You will start to justify.
President now.
I will tell you.
You spoke like well with the people like guys and everything.
President Ben
they will not have the money to counter.
Yeah, I will tell you. I will tell you this.
So that's very important.
I will tell you this. Let Mr. Namwe close because he's seen Liberia, so he can get some rest. But I will tell you this. I don't think the government may listen. This government, this president, I don't think he is. I don't think he's. The difference between Boga and Ellen. Right, Ellen was politically shrewd. Joe Bucker is not that.
Yes,
he's not politically shrewd. I think everything that you see that has happened around Buckeye has been the influence of different interests,
people
in his circle. Right, there's some people who don't like Kofa. There's some people I don't even believe Joe Buckeye wanted to move Kofa in the beginning. I think he
didn't want it.
He got boxed into it. Right, so the notion that and that 1.5 million that you're talking about, it definitely not going to come from finance ministry because they have
to fix it too quick.
And if it's March, then I mean, then Bedete is the speaker.
Yeah, they may have to find it from somewhere else, but I don't think the president of Liberia will sit down and sign off on the government of Liberia finding $1.5 million to stop.
They won't do it. Then I mean, as per my just concluded comment I was turning on, that means Bedete will be the next speaker if there will be elections.
Okay, Mr. Namwe, closer, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim and Ben, and thank you guys very much. I know you've been on this all day today. I watched some of the broadcasts. You guys did a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. If I hadn't gotten to know Musa this closer, I would have said there is a guy called Austin Taylor. He represents my district, and the reason why I think it would have been a difficult candidate to beat is the way he won his elections. You know, where I come from, we have 2 districts combined to make 1 electoral district. We have the Kehleboe and the Barobo people, but the Kehleboe people are just like Nimba, the Gio, and the Manobo. The Kehleboe people are greater in number. And Austin Taylor is from my side, he's from Barobo, but he managed to corral the 2 teams so very, very excellently and so effortlessly. Someone like that, I think he's going to make waves in the House. But with the way I've seen Musa play and him trying the first time, I think he wanted to be deputy speaker before Kofa got elected out of that. And I agree with you, Ben. I think for now, he is now the presumed front runner. And so with that, I think it will be difficult for him to be beat. So, but thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So,
when you coming back?
Early May.
When the program again? When the program?
This coming weekend. It starts, I think, on the 27th. Friday is the meet and greet, and then Saturday.
Which is the main day you want the guys to cover?
Okay, let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
I will have to call you, man. I'll have to call you, Mr. Numbers. We need to talk before you come back.
Okay, do that. Let's do that.
I will hit you up. I need you to. I might need you to please bring me a package, a letter. It's a letter.
No,
it's
no
some
problem.
documents.
No problem.
I will get you.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go get some rest.
Absolutely. Okay. Good night. Well, good morning.
Yeah, guys. We are going to, in a few hours, a major landmark opinion will be coming down from the Supreme Court. I want us to get some rest because I think we should go live.
Ben say why if the man mash it?
My man, I know how I'm talking. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm talking.
The father minister you got it, and I'm brave.
Yeah,
they got to get account. 6 million out of they spend on money, man. $8 million left there. You got to spend that money and they put people everywhere.
Yeah.
What's our town? What's the country town? And they move on there for a while. I'm big, man.
Yeah. Well, guys, I think we have tomorrow we will go live.
So everybody push it, man.
Tomorrow we'll have a
what
show.
No.
It's 12 o'clock tomorrow. 12 noon Liberia. It's 12 noon Liberia.
So that means
our time. Kofa should not resign.
I will anticipate, guys. Y'all not talking about the show tomorrow. Y'all come live 30 minutes before the ruling.
What time of ruling?
So the ruling is 12 midday in Liberia.
So they got 33 pages to read tomorrow. They'll read 33 pages.
Hey, Tommy, let's talk about what show.
I come in.
Y'all don't want to make a change that ruling there. Y'all can
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It will be 8 o'clock Eastern time. Will be 12 midday there.
8 o'clock Eastern time?
Yes.
Oh shit! In the morning, definitely. I'm not doing no show at 8 o'clock in the morning. I can tell everybody.
So 10 o'clock will be okay, but then by which time it will be close to?
They say everybody will be there by 12. So maybe by one or so.
So then about 1 you can get on by.
I beginning at him or so who is doing for closing argument?
They're heading back tomorrow. But soon the morning.
Now they better have this one of them better head back to Maria tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I just told them so the first in the morning.
Yeah, they have back to be able to go straight to the temple.
That whole Nimba thing.
I think nobody will talk about that thing. But from tomorrow, nobody will be talking about Nimba, brother. So me, I'm not even letting my head with Nimba be there. I feel it with Nimba.
The call got to know. I said, well, I mean, I know now. I said, just say anything now. I feel it with Nimba. But I told you, I said, I'm going to call and say, that's it happened. I found anything official announced.
You know that means the water under the bridge already.
It's done. Cool guy is sent it up. Some people
just you might take you from here. Who say you're running? You better take time.
Well, guys, it's a great conversation, guys.
Yeah, man. Good night. See y'all tomorrow, man.
My party coming.
5 hours.
Yeah, see.
And I yes, sir, just bring it up at it.
I don't call you. Kehleboe call me. I say, I'm calling my new.
Sir Joseph not coming with no party. Sir Joseph supporting Joseph Boakai. Like these people. Supporting Joseph Boakai, not coming with no party.
My man, Sir Joseph always been in race, and Sir Joseph always been where we are. So,
why you support the fire man for?
Hey, you saw the last time other than when 4 years that wait for the coming doesn't you see. Why you think Sir Joseph is trying to distance himself?
So I will not support 85.
Why you think he's distancing himself?
Later, man. Good night.
Why you think he's distancing himself?
I thought I meant Nana.
Why Nana?
They got
the strong OPS, my man.
The strong OP, my man. God, see,
let's cross our finger and see.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in. Papa, I can't go sit down there.
Pewee, the operation. How la bro go for now?
That's the yeah.
I know we're bringing private jets in the country, my man. We're bringing private jets to go with team Ghana.
My man, they call me, my man. In America, they call me, my man Ben. I own a private jet. I said,
you are close to me. When I call you, my man will be that me.
You want to be a man D12 day. You want to be a government people now in private sector.
You know, in the private sector, yeah.
All right, man. I'll go now, gentlemen.
Okay, man.
All right.